What if Harry Potter was taken by Gojo after abandonment? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was taken by Gojo after abandonment? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The night everything changed. Satoru Gojo was bored out of his mind, and that was always dangerous. That he'd finished his mission 3 hours ago, some mid-grade curse terrorizing a suburb outside of London, barely worth his time. And now he was wandering through the English countryside at 2 in the morning because his flight back to Tokyo wasn't until noon and hotels were for people who actually needed sleep. This country's so grey, he muttered, kicking a rock down the empty road. Even at night. How do people live here? His infinity hummed around him, a constant barrier between himself and the world, and his 6 eyes lazily catalogued everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Boring. Boring. Some drunk guy stumbling home. A fox hunting mice. Boring. Then something pinged at the edge of his perception. Gojo stopped walking. That wasn't cursed energy. Not exactly. It was similar, the same fundamental frequency of negative emotion given form, but twisted through something else. Something older. Wilder. He'd never felt anything like it. Now that was interesting. Gojo vanished from the road, space folding around him as he crossed 2 kilometers in a single step. He landed on a quiet street lined with identical houses, each one featuring the same boring hedges and the same boring cars and the same boring everything, but the energy signature was coming from one house in particular. Number 4, Privet Drive, according to the little plaque by the door. And there, on the doorstep, wrapped in blankets and sleeping peacefully despite the November cold, was a baby. Gojo tilted his head, his 6 eyes analyzed everything instantly. The child was maybe 15 months old, healthy, with a strange lightning bolt wound on his forehead that practically screamed with that hybrid energy. There was a letter tucked into the blankets. The front door was locked. No lights on inside. Someone had left a baby on a doorstep in November. Okay, Gojo said slowly. What the hell? He crouched down, careful not to trigger his infinity, and picked up the letter. His English was pretty good. Jujutsu High made everyone learn it, so he scanned the Dumbledore. Voldemort. Dark Lord. Blood Wards. Magic. Gojo breathed, a grin spreading across his face. Actual Western magic. I knew those rumors were true. He'd heard whispers over the years. A hidden society of magic users in Europe, completely separate from jujitsu sorcery. They used wands, went to castles for school, rode broomsticks. Most jujitsu sorcerers dismissed it as folklore, but Gojo had always suspected there was something to it, and now here was proof. Wrapped in a blanket and drooling slightly. He read the letter again, more carefully this time. This kid, Harry Potter, apparently, had survived some kind of killing curse that should have destroyed him. His parents were dead. The Dark Lord who killed them was gone. Gojo noted the careful word choice, not dead, just gone. And now Dumbledore, whoever that was, had decided the best place for the most famous child in magical Britain was here. Gojo looked at the house, his 6 eyes pierced through the walls effortlessly. Inside, he saw 3 people sleeping. A massive man with barely any neck, snoring loud enough to register as its own form of cursed energy. A horse-faced woman clutching her pillow like she was afraid someone would steal it. And a truly enormous toddler in a room stuffed with more toys than any child could ever need. He looked back at the baby on the doorstep. At the cupboard under the stairs, just visible through the walls. At the energy signatures of the people inside, petty, small, resentful. The woman especially. She radiated a bitterness that Gojo had learned to recognize years ago. The kind of person who hated anything different. Anything special. They're going to put you in that cupboard, Gojo said quietly to the sleeping baby. Aren't they? Harry Potter didn't answer. He just kept sleeping, completely unaware that his entire future was being decided by a stranger in the dark. Gojo stood up. He should leave. This wasn't his problem. This wasn't even his world. He had responsibilities back in Japan, students to train, curses to exorcise, a corrupt institution to slowly dismantle from within. He didn't have time to adopt random magical babies from foreign countries, but... Gojo looked at the scar on Harry's forehead. At the energy swirling around him, so much potential, so much power, just waiting to be shaped. At the cold doorstep and the locked door and the family inside who would never, ever understand what this child was capable of. Ah, screw it. He picked up the baby. Harry stirred slightly, green eyes blinking open. For a moment, he just stared up at Gojo's face, at the white hair and the bright blue eyes visible above the blindfold, then he smiled. Yeah, Gojo said, something warm and unexpected settling in his chest. I think we're gonna get along just fine. He tucked the letter into his pocket, evidence, and also blackmail material, you never knew, adjusted Harry in his arms, and turned away from number 4, Privet Drive. Let's get out of this boring country, little guy. I know a ramen place in Tokyo that's open 24 hours. Space folded, they vanished. Albus Dumbledore arrived at Privet Drive at precisely, just as he had planned. He'd spent the night celebrating with the rest of the wizarding world, accepting their thanks and their praise, allowing himself a few hours of genuine relief. Voldemort was gone. The war was over. And while the cost had been terrible, James and Lily, dear Merlin, James and Lily, their sacrifice had not been in vain. Little Harry was safe now. Protected by the most powerful blood magic Dumbledore had ever crafted. The wards around Privet Drive would keep him hidden from any remaining Death Eaters, and Petunia, well. She wasn't ideal. But she was blood, and blood mattered. Dumbledore walked up the front path, expecting to find the Dursleys awake and confused, perhaps arguing about what to do with the mysterious baby on their doorstep. The doorstep was empty. He stopped. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply stared at the spot where he had placed Harry Potter not 8 hours ago. The blankets were still there, folded neatly. The letter was gone. No, he whispered. He drew his wand and cast every detection spell he knew. Tracking charms. Residual magic analysis. Temporal reconstruction. Nothing. Harry Potter had been taken, and whoever had done it had left no magical trace whatsoever. Dumbledore's hands began to shake. This wasn't possible. He had planned everything so carefully. The timing, the location, the wards. He had accounted for every variable, prepared for every contingency. Death Eaters couldn't have found Harry this quickly. The protective magic from Lily's sacrifice should have burned anyone with hostile intent who tried to touch him, which meant, someone without hostile intent had taken him. Dumbledore closed his eyes. In all his long life, across all his careful plans and manipulations and sacrifices for the greater good, he had never felt so completely outmaneuvered. Minerva, he said softly, though she wasn't there to hear him. You were right. I should not have left him here. He stood on that empty doorstep for a very long time. Then he returned to Hogwarts to begin the search that would consume the next 10 years of his life. Gojo's apartment in Tokyo was not designed for babies. It was barely designed for Gojo, honestly. He'd bought the penthouse on a whim 5 years ago and had never really gotten around to furnishing it properly. There was a couch. A TV he rarely watched. A kitchen he never used because convenience stores existed. And a truly impressive collection of takeout containers that he really should throw away at some point. Okay, he said, standing in the middle of his living room with Harry Potter in his arms. Okay. This is fine. I can figure this out. Harry gurgled happily, reaching up to grab at Gojo's blindfold. Hey, no, that stays on. Trust me, you don't want to see what's under there yet. He gently redirected Harry's grabby hands. First things first. You need stuff. Baby stuff. What do babies need? He thought about it. Food. Diapers. Those little jars of mushy stuff, right? And a crib. Definitely a crib. He looked at his couch. Probably shouldn't let you sleep on that. You'd roll off. Harry seemed completely unconcerned about the lack of proper baby infrastructure. He was too busy staring at everything with those big green eyes, taking in his new surroundings with an alertness that seemed unusual for a toddler. "You're pretty calm for a kid who just got kidnapped," Gojo observed. "That's either a good sign or a really bad one." His phone buzzed. He checked it one-handed. 14 missed calls from Yaga. 23 texts, increasingly furious in tone. Apparently he'd been expected back at Jujutsu High 6 hours ago for some kind of meeting. "Yeah, that's gonna be a fun conversation," Gojo muttered. He typed out a quick response: "Emergency came up, back tomorrow, don't worry about it," and turned his phone off before Yaga could call again. First priority, keep baby alive. Second priority, explain to his colleagues why he now had a baby. Third priority, figure out what the hell to do about the magical society that was definitely going to come looking for their missing savior. But that's future Gojo's problem, he decided. Present Gojo needs to go shopping. 3 hours later, Gojo returned to his apartment with approximately 80,000 yen worth of baby supplies and absolutely no idea how to use most of them. "Why are there so many types of diapers?" he demanded, glaring at the 7 different packages he'd bought because the store employee had been unhelpful and he'd panicked. "Just give me one type. The one that works." Harry, safely strapped into an expensive car seat that Gojo had also bought despite not owning a car, watched the proceedings with apparent amusement. "You think this is funny? Wait until you're old enough to change your own diapers. Then we'll see who's laughing." He managed to assemble the crib, only partially wrong, and he fixed it with a little creative application of cursed energy. He figured out the bottles, after burning 2 of them by heating them with raw power instead of using the microwave like a normal person. He even changed a diaper, badly, but Harry survived, so it counted as a success. By the time the sun set, Gojo was exhausted in a way that fighting curses had never made him. "How do people do this?" he groaned, sprawled on the couch while Harry played with a stuffed animal in his new crib. "How do regular humans raise children without infinity? They must be so tired." Harry threw the stuffed animal at Gojo's head that it bounced off his barrier and landed on the floor. "Nice try," Gojo said. "But you're gonna need a lot more than that too." Harry threw another stuffed animal. And another. And then the entire contents of his crib, one item at a time, each one ricocheting off infinity while the baby laughed like this was the best game in the world. Gojo sat up slowly. "Okay," he said. "How many stuffed animals did I buy you?" He'd bought 3. Harry had thrown at least 12. "Did you just conjure those?" Gojo's 6 eyes focused on the baby, really looked at him for the first time since leaving England. "Oh. Oh, that's fascinating." Harry's magical energy was responding to his emotions. When he wanted more toys to throw, more toys appeared. Not from nowhere, Gojo could see the energy conversion happening, matter being shaped from ambient magical particles in the air. It was inefficient and unconscious and probably draining for a toddler, but it was real. This kid wasn't just magical. He was a natural reality warper. "I was going to wait until you were older to start training," Gojo said slowly. "But if you're already doing this at 15 months, he grinned. "Oh, we are going to have so much fun." 3 weeks later, Masamichi Yaga arrived at Gojo's apartment unannounced and uninvited. "Satoru," he said flatly, staring at the baby currently sitting in a high chair and eating something that might have once been rice porridge. "What is that?" "That's Harry," Gojo said cheerfully from the kitchen, where he was attempting to cook actual food for the first time in his life. "Harry, say hi to Yaga-sensei." Harry waved a spoon covered in porridge. Some of it splattered on Yaga's coat. "Why," Yaga said, with the patience of a man who had dealt with Satoru Gojo for far too long, "do you have a baby?" "Found him." "You found him?" "On a doorstep. In England. Someone left him there in the cold, can you believe it?" Gojo emerged from the kitchen holding a pan that was definitely on fire. "I couldn't just leave him." Yaga pinched the bridge of his nose. "Satoru. You cannot just take children from other countries." "I didn't take him. I rescued him. There's a difference. There is legally not a difference. Well, there should be. Gojo set the flaming pan in the sink and turned on the water. Look, his family was going to abuse him. I could tell. And he's got this crazy energy signature, not cursed energy, something else, something I've never seen before. He's special. Yaga walked over to the high chair and looked down at Harry. Harry looked back up at him. For a long moment, they just stared at each other. Then Harry reached up and grabbed Yaga's finger, holding on with surprising strength. He likes you, Gojo said. That's good. He bit the delivery guy yesterday. He has teeth. Just 2. But he's very committed. Yaga sighed heavily. He tried to extract his finger from Harry's grip and failed. Satoru. You are the strongest jujitsu sorcerer in the world. You have responsibilities. Duties. You cannot just adopt a random child and, I can, actually. I checked. Japan has very lenient custody laws if you have enough money, and I have a lot of money. Gojo leaned against the counter, arms crossed. He's staying, Yaga. That's not up for debate. And what about his family? His country? Someone is going to come looking for him. Let them. Gojo's voice dropped, losing its playful edge. Anyone who thinks they can take him from me is welcome to try. But they won't like what happens. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Yaga studied his former student's face. In all the years he'd known Gojo, he'd never seen him protective of anything. The boy had grown up isolated by his own power, unable to connect with anyone who wasn't strong enough to be worth his attention. He'd become arrogant, reckless, treating the world like his personal entertainment, but the way he looked at this baby, you actually care, Yaga said quietly. Don't you? Gojo's expression flickered. Something vulnerable showed through the mask for just a moment before he covered it with his usual grin. He's fun. That's all. Yaga finally managed to free his finger from Harry's grip. Jujutsu High will need to be informed. If the child has any potential for sorcery, he'll need to be registered. I'll handle it. You'll handle it properly. With paperwork. Ugh. Fine. Yaga headed for the door, then paused. Satoru. Whatever this child is, whatever power he has, be careful. Some things shouldn't be awakened too early. Noted. Gojo waved dismissively. Now go away. It's almost Harry's bedtime and I haven't figured out how lullabies work yet. You could try singing. Have you heard me sing? The neighbors already filed 2 noise complaints. Yaga left, shaking his head. Behind him, Gojo turned back to Harry, who had somehow gotten porridge in his hair, on the ceiling, and inside the stuffed elephant that was supposed to be on the other side of the room. Accidental magic, Gojo said approvingly. That's going on the development chart. Now let's get you cleaned up before you redecorate the whole apartment. The magical world did come looking. It took them longer than Gojo expected. 6 weeks before the first scout appeared, a nervous-looking man in a brown robe who tried to apparate directly into Gojo's apartment and bounced off the barrier ward so hard he ended up in the harbor. After that, they got more careful. Gojo tracked 3 different surveillance attempts over the next month. Owls that tried to deliver letters and got redirected to a pet shop in Shibuya. A woman who spent 2 days watching his building before giving up. Something invisible that might have been under a cloak, hovering near his windows until Gojo got bored and threw a cursed speech talisman at it. They were testing him. Probing his defenses. Trying to figure out what they were dealing with. He let them. Your people are very persistent, he told Harry during one of their afternoon walks. Harry was in a stroller now, bundled up against the January cold, watching the Tokyo crowds with fascination. They've sent at least 4 different teams to spy on us. It's kind of cute. Harry babbled something incomprehensible. You're right, I should probably talk to them eventually. Set some ground rules. Gojo pulled out his phone and snapped a selfie, him grinning. Harry making a face that might have been a smile or might have been gas. But it's more fun making them sweat. Oh, look, there's a crepe stand. You want a crepe? You're probably too young for crepes, but I want one and you can watch me eat it. The magical surveillance intensified after that selfie somehow ended up on a Japanese social media platform, tagged with the location. Gojo thought it was hilarious. The direct confrontation finally happened in March. Harry was 5 months into his new life, growing at a rate that Gojo's 6 eyes confirmed was slightly accelerated, probably a magical thing. He'd started crawling last week, which meant Gojo had to baby-proof the apartment in a way that accounted for a child who could accidentally teleport through closed doors. He'd lost Harry twice already, found him in the refrigerator both times. I'm going to put a tracker on you, Gojo threatened. A cursed one. That vibrates every time you phase through solid matter. Harry crawled directly through the couch cushions and emerged on the other side, giggling. I'm serious. This is, okay, that was actually impressive. Do it again so I can analyze it. Someone knocked on the door. Gojo's good humor evaporated instantly. His 6 eyes had already identified the visitor, an old man with an impressive beard and an even more impressive energy signature, accompanied by something that felt like concentrated luck. Dumbledore, had to be. Stay here, Gojo said quietly. He placed Harry in his reinforced playpen, the third one. Harry had dissolved the first 2 through sheer magical enthusiasm, and walked to the door. He opened it. The man on the other side looked exactly like what Gojo imagined a wizard should look like, long white beard, elaborate robes, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His eyes were sharp, though. Calculating. This was someone who had played games of power and manipulation for a very long time. Good evening, Dumbledore said pleasantly. You must be Mr. Gojo. I am, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Gojo leaned against the doorframe, deliberately casual. I read your letter. You know, the one you left with the baby you abandoned on a cold doorstep in November. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. I assure you, Mr. Gojo, Harry was left with his family for very important reasons. His aunt hates magic. I could see it in her from 50 meters away. She would have made his life miserable. The blood wards mean nothing if the kid grows up traumatized. Gojo's voice was still light, but there was steel underneath it. I've seen what happens when people are raised by those who despise them. It breaks them. Or it turns them into something dangerous. He smiled. I figured you prefer Harry grow up sane. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his grandfatherly facade had dropped slightly, revealing the sharp political operative beneath. Mr. Gojo. Harry Potter is the most important child in magical Britain. His survival represents hope to millions of people. He belongs with his own kind. He belongs with someone who gives a damn about him. Gojo straightened. That's me now. Deal with it. I cannot simply, you can, actually. Because here's what's going to happen. Gojo stepped forward, and even though he didn't activate any of his powers, Dumbledore took an instinctive step back. Harry stays with me. He'll learn about his magical heritage, I'll make sure of that. When he's 11, he can choose whether he wants to attend your school. But he will choose. Not be forced. Not be manipulated. Not be placed in situations that benefit your political agenda. Clear. You cannot protect him from what's coming, Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort will return. It's inevitable. And when he does, then I'll kill him. Gojo shrugged. Wouldn't be the first Dark Lord type I've put down. Won't be the last. You don't understand. The prophecy, I don't care about your prophecy. Gojo's voice went cold. I care about the kid sleeping 20 feet behind me. He's going to grow up happy. Strong. Confident. And if anyone, tries to use him as a weapon in their little war, He lifted his blindfold just enough to reveal one glowing blue eye. They'll answer to me. Dumbledore stared at that eye. At the power radiating from it. At the infinity that hummed between them, subtle but absolute. He had lived for over 100 years. He had defeated Grindelwald. He had held the Elder Wand. He had made and broken kingdoms, but looking at Satoru Gojo, Albus Dumbledore felt something he hadn't experienced in a very long time, doubt. I see, he said finally. Then it appears we have reached an impasse. Doesn't have to be. Gojo lowered his blindfold. I'm not your enemy, old man. I just want Harry to have a childhood. Let him have that, and we can work together when he's ready. Try to take him from me. He smiled, and it wasn't friendly. Well. Let's just say I'm very good at holding grudges. Dumbledore considered his options. He could try to take Harry by force, but everything he sensed from this young man suggested that would end badly. He could involve the Ministry, but involving non-magical authorities would expose their world. He could wait, plan, manipulate from the shadows, but somehow he suspected Gojo would see through any scheme he devised. Or he could adapt. Very well, Dumbledore said. I will not contest your custody of Harry. But I ask one thing in return. What? Keep me informed. Not of his daily life, that is your affair. But if he shows signs of unusual abilities. If strange things happen around him. I need to know. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Voldemort did something to Harry that night. Something even I don't fully understand. If it manifests in unexpected ways, I'll deal with it. I hope so. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. You care for him. That much is clear. But caring is not enough to protect someone from the darkness that hunts him. I pray you understand that before it's too late. He vanished with a soft pop. Gojo stood in the doorway for a long moment, staring at the empty hallway, then he closed the door, walked back to the playpen, and picked up Harry. That guy's going to be a problem, he said conversationally. But not tonight. Tonight, we're having takeout and watching bad TV. He bounced Harry gently. How's that sound? Harry grabbed his blindfold and yanked. Still no. But good effort. The first year passed faster than Gojo expected. Harry's magical abilities stabilized around his first birthday. He could still do unconscious things like summon objects or change their colors, but the wild reality warping had calmed down. Gojo suspected his magic was maturing, settling into patterns that would eventually become controllable. More importantly, Harry was happy that he laughed constantly. He reached for Gojo whenever he walked into a room. He babbled in something that was almost words, mixing English and Japanese with cheerful abandon. He liked being carried, hated having his face wiped, and had developed a passionate hatred for peas that manifested in them spontaneously catching fire whenever they appeared on his plate. No peas, Gojo agreed. Fair enough. I don't like them either. Harry said something that sounded like dada, but might have been data or possibly dentist. Close enough, Gojo said, and his heart did something embarrassing in his chest. The summer after Harry turned 2, Gojo introduced him to Jujutsu High, not to train, far too young for that. But Gojo couldn't him forever, and Yaga had been pestering him about proper registration for months. Better to just get it over with. Everyone, Gojo announced, carrying Harry into the faculty meeting room, meet Harry. Harry, meet everyone. Be nice to them, they're not as strong as us but they try their best. Yaga put his head in his hands. Shoko Yeri looked up from her medical journal. Oh. He's cute. I know, right? His energy signature is bizarre. Shoko stood, walking over to examine Harry more closely. It's not cursed energy. But it's compatible. Like it's running on the same wavelength. She pulled out a small device. Can I scan him? Gently. The scan took about 30 seconds. Shoko studied the results with growing fascination. This is impossible. He's generating positive energy. Not just neutral, actively positive. That shouldn't exist outside of reverse curse technique. It's magic, Gojo said. Western magic. Different system, same source. Ha. Shoko made some notes. I want to study him. Not a test subject. I meant observe him. Over time. His development could revolutionize our understanding of. Harry threw up on her journal. Okay, Shoko said, staring at the mess. That's fair. The other faculty members had various reactions to Harry's existence. Yaga remained resigned but supportive. He started bringing Harry stuffed animals, cursed corpses that he'd animated with gentle, protective instincts. Harry loved them. He named them all variations of bear, bear, bear bear, big bear, little bear, bear number 7, and carried at least 2 with him everywhere. The cursed speech teacher, whose name Gojo kept forgetting, seemed genuinely delighted by Harry. She spent hours teaching him sign language, arguing that it would help him communicate before his verbal skills caught up. Harry took to it immediately. He's a natural, she reported. Faster than any student I've worked with. He's my kid, Gojo said smugly. Of course he's a natural. You didn't teach him this. I provided the supportive environment. You provide the chaos. Supportive chaos. Harry turned 3. Then 4. Then 5. His magical abilities grew more controlled, more deliberate. He could summon objects on purpose now, make small things float, change the color of his toys when he got bored of them. His accidental magic only manifested when he was very upset or very excited. His cursed energy remained dormant. Gojo checked regularly, but his magical core was developing beautifully. Strong, stable, flexible. Whatever trauma he might have carried from his first year of life had been replaced by something healthier. He called Gojo Papa in public and Satoru at home, because Gojo had explained that secret names were more special. He had friends at the daycare Gojo enrolled him in, normal kids, non-magical, who accepted Harry's occasional weirdness without question because kids were good at that. That he was happy, that was all that mattered. Everything changed again when Harry was 6. Gojo had taken him to Jujutsu High for a routine checkup with Shoko, quarterly scans to monitor his development, nothing serious. Harry was playing with one of his bears in the waiting area while the adults talked. His magical core is still expanding, Shoko reported, showing Gojo the latest scans. At this rate, he'll be one of the most powerful wizards of his generation. Maybe ever. Good. There's something else. Shoko pulled up a different screen. Look at this. It was a scan of Harry's scar. I've been tracking this since you brought him in, she said. At first I thought it was just residual damage, whatever attacked him left a mark, no big deal. But it's not healing. It's not scarring over. It's feeding. Gojo leaned forward. Feeding on what? Him. A tiny amount, barely detectable, but consistently. Something in that scar is drawing on Harry's magical energy to sustain itself. Can you remove it? I don't even know what it is. Shoko's expression was troubled. My best guess. There's something living in there. Some kind of parasitic entity attached to his soul. The word hung in the air between them. Gojo thought about Dumbledore's warning. About the prophecy he hadn't explained. About Voldemort and the night Harry's parents died. Keep monitoring it, he said quietly. And if anything changes, anything, tell me immediately. Understood. Gojo walked back to the waiting area. Harry looked up from his bears, smiling that bright, uncomplicated smile. Papa. Look, Bear and Big Bear are having a tea party. That's great, buddy. Gojo crouched down, studying Harry's face. The scar. The bright green eyes. Hey, Harry. How do you feel? Good. No weird dreams. No headaches. Nope. Harry tilted his head. Why? Just checking. Gojo ruffled his hair. Come on. Let's go get ice cream. Yay. They left the building together, Harry chattering happily about his stuffed animals, Gojo's mind racing with dark possibilities. Whatever was in that scar, it was going to be dealt with, but not until he knew exactly what he was dealing with. 2 weeks later, Gojo received an unusual mission. The Zenin clan has a problem, Yaga said, sliding a folder across his desk. There's a boy in the family. Strong potential, but they consider his technique worthless. They want to. He paused. Get rid of him. Kill him. Sell him. To his father, who is also considered worthless. Yaga's expression was disgusted. The boy is only 6 years old. Gojo opened the folder. Inside was a photograph of a dark-haired child with serious eyes. Megumi Fushiguro. His technique is shadow manipulation, Yaga continued. 10 shadows. One of the most powerful inherited techniques in Jiu-Jitsu history. But he can't manifest it yet, so the Zenin elders dismissed him. They're idiots. Agreed. But they're also dangerous. If you were to intervene, Gojo looked at the photograph. He thought about Harry, growing up alone without anyone to play with who understood. I'll handle it, he said. The Zenin clan compound was exactly as pretentious as Gojo expected, all traditional architecture and ancient wards and people walking around like they were better than everyone else. He strolled through the front gate without invitation. You can't be here, a guard shouted, drawing a weapon. This is private, Infinity, Gojo said, and the weapon shattered against his barrier. Also, I'm here to see Naobito. Tell him Satoru Gojo wants to make a deal. 3 hours of tense negotiation later, Gojo walked out of the compound with custody papers for Megumi Fushiguro. The boy himself was waiting by the gate, a small bag containing everything he owned clutched in both hands. He looked up at Gojo with an expression that was half hope, half suspicion. They said you're taking me away, Megumi said. Why? Because they don't deserve you. Gojo crouched down to his level. And because I have a kid about your age who could use a friend. That sound okay? Megumi considered this. You're the strongest sorcerer. Yep. But you're weird. Also yep. Gojo grinned. That going to be a problem? Megumi thought about it for a long moment. Then, very slightly, the corner of his mouth twitched. No, he decided. I guess not. Harry met Megumi for the first time that evening. He stared at the other boy for about 3 seconds. Then he marched up to him, grabbed his hand, and said, You're my brother now. Want to see my bears? Megumi looked at Gojo, bewildered. What's happening? Harry happens, Gojo said. You get used to it. Harry dragged Megumi into his room, already babbling about which bears were which and how Big Bear was in charge, but Bear was the bravest. Megumi followed, looking overwhelmed but not unhappy. Gojo watched them go. 2 kids. Both orphans. Both powerful. Both his now. What am I doing? He muttered to himself, but he was smiling. The boys adjusted to each other faster than Gojo expected. Harry was relentlessly friendly, constantly inviting Megumi to play, share toys, join adventures. Megumi was quiet and reserved, but he didn't push Harry away. After a few weeks, Gojo caught them sleeping in the same room. Megumi's futon dragged next to Harry's bed so they could whisper to each other in the dark. He had nightmares, Harry explained the next morning. So I told him bears would protect him. Did it work? Yep. Megumi wouldn't meet Gojo's eyes, but his ears were red. Gojo pretended not to notice. Training started when they turned 7. Not serious training, nothing dangerous, nothing that would hurt them. Just basics. How to move. How to fall. How to sense energy in themselves and others. Harry took to it like breathing. His magical core allowed him to perceive things that pure jiu-jitsu sorcerers couldn't, and his body, strengthened by years of magical development, was faster and more resilient than any normal child's. Megumi was slower to progress, but more technical. He analyzed everything, broke movements down into components, practiced until he got them perfect. His shadows hadn't manifested yet, but Gojo could feel them lurking just beneath the surface, waiting. "You're both going to be terrifying," Gojo told them after a particularly productive session. "I'm so proud. Can we get ice cream?" Harry asked. "You always want ice cream. Because ice cream is good." Hard to argue with that logic. The summer Harry turned 8, something happened. They were on a training trip, camping in the mountains outside Tokyo, practicing in a clearing far from any civilians. Gojo was demonstrating a basic combat principle while the boys watched, then Harry's scar exploded with pain that he screamed, clutching his forehead, falling to his knees as agony tore through his skull. Gojo was at his side instantly, hands hovering but not touching, 6 eyes scanning for threats. There was nothing external, the threat was inside Harry. His scar was glowing. Not red, green. A sickly, poisonous green that Gojo's eyes identified as concentrated malice given form. And behind it, buried deep in the wound, something moved. "Papa," Harry gasped. "Papa, it hurts, I know. I know, buddy. I'm here." Gojo's mind raced. Whatever was in that scar was active now, responding to, what? Their location? The cursed energy in the area? "Megumi, get back." Megumi retreated, but his eyes never left Harry. The green glow intensified. Words whispered at the edge of hearing, not Japanese, not English, something older and darker. Gojo made a decision that he activated his full power. 6 eyes and infinity working together, analyzing the parasite at a level even Shoko's equipment couldn't match. He saw it clearly now, a fragment of something attached to Harry's soul. A piece of a larger whole, broken off and embedded without Harry's knowledge or consent. A Horcrux, the word came from somewhere outside his normal knowledge, a whisper from the magical energy itself, perhaps. This was a Horcrux. A piece of someone else's soul, using Harry as an anchor, using Harry to survive. "No," Gojo said, and his voice was colder than the boys had ever heard it. "Absolutely not." He reached out with his cursed energy, not to attack, but to contain. The fragment thrashed against his grip, radiating hatred and fear. It had been comfortable in its host. It didn't want to leave. Too bad. "Harry." Gojo's voice was calm, steady. "I need you to push. Whatever's hurting you, I need you to push it away. Can you do that?" I don't, you can. You're the strongest kid I know. Push." Harry screamed again. But this time there was power behind it, his magic surging up in response to his desperation, flooding his body with golden light that clashed against the sickly green. Gojo grabbed the fragment with his cursed energy, Harry pushed with his magic, and the Horcrux tore that it ripped free from Harry's scar with a sound like reality cracking, a writhing mass of darkness that immediately tried to escape into the forest. Gojo didn't let it. He held it in place with infinity, squeezed it with pressure that would have crushed a normal curse instantly. The fragment screamed. "Who are you?" Gojo demanded. "What are you?" The fragment didn't answer in words. But images flooded through Gojo's mind, a handsome young man with cold eyes. A school. A diary. A ring. A locket. A cup. A snake. A boy with a lightning scar. 7 pieces. 7 fragments of one soul, scattered across the world, and the man they came from wasn't dead. He was waiting. "I see," Gojo said. Then he compressed his infinity into a single point and crushed the fragment out of existence. The scream that followed echoed across dimensions. Harry woke up 3 hours later. He was back in their tent, wrapped in blankets, Megumi sitting vigil beside him. His forehead ached dully, but the constant, low-level pain he'd grown so used to that he'd stopped noticing it was gone. "Papa," he croaked. Gojo appeared instantly. His blindfold was off, and his eyes were tired in a way Harry had never seen before. "Hey, buddy. How do you feel?" "Weird." Harry touched his scar. It felt different. Lighter. What happened? Gojo was quiet for a long moment. Something bad was hiding in you, he finally said. Something put there the night your parents died. I got rid of it. Was it Voldemort? Part of him? Yeah. Harry absorbed this. Is he coming back? The teachers at school say he's gone, but you always said, he's going to try. Gojo's expression hardened. But he's weaker now. That thing I destroyed. It was keeping him anchored. Without it, he's missing a piece of himself he can never get back. Good, Harry said. Then, quieter, I'm scared. Gojo pulled him into a hug. I know. That's okay. Being scared means you understand what's at stake. He held Harry tight. But you're not alone. You've got me. You've got Megumi. And when that snake-faced bastard finally shows his face again, we're going to be ready. Megumi moved closer, putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. We're going to destroy him, Megumi said quietly. It was the most he'd spoken in days. Together. Harry looked at his brother. At his father. At the two people who had chosen him when everyone else had abandoned him. Okay, he said. Together. The next 3 years were the best of Harry's life. He trained harder than ever, pushing his magic and his body to their limits. Gojo taught him combat, strategy, how to read opponents and exploit weaknesses. Megumi challenged him constantly, their sparring sessions growing more intense as both boys developed their abilities. Harry's magic matured into something extraordinary, a hybrid style that combined Western wizardry with jujitsu principles. He could apparate like a wizard but with the precision of Gojo's space manipulation. He could cast spells without a wand, channeling pure intent through his hands. He could sense cursed energy and magical signatures, giving him awareness that no one from either world could match. Megumi's 10 shadows finally awakened when he was 10, manifesting 2 Shikigami, divine dogs that followed his commands with vicious loyalty. He trained with them constantly, learning their capabilities, preparing for the day he could summon more, and through it all, Harry's scar remained quiet. Empty. Just an old wound now, nothing more. You're ready, Gojo said on Harry's 11th birthday. Whatever comes next, you're ready. Harry grinned. I learned from the best. Obviously. But I meant. Gojo paused, unusually serious. There's going to be a letter coming soon. From Hogwarts. The wizard school. Yeah. Dumbledore and I had a deal, when you turned 11, you'd get to choose. Go to Hogwarts and learn their way. Stay here and keep training with me. Or both, somehow. He studied Harry's face. It's your call, buddy. Whatever you want. Harry thought about it. He'd heard stories about the magical world over the years. Gojo had never hidden his heritage from him, the boy who lived, the prophecy, Voldemort and the Death Eaters who still lurked in the shadows. Harry knew there were people in Britain who worshipped him without knowing him, and others who wanted him dead, but there was also magic. Real magic, the kind his parents had practiced. A whole world of people like him, with history and culture and knowledge that Gojo, for all his power, couldn't teach. And if Voldemort really was coming back, I want to go, Harry said. Not to be their savior or whatever. But to learn. To understand where I come from. He looked at Gojo steadily. And to find the rest of those pieces you saw. So we can destroy them before he comes back. Gojo's smile was proud and a little sad. I was hoping you'd say that. But I'm coming back for summers. And Megumi's going to write me every week. Every week. Megumi grumbled. That's a lot of writing. Every week. Fine. Gojo laughed and pulled both boys into a hug. All right then, he said. Let's go shake up the magical world. The Hogwarts letter arrived 3 days later, delivered by an owl that seemed very confused to find itself in a Tokyo apartment surrounded by animated stuffed animals. Harry read it carefully, then handed it to Gojo. We need to go to England, he said. There's some kind of shopping district where we get supplies. Diagon Alley. I know it. Visited once, back when I first took you. Gojo's grin turned mischievous. Want to make an entrance? Harry matched his expression. Always. They left for London that afternoon. Megumi stayed behind. He had his own training to continue, and besides, someone needed to watch the apartment. Don't do anything too stupid, he said at the door. No promises, Harry replied. I was talking to him. Megumi pointed at Gojo. Hey. Diagon Alley was exactly as strange as Harry expected, cobblestone streets. Shops selling cauldrons and wands and broomsticks. Witches and wizards in flowing robes, conducting business like this was all perfectly normal, and everyone, stared at Harry as he passed. Is that, it can't be, the scar? Did you see the scar? Harry Potter. Harry Potter is here. So much for a quiet trip, Gojo muttered. He'd foregone his usual blindfold for sunglasses, trying to look like a normal, if extremely fashionable, muggle. It wasn't really working. It's fine. Harry walked with his head high, meeting curious gazes steadily. He'd been prepared for this. Let them stare. They got his supplies efficiently despite the attention, robes, books, potions, ingredients, a trunk that expanded on the inside. Gojo was very interested in that. The only real delay was at Ollivander's, where the ancient wandmaker spent 20 minutes finding Harry a wand that didn't explode on contact with his hybrid magic. Curious, Ollivander murmured, handing over a holly wand with a phoenix feather core. Very curious. What's curious? The phoenix whose feather lives in your wand gave one other feather. Just one. And that feather resides in the wand that gave you your scar. Harry's hand tightened on the wand. Voldemort's wand. We do not speak that name here. I do. Harry met Ollivander's eyes. And someday, I'm going to make sure no one ever has to fear it again. He left the shop without looking back. The last stop was Gringotts, the Goblin Bank. Harry had a vault, apparently. Full of gold his parents had left him. Enough money to buy a small country, according to the goblin who showed them down. Your family was old, Gojo observed, looking at the piles of galleons. Old and rich. I don't need all this. Then give it away. Fund scholarships. Build orphanages. Whatever you want. Gojo shrugged. Money's just a tool. The question is what you use it for. Harry nodded slowly. I'll think about it. They returned to the surface, Harry's pockets full of enough gold to cover his school expenses for 7 years, and waiting at the entrance to Diagon Alley was Albus Dumbledore. Harry, the old wizard said warmly. It is wonderful to see you at last. Harry looked at him steadily. The last time they'd met, Harry had been a baby. He had no memory of it. But he knew the stories, how Dumbledore had left him on that doorstep, how he'd planned to use Harry as a weapon, how he tried to take him from Gojo and failed. Headmaster, Harry said. His voice was polite. Nothing more. Dumbledore's smile flickered, just slightly. I trust your guardian has prepared you for your return to our world. He's prepared me for everything. Harry glanced at Gojo, who was examining a nearby shop window with suspicious casualness. I'm going to your school because I want to learn. Not because I owe you anything. I would never suggest. Good. Harry stepped past him. Then we understand each other. He didn't look back. Gojo followed a moment later, pausing just long enough to whisper something to Dumbledore that made the old wizard go very, very pale. What did you say to him? Harry asked as they walked away. Oh, nothing important. Gojo's grin was sharp. Just reminded him what happens to people who try to manipulate my kids. Harry smiled. The magical world wanted their boy who lived, fine, but they were getting him on his terms. The Hogwarts Express left from platform 9 3/4 on September 1st. Harry stood on the platform, trunk at his feet, watching students and parents swirl around him in chaotic farewell. A few people recognized him, more than a few, actually, but he ignored the pointing and whispering. Gojo stood beside him, hands in his pockets. Last chance to back out. Not happening. Didn't think so. Gojo ruffled his hair. Remember what I taught you. Always be aware of my surroundings. Never underestimate an opponent. And if someone tries to manipulate me, hit them so hard they forget the concept of manipulation existed. Gojo grinned. That's my boy. The train whistle blew. Harry grabbed his trunk and headed for the doors. Harry. He turned back. Gojo's expression was unusually soft. I'm proud of you. Whatever happens over there, remember that. I'm proud of who you are. Harry swallowed against the sudden tightness in his throat. Thanks, Papa. I'll make you prouder. He boarded the train, the doors closed. And as the Hogwarts Express pulled away from the station, Harry Potter, raised by the strongest jujitsu sorcerer in history, trained in both magic and combat, carrying the weight of a prophecy he intended to rewrite, watched his old life disappear behind him and his new life begin. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train. Set down his trunk. Settled into a seat by the window, and smiled. Hogwarts had no idea what was coming. Chapter 2. Growing up. Infinite Harry was 4 years old when he first realized he wasn't like other kids, not the magic thing. He'd known about that forever. Papa explained it early, showed him how the golden light in his chest was different from the blue energy that hummed around jujitsu sorcerers. You're special, Gojo had said, and Harry believed him because Papa never lied about important stuff. No, the realization came during a playdate at the park near their apartment. A boy named Kenji had been building a sandcastle. Harry wanted to help. Kenji said no. Harry asked again. Kenji pushed him, and Harry, without thinking, without even meaning to, stopped the push, not dodged it. Not blocked it. Stopped it. Kenji's hands hit something invisible about 3 centimeters from Harry's chest and just stuck there. Like he tried to shove a wall. What the? Kenji yanked his hands back, staring at Harry with wide eyes. What are you? Harry didn't know what to say. He hadn't done anything. Not on purpose. The barrier had just appeared. He ran home crying. Gojo found him curled up in his closet 20 minutes later, hugging Bear so tight the stuffing was in danger of permanent compression. Hey. Gojo sat down cross-legged in the closet doorway, not trying to pull Harry out. Want to tell me what happened? I'm a freak, Harry whispered. Who said that? Kenji. At the park. He tried to push me and something stopped him and he called me a freak and ran away, and now nobody's ever going to want to play with me ever. Gojo was quiet for a moment. Then he said, come here. Harry crawled into his lap, still clutching Bear. You know what I can do, right? Gojo asked. My infinity? Harry nodded. He'd seen Papa use it before, making things stop in midair, creating barriers nothing could pass through. Well, guess what? Gojo tapped Harry's chest gently. I think you just did something similar. Your magic created a shield to protect you. But I didn't mean to. So? I didn't mean to do a lot of things when I was your age. Powers are like that. They show up when you need them, and then you learn to control them. He tilted Harry's chin up so their eyes met. You're not a freak, Harry. You're extraordinary. There's a difference. What's extraordinary mean? It means better than ordinary. Special. Rare. Gojo smiled. It means the world is lucky to have you in it. Harry thought about this. But Kenji doesn't think so. Kenji is 4. 4-year-olds are idiots. Gojo paused. Don't tell anyone I said that. Harry giggled despite himself. Here's the thing about being extraordinary, Gojo continued. Some people are going to be scared of you. Some people are going to hate you. Some people are going to want to use you for your power. But some people, the right people, are going to see how amazing you are and stick around anyway. Those are the ones who matter. Everyone else. He shrugged. Forget them. How do I know which ones are the right people? Time. Experience. Trial and error. Gojo hugged him tighter. And until you figure it out, you've got me. That enough for now? Harry buried his face in Gojo's shirt. Yeah. That's enough. He trained harder after that, not combat training. Papa said he was too young for that, and besides, his body needed to develop first. But control training. Matan. Learning to sense the magic inside him and understand what it could do. Your magic is reactive, Gojo explained during one of their sessions. It responds to your emotions. When you're scared, it protects you. When you're angry, it lashes out. When you're happy. He gestured at the floating toys scattered around Harry's room, bobbing gently in midair. It plays. How do I make it do what I want? Practice. Lots and lots of practice. Gojo picked up a marble from the floor. Let's start simple. I'm going to throw this at you. I want you to catch it with your magic before it hits you. Not react on instinct, deliberately choose to stop it. Harry nodded, planting his feet and focusing on the golden warmth in his chest. Gojo threw the marble that it bounced off Harry's nose. Ow. Too slow. Again. 3 hours and approximately 400 marbles later, Harry finally managed to catch one. It hung in the air about a centimeter from his face, suspended by a shimmering golden field that he could actually see this time. I did it. Harry shouted, losing concentration immediately. The marble fell and rolled under his bed. Wait, no, I did it. Did you see? I saw. Gojo grinned. Not bad for a first try. Tomorrow we'll work on holding it longer. Can we do more now? Nope. You're exhausted, you just don't realize it yet. Gojo scooped him up before Harry could protest. Bath time, then dinner, then bed. Training only works if you recover properly. But I'm not tired. You will be in about 10 minutes. Harry was asleep before the bathwater finished draining. The pattern continued for months. Training, rest, training, rest. Harry's control improved steadily. He could catch objects thrown at him, float things on purpose, even create small shields that lasted a few seconds, but his magic was still fundamentally magical. Western wizardry. Completely different from the cursed energy that jujitsu sorcerers used. It's like comparing apples and oranges, Shoko explained during one of Harry's checkups. She'd become a regular presence in his life, fascinated by his development. Both are fruit, both have seeds, but the internal structure is completely different. Cursed energy comes from negative emotions, fear, anger, hatred. Your magic seems to come from. She trailed off, checking her instruments. I'm not sure. Intent, maybe. Willpower. So I can't learn jujitsu? Harry asked, trying not to sound disappointed. I didn't say that. Shoko made a note. Your magical energy runs on a compatible frequency. With the right training, you might be able to perceive cursed energy, maybe even interact with it. But generating it yourself? She shook her head. Probably not. Your soul isn't wired for it. Harry thought about this on the walk home. Papa was beside him, holding his hand, navigating the Tokyo crowds with practiced ease. Am I weaker? Harry finally asked. Because I can't use cursed energy? Who told you that? Nobody. Jujitsu sorcerers can do all these cool things. And I can only do magic stuff. Gojo stopped walking. He crouched down so he was at Harry's eye level, right there in the middle of the sidewalk with people streaming around them. Harry. Listen to me carefully. His voice was serious in a way it rarely was. Power isn't about what type of energy you use. It's about how much you have and how smart you are about using it. You've got more raw magical potential than any kid I've ever seen. And you've got me teaching you how to fight, how to think, how to turn every situation to your advantage. He poked Harry's forehead gently. By the time you're grown, you're going to be able to take on anyone. Wizard, sorcerer, whatever. The only limits you have are the ones you accept. You really think so? I know so. Gojo grinned. Now come on. There's a taiyaki stand up ahead and I need sugar or I'm going to pass out. Harry laughed and let himself be pulled along, but he remembered those words. Stored them away in the part of his heart where he kept the most important things. The only limits you have are the ones you accept. Megumi arrived when Harry was 6, and everything got better and worse at the same time, better because Harry finally had someone his own age who understood. Megumi had grown up in the jiu-jitsu world. He knew about curses and sorcerers and the weird, violent reality that existed alongside the normal one. Harry didn't have to anything around him, worse because Megumi was difficult. I don't need friends, Megumi announced on his third day in the apartment. He was sitting in the corner of Harry's room, arms crossed, glaring at nothing in particular. I just need to get stronger so I can protect Tsumiki. Who's Tsumiki? My sister. Something softened in Megumi's expression for just a moment before the walls came back up. She's sick. The doctors say there's nothing they can do. But if I get strong enough, maybe I can find a way to help her. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He'd never had a sister. Never had anyone he needed to protect so badly. So instead of saying anything, he walked over to his shelf, grabbed Bear, and held it out to Megumi. Megumi stared at the stuffed animal like it might bite him. What is that? Bear. He's the bravest of all the bears. Harry pushed the toy into Megumi's hands. You can borrow him. For when you're sad about Tsumiki. I don't need a stupid stuffed, he's not stupid. He fought a curse once. Harry had no idea if this was true, but it felt like it should be. Just take him. You can give him back when you feel better. Megumi looked at Bear. At Harry. At Bear again. Fine, he muttered, and tucked the bear under his arm like he was embarrassed to be holding it that he never gave it back. They started training together that winter. Papa said it would be good for both of them. Harry needed someone to practice against, and Megumi needed to learn basics before his shadow technique awakened. So every morning, before regular school, they ran drills in the apartment building's basement, falling, rolling, basic strikes and blocks. How to move without wasting energy. How to read an opponent's body language. Harry picked things up faster at first. His magic-enhanced body was stronger and quicker than Megumi's, and he had a year of training head start. But Megumi was relentless. He practiced the same moves over and over until they were perfect, never complaining, never asking for breaks. You're kind of scary, Harry told him after one particularly grueling session. They were both lying on the mats, too exhausted to move. In a good way. Scared? Megumi's voice was flat, but there was a hint of curiosity underneath. No. Impressed. Harry turned his head to look at him. You work really hard. I have to. I'm not naturally strong like you. Papa says natural strength doesn't matter. It's how you use it. Easy for him to say. He's the strongest sorcerer alive. Harry laughed. Yeah. He is pretty ridiculous. Megumi almost smiled. Almost. They lay there in comfortable silence until Gojo came down to drag them upstairs for breakfast. The first time Harry saw a real curse, he was 7. They were walking home from the convenience store, him, Megumi, and Papa, when Gojo suddenly stopped. His whole body went tense, and Harry knew instantly that something was wrong. Stay behind me, Gojo said quietly. Both of you. Harry grabbed Megumi's hand. Megumi didn't pull away. The curse materialized out of the shadows between two buildings. It was wrong in a way Harry's brain struggled to process. Too many limbs, too many mouths. shaped like someone had taken all the worst nightmares in the world and smashed them together. "Third grade," Gojo muttered. "What's something like you doing in a residential area?" The curse screamed and lunged. Gojo didn't even move. The creature hit his infinity and stopped dead, suspended in midair about a meter from his face. It thrashed and howled, trying to force through the barrier, but it might as well have been attacking a mountain. "Watch carefully," Gojo said, and Harry realized he was talking to them. "This is what curses look like. This is what you'll be fighting someday." He raised one hand, fingers spread. "And this is how you deal with them." The air between his fingers compressed. The curse had just enough time to look confused before the pressure crushed it, reducing the monster to nothing in an instant. Silence. Harry's heart was pounding. His magic was surging under his skin, reacting to the fear he'd felt, but beneath the fear was something else, excitement. "That was cool," he breathed. Gojo turned to look at him, eyebrows raised above his blindfold. "Most kids would be traumatized right now." "I'm not most kids." Harry grinned, and it was a perfect mirror of Gojo's own smile. "Teach me how to do that." Megumi made a small sound that might have been agreement. Gojo laughed, a real laugh, surprised and delighted. "Yeah, okay. I think you're ready." Real training started the next day, not just control exercises anymore. Combat. Strategy. How to identify curse types, estimate their strength, find their weaknesses. How to fight things that didn't follow normal rules. Harry's magic couldn't replicate jujitsu techniques, but it could do things that cursed energy couldn't. He learned to create solid constructs, shields, barriers, platforms he could stand on. He learned to enhance his body with magical reinforcement, making himself faster and tougher. He learned to project force at a distance, hitting targets without touching them. "You're basically a wizard superhero," Megumi observed during one session, watching Harry float 3 meters off the ground while deflecting tennis balls Gojo threw at him. "Is that jealousy I hear?" "It's observation. There's a difference." But Megumi was definitely jealous. He got over it when his own powers awakened a few months later. The divine dogs came out of nowhere. They were practicing in one of Jujutsu High's training grounds, a reinforced room designed to contain high-grade curses. Gojo had set up a simulation, 3 training dummies enchanted to move and attack, meant to help the boys learn to handle multiple opponents. Harry was doing fine. His barriers kept the dummies at bay while he picked them off one at a time. Megumi was struggling. "Focus." Gojo called from the sideline. "Don't let them flank you." "I'm trying." Megumi dodged a swing, ducked under another, but the third dummy caught him with a solid hit to the ribs. He went down hard. The dummies converged. "Megumi." Harry dropped his barriers and sprinted toward his brother, but he wasn't fast enough. The dummies raised their weapons, and shadows exploded from Megumi's body. 2 shapes tore out of the darkness pooling beneath him, wolf-like creatures made of pure black, red eyes blazing with protective fury. They slammed into the dummies with enough force to shatter them instantly, then stood over Megumi's prone form, growling at anything that moved, including Harry. "Whoa, hey, I'm friendly." Harry skidded to a stop, hands raised. "Megumi, are these yours?" Megumi pushed himself up slowly, staring at the shadow wolves with an expression of complete shock. I don't know. I didn't mean to." The wolves turned to look at him. Their growling stopped. One of them padded closer and pressed its nose against Megumi's hand. "Divine dogs," Gojo said softly. He'd appeared beside them without Harry noticing, which meant he'd moved fast. The first Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique. "Megumi, you did it." "I did it," Megumi repeated. His voice was numb. One of the dogs licked his face. Megumi laughed, a real laugh, the first one Harry had ever heard from him. He wrapped his arms around the shadow wolf and buried his face in its not quite solid fur. Harry sat down next to them, grinning. "So. You've got demon wolves now." "They're not demons. They're Shikigami." Cool demon wolves. They're not. Megumi stopped, saw Harry's expression, and rolled his eyes. You're the worst. You love me. I tolerate you. But he was smiling. After that, they trained together constantly. Harry's magic and Megumi's shadows made for interesting combinations. The divine dogs could track curses by scent, leading Harry to targets he could then destroy. Harry's barriers could protect Megumi while he summoned, giving him time to manifest his Shikigami without interruption. They developed signals, hand gestures, words, that let them coordinate without speaking. They learned each other's rhythms so well that they could fight back-to-back against multiple opponents without getting in each other's way. You two are scary, Shoko observed during one of her visits. She was watching them spar in the training ground, moving with a synchronization that seemed almost telepathic. Like one person with two bodies. We're brothers, Harry said simply. You're not actually related. Doesn't matter. Megumi landed a strike that Harry barely dodged. Less talking. More fighting. See? Shoko shook her head. Scary. The summer they were 9, Harry and Megumi went on their first real mission. It wasn't supposed to be a mission. It was supposed to be a camping trip, just the three of them in the mountains outside Tokyo, training and relaxing and eating too much convenience store food, but then the curse showed up, 2nd grade, maybe 1st. A massive thing that looked like a centipede and a spider had merged into one nightmare creature. It had been feeding on hikers for weeks, growing stronger with each kill. Stay back, Gojo said, already moving to intercept. This one's above your level. But, I said stay back. Gojo engaged the curse, his infinity flaring bright enough to illuminate the entire clearing. Harry watched with his enhanced senses, analyzing every movement, every technique. Papa was incredible. Obviously. He was the strongest. But even the strongest could be surprised. The curse split. One moment there was one monster. The next there were 4, each one darting in a different direction at impossible speed. Gojo caught 3 of them easily, but the fourth was heading straight for Harry and Megumi. Move! Harry shoved Megumi aside and threw up the strongest barrier he could manage. The curse hit it like a freight train. Harry felt his bones creak. His magic strained against the impact, cracks spreading through his golden shield. The curse's many legs scraped against the barrier, each touch leaving trails of corrosive energy that ate away at his defenses. Harry! Megumi was back on his feet, shadows gathering around him. Divine dog totality. The 2 shadow wolves merged into one, becoming something larger and more powerful. The combined creature launched itself at the curse, buying Harry precious seconds to reinforce his barrier, but it wasn't enough. The curse batted the divine dog aside and kept pressing forward, its mandibles dripping with venom as it tried to force through Harry's shield. Papa's busy, Harry realized. He could sense Gojo fighting the other 3 fragments, keeping them contained. If he called for help, one might escape. More hikers would die. So he made a choice. Megumi. Get behind me. What are you? Trust me. Harry dropped his barrier, the curse lunged, and Harry reached deep inside himself, past the golden warmth of his normal magic, past the careful control he'd spent years developing, down to something older and rawer and more. Light exploded from his body, not golden. White. Pure and blinding and impossibly hot. It hit the curse like a tidal wave and just kept going. The curse tried to retreat. Too slow. The light consumed it, burning away layers of cursed flesh until there was nothing left but ash. Harry fell to his knees, gasping. His vision was blurry. His whole body ached. He could taste copper in his mouth. Harry. Megumi was at his side, hands hovering uncertainly. Harry, are you okay? What was that? Don't know. Harry managed. Just happened. Gojo appeared a moment later, the other 3 curse fragments dealt with. His blindfold was pushed up, and his 6 eyes were wide with shock. That was accidental magic, he said slowly. But amplified. Weaponized. He crouched down and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Buddy, I think you just discovered something new." "Great," Harry mumbled. "Can I pass out now?" "Yeah. Yeah, you earned it." Harry was unconscious before he hit the ground that he woke up in Jujutsu High's medical wing, Shoko hovering over him with a concerned expression. "Don't ever do that again," she said before he could speak. "Whatever that was, it nearly burned out your magical core. Another few seconds and you might have killed yourself." "But I didn't." Harry tried to sit up. His whole body protested. "The curse is dead, right? Very dead. Completely obliterated." Shoko pushed him back down. "That's not the point. The point is that you used a technique you don't understand, against an opponent you weren't ready for, without any backup plan." "I had a backup plan. Papa. Your father was occupied. If he hadn't finished when he did, but he did." Harry met her eyes steadily. "Megumi was in danger. I did what I had to do." Shoko stared at him for a long moment. Then she sighed, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "You're too much like him," she muttered. "Both of you." "Thank you." That wasn't a compliment. Gojo came to see him later that evening. He pulled up a chair next to Harry's bed and sat down heavily, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen him. "How are you feeling?" "Like someone ran me over with a truck. Twice." Harry shifted to face him better. "What did I do?" "That light, it wasn't normal magic." "No. It wasn't." Gojo was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "Do you remember what Shoko said about your energy signature? How it runs on positive frequency?" "Yeah. Well, positive energy at high enough concentrations can destroy cursed spirits. That's what reverse curse technique does. It converts negative energy to positive and uses it to heal, or in some cases, to attack." Gojo leaned forward. "But you don't have negative energy to convert. Your entire magical core is already positive. So when you pushed it to the limit, I turned myself into a curse-killing flashlight. Basically." A smile tugged at Gojo's mouth. "A very, very powerful curse-killing flashlight. That thing you destroyed was at least first grade. Maybe special grade if it had finished consolidating. And you vaporized it in seconds." Harry absorbed this. "So that's good, right? I have a secret weapon. It would be good if it didn't almost kill you." Gojo's expression turned serious. "Harry, listen. That power, whatever it is dangerous. Not just to curses. To you. If you can't control it, you could burn yourself out permanently. So I'll learn to control it." "It's not that simple, Papa." Harry reached out and grabbed Gojo's hand. "You told me once that the only limits I have are the ones I accept. Remember?" Gojo was silent. "I'm not accepting this one. That power saved Megumi's life. It might save other lives someday. I need to master it." Harry squeezed his hand. "Help me. Please." For a long moment, Gojo just looked at him. At the determination in those green eyes. At the stubbornness that was so familiar because he saw it in the mirror every day. "You're going to give me gray hair," he finally said. "You already have gray hair. It's white. There's a difference." But he was smiling now. "Fine. We'll work on it. Carefully. And if I say stop, you stop. No arguments. Deal." Gojo ruffled his hair. "Rest now. Training starts when Shoko clears you." The next 2 years were the most intense of Harry's life. That he trained with Gojo every morning before school, not just combat anymore, but specific exercises designed to help him access and control his light-based power. It was hard. The ability didn't respond to normal magic theory. It seemed to be something entirely separate, triggered by extreme emotional states and physical danger. It's like a safety mechanism, Shoko theorized during one of their sessions. Your magic evolved this response to protect you against existential threats. The problem is, it doesn't distinguish between facing a curse and I burned my hand on the stove. That only happened once. You set the kitchen on fire, Harry. The fire was mostly contained. Shoko gave him a look. Slowly, painstakingly, Harry learned to access the light without triggering a full explosion. He could call up small amounts now, enough to illuminate a dark room, or burn away minor curses. The bigger power was still locked behind emotional barriers, but at least he knew it was there. Meanwhile, his normal magic continued to grow. He could cast Western spells wandlessly now. Gojo had gotten him books from the magical world, and Harry devoured them during every free moment. Levitation, summoning, basic transfiguration, shield charms. Nothing advanced yet, but the foundations were solid, and his combat skills were becoming genuinely dangerous. You're faster than most adult sorcerers, Yaga admitted after observing one of his training sessions. Your magical reinforcement gives you an edge that's hard to match. But you're still too aggressive. You rely on your power to overwhelm opponents instead of outthinking them. Yaga crossed his arms. What happens when you face someone stronger? Papa's the only one stronger than me. Now. But you won't be fighting in a controlled environment forever. Someday you'll face an opponent who can match your power. When that happens, strategy matters more than strength. Harry nodded slowly. So I need to be smarter. You need to be adaptable. Power is a tool. The best fighters know how to use all their tools, not just the biggest one. Megumi had his own growth to deal with. His 10 Shadows technique was developing faster than anyone expected. He'd tamed new, an owl-like Shikigami that could generate lightning, and was working on the more complex entities in his arsenal. His divine dogs had grown stronger too, their forms more solid, their attacks more devastating. I'm going to catch up to you, Megumi told Harry during one of their late-night training sessions. Just watch. I'm counting on it. Harry ducked under a shadow tendril. Someone needs to keep me humble. That's impossible. You learned arrogance from Gojo. Hey. I'm not arrogant. I'm appropriately confident. You tripped over a rock yesterday and blamed the rock. The rock was in the wrong place. Megumi's divine dog tackled him from behind. And you're still not paying attention to your surroundings, Megumi observed. Yaga's right. You rely too much on power. Harry spat out dirt. I hate you. No you don't. No, I don't. But I'm going to kick your ass for that. You can try. The year Harry turned 10, everything changed again. That IT started with nightmares that he'd had bad dreams before, what kid hadn't? But these were different. Vivid, real. He saw a dark forest, a figure in a cloak, something writhing in the shadows. He heard whispers in a language he didn't understand. He felt cold, so cold, like all the warmth in the world had been sucked away, and he saw eyes, red eyes, gleaming in the darkness. Eyes that looked at him with hunger that he woke up screaming 3 nights in a row. It's the scar, Shoko said after running every test she could think of. Something's happening to the residual energy there. It's agitated. Agitated how? I don't know. It's like something's trying to wake up. She looked at Gojo, who was standing in the corner with an unreadable expression. Have you felt anything unusual? No. Gojo's voice was flat. But I've been monitoring it more closely. The readings are spiking in ways they haven't before. Harry touched his forehead. The scar had always been there, a constant reminder of where he came from. But he'd stopped thinking about it years ago. It was just part of him now. Is it dangerous? He asked. I don't know. Shoko hesitated. But I think it might be connected to something outside of you. Something far away. Voldemort. The name hung in the air. That was always the concern, Gojo said quietly. Dumbledore warned me. The Horcrux, the piece of soul that was in your scar, it was connected to Voldemort somehow. When I destroyed it, I thought that connection would break. You think it didn't? I think. Gojo stopped. Restarted. I think whatever's happening to you right now is proof that Voldemort is still out there. And something's changing. He's getting stronger, or closer, or both. Harry let this sink in. He'd always known this day would come. The dark wizard who killed his parents wasn't truly dead, he was waiting, recovering, planning his return. And when he came back, Harry would have to face him, but somehow, knowing it was actually happening made it feel different, more real, more urgent. Then we need to move faster, Harry said. I need to be ready. Gojo studied his face for a long moment. Then he nodded. Tomorrow. We're going to push your training harder than ever before. And I'm going to tell you everything I learned from that Horcrux, about Voldemort's soul, his plans, and how to stop him. Everything. Everything. The truth was worse than Harry expected. 7 Horcruxes. 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul, scattered across the world. Each one anchoring him to life, making him effectively immortal until they were all destroyed. Harry had been one of them, an accident, created when the killing curse backfired. Gojo had destroyed that piece 3 years ago. But 6 remained. A diary, Gojo listed, pacing the training room. A ring. A locket. A cup. A snake. And something else, the last image was unclear. But they're out there, and as long as they exist, Voldemort can't truly die. So we find them and destroy them. It's not that simple. These things are hidden. Protected. Voldemort spent years creating them and even longer making sure they'd never be found. Gojo ran a hand through his hair. I've been looking into it since I took you. Hired investigators, magical and mundane. They've found traces, rumors, legends, unexplained deaths that might be connected. But nothing concrete. Harry frowned. What about Dumbledore? He's been hunting Voldemort for decades. He must know something. Probably. But he's not exactly sharing that information with me. Gojo's expression soured. The old man's got his own agenda. He was perfectly happy to leave you with abusive relatives because it served his plans. I don't trust him to tell us the whole truth about anything. Then what do? We go to the source. Gojo stopped pacing and turned to face Harry. In a year, you'll be 11. You'll get your Hogwarts letter. And you're going to go. To spy. To learn. The magical world has resources we don't, history, knowledge that's been accumulated for centuries. And Hogwarts is at the center of it all. Gojo crouched down so they were eye level. I can't go with you. I'm too obvious, and the magical community doesn't exactly trust jujitsu sorcerers. But you can. You're Harry Potter. They'll welcome you with open arms. And while I'm there, you gather information. Make allies. Figure out where those Horcruxes are hidden. Gojo's smile was sharp. And when you find them, we destroy them together. Harry thought about it. About leaving Japan, leaving Megumi, leaving the life he'd built here. About walking into a world that had abandoned him as a baby and expected him to be their savior. It was terrifying. It was exciting. It was necessary. Okay, he said. I'll do it. The last year before Hogwarts was brutal. Gojo pushed Harry harder than ever, longer training sessions, more complex exercises, situations designed to make him think under pressure. Combat, strategy, magical theory, political maneuvering. Everything Harry might need to survive in a world full of enemies who wanted to use him. You're going to be the most prepared 11-year-old in wizarding history, Gojo promised. By the time you set foot in that castle, you'll be ready for anything. What about Voldemort? What about him? If he's getting stronger, if he's going to come back, won't he come after me? Probably. Gojo's expression was calm, confident. But he's going to find that you're not the helpless baby he remembers. You're my son. And my son doesn't lose. Harry smiled. Never. Never. It's not allowed. The months blurred together. Harry mastered his light-based ability, not fully, but enough to use it without killing himself. He could project concentrated beams now, powerful enough to burn through solid stone. His regular magic grew stronger too, his wandless casting becoming smoother and more reliable. Megumi matched him step for step. His 10 Shadows technique had expanded to include Toad, Max Elephant, and several other Shikigami. They sparred daily, pushing each other to improve, neither willing to fall behind. When you come back, Megumi said one night, sitting on the roof of their apartment building, I'm going to be stronger than you. Bold claim. I mean it. This year, while you're off playing wizard school, I'm going to train until I collapse. Every day. And when we fight again. Megumi's eyes gleamed in the darkness. I'm going to win. Harry grinned. You can try. I will. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the Tokyo skyline glitter beneath them. I'm going to miss this, Harry admitted. Miss you. Miss Papa. Miss everything. Then come back. I will. No. Megumi turned to look at him directly. Come back. Whatever happens over there, whatever fights you get into, whatever enemies you make, come back. We're brothers. That means something. Harry's throat felt tight. It means everything. Then promise me. I promise. Harry held out his hand. No matter what happens, I'll come back. Megumi clasped it firmly. I'll hold you to that. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. He read it carefully, running his fingers over the thick parchment, the green ink, the Hogwarts crest stamped in wax. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than 31 July, yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall Deputy Headmistress, Fancy, Harry observed. Ostentatious, Gojo corrected. They really love their titles over there. Are all wizards like this? The British ones, yeah. Big on tradition, hierarchy, proper bloodlines. Gojo shook his head. You're going to have to deal with a lot of snobs. I can handle snobs. I know. Just don't destroy too many of them. We're trying to infiltrate, not start a war. Harry laughed. I'll do my best. The trip to Diagon Alley was everything Harry expected and more. The magical shopping district was chaos, vendors shouting, owls hooting, cauldrons clanging. Harry navigated through it with his senses wide open, cataloging everything. Potential threats. Potential allies. Escape routes, old habits. They bought his supplies without incident, robes, books, a telescope, scales, a pewter cauldron. The wand took longest, as expected. Ollivander had to try nearly 40 different options before finding one that didn't explode on contact with Harry's hybrid magic. Holly and Phoenix Feather, the wand maker said, placing the final wand in Harry's hand. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Very curious, the wand felt, fine. Useful, like a well-made tool. But it didn't sing to Harry the way his own magic did. It was an aid, not an extension of himself. He'd work with it. Adapt. That was what he did. Dumbledore's confrontation happened at the end, as expected. The old wizard tried his grandfatherly routine, and Harry shut him down politely but firmly. I'm going to your school because I choose to, Harry said. Not because you placed me there. Remember that. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something flickered in his eyes. Good. Let him wonder what Harry Potter had become. the night before the train to Hogwarts, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that was about to change. In 12 hours, he'd be on his way to a new country, a new school, a new life. He'd be surrounded by strangers who thought they knew him but didn't know anything. A soft knock at his door. "Come in." Gojo slipped inside, moving silently despite his height. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed, blindfold pushed up onto his forehead. "Couldn't sleep either?" Harry asked. "I don't sleep much anyway. Too many things to think about." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. "I'm scared," Harry admitted. "Is that stupid?" "No. Fear means you understand what's at stake." Gojo reached out and ruffled his hair. "It's okay to be scared. Just don't let it stop you." "I won't." "I know." Gojo's expression softened. "Harry, whatever happens over there, remember who you are. Not the boy who lived. Not the savior of the wizarding world. You. Harry. My kid. The one who decided at 4 years old that he wasn't going to let anyone call him a freak." Harry's throat tightened. "Papa, you've got the skills. You've got the power. You've got more heart than anyone I've ever met." Gojo smiled, and it was genuine in a way his smiles rarely were. "Go show them what you're made of." Harry threw his arms around him. Gojo hugged back, tight and warm and safe. "I love you, Papa." "Love you too, buddy." Gojo's voice was rough. "Now get some sleep. Big day tomorrow." The Hogwarts Express was chaos, students everywhere, saying goodbye to parents, loading trunks, chasing escaped pets. Harry navigated through the crowd with ease, finding an empty compartment near the back of the train. He stowed his trunk, sat down by the window, and watched his old life disappear as the train pulled away from the station. Gojo was still on the platform, waving. Harry waved back until he couldn't see him anymore. Then he settled into his seat, pulled out one of his textbooks, and started reading. The compartment door slid open about 20 minutes into the journey. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Harry looked up. A girl his age was standing in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. She had bushy brown hair, slightly oversized front teeth, and an expression of nervous determination that Harry recognized immediately. Overachiever. Probably Muggleborn, based on her obvious excitement. Desperate to prove herself. He could work with that. "Go ahead," he said, gesturing to the seat across from him. "I'm Harry. Hermione Granger." She sat down, eyes immediately going to his forehead. To the scar. "Oh. You're Harry Potter." "That's me. I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. She paused, suddenly uncertain. "I mean, I know that's probably strange. To have read about yourself. I just thought I should prepare, since I'm Muggleborn, and I wanted to learn everything I could before term started." "It's fine." Harry marked his place in his textbook and set it aside. "Ask whatever you want." Hermione blinked. "Really? Really? I'd rather answer questions honestly than have people make up stories about me." Her smile was bright and grateful. "That's very sensible. Most people don't like being asked questions." "I'm not most people." They talked for the next hour, Harry carefully steering the conversation away from himself and toward the wizarding world in general. Hermione was a fountain of information. She'd clearly memorized every textbook she could get her hands on, and she was eager to share what she'd learned. "Did you know there are 12 uses for dragon's blood?" she asked excitedly. "Dumbledore discovered them. He's considered one of the greatest wizards of the century." "I've heard." Harry's tone was neutral. "What do you know about the other professors?" "Oh, I researched them all. Professor McGonagall is supposed to be very strict but fair. Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion. Professor Snape is the potions master. Apparently he's brilliant but difficult. the door slid open again that a red-haired boy stuck his head in. "Hey, do you mind? Everywhere else is full." "Come in," Harry said. The boy's eyes went wide when he saw Harry's face. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter." "So I've been told." "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." He sat down next to Hermione, who looked slightly annoyed at the interruption. "Is it true you grew up in Japan?" "My brothers said there were rumors, but nobody knew for sure. It's true." Harry decided to take a risk. "I was raised by a jujitsu sorcerer. Different kind of magic. He's the strongest in the world." Ron and Hermione exchanged confused looks. "Jujitsu?" Hermione repeated. "I've never read about that." "You wouldn't have. Western wizards and Eastern sorcerers don't really mix." Harry leaned forward slightly. "There's a lot the magical world doesn't know. A lot they've chosen to forget. I'm here to learn what I can, but I'm also here to remind people that their way isn't the only way." Silence, then Ron grinned. "Wicked." Hermione looked thoughtful. "Are there books about jujitsu? I'd love to learn more. I can teach you some things." "Both of you." Harry glanced between them. "If you're interested." "Definitely," Ron said immediately. "I'd like that," Hermione agreed, more quietly but no less sincere. Harry smiled. First allies acquired. The train rolled through the countryside, taking them closer to Hogwarts with every passing mile. Harry stared out the window, watching the landscape change from urban to rural to wild. Somewhere ahead, a castle waited. A new chapter of his life that he thought about Gojo's last words. "Go show them what you're made of." He intended to, whatever challenges Hogwarts threw at him, whatever enemies he faced, whatever secrets he uncovered, he would handle them all. Not because he was the boy who lived. Not because of prophecy or destiny or any of the other nonsense the wizarding world believed, because he was Harry Potter Gojo, and he didn't lose. The castle appeared as the sun was setting, rising out of the mist like something from a fairy tale. Towers and turrets and glittering windows, perched on a cliff overlooking a vast dark lake. "Whoa," Ron breathed. Even Hermione was speechless. Harry studied it with tactical eyes. Entry points. Defensive positions. How the structure would funnel attackers. Old habits died hard, but underneath the analysis, he felt something else, wonder. This was where his parents had gone to school. Where they'd met, fallen in love, learned magic. Where they'd become the people they were before Voldemort destroyed everything. That he was walking in their footsteps now, and he would honor their memory by being better than anyone expected. The boats carried them across the lake. The doors opened. Professor McGonagall welcomed them with stern formality, and then it was time for the sorting. Harry waited his turn, watching as student after student was called to the front. Hermione went to Gryffindor, looking relieved and excited. Ron followed her, joining his brothers at the house table. "Potter, Harry." Whispers exploded through the great hall. "The Harry Potter?" Did she say Potter? The boy who lived. Harry walked to the stool, ignoring the stares. He sat down, and the sorting hat dropped over his eyes. Well, a small voice said in his head. "What have we here?" Harry didn't flinch. He'd been warned about this. "Interesting," the hat continued. "Very interesting indeed. A mind shaped by two worlds. Eastern discipline, Western heritage. Cunning and courage in equal measure. Put me where I'll be most useful," Harry thought back. Useful? Ha! Most students ask for what they want, not what they need. The hat sounded amused. "You do well in Slytherin, oh yes, plenty of ambition there. But also a deep loyalty, a willingness to fight for those you love, and beneath it all, a courage that refuses to back down, no matter the odds. So I think I'll put you where you'll do the most good." The hat's brim opened wide. "Gryffindor." The hall erupted. Harry removed the hat, walked to the Gryffindor table, and sat down between Ron and Hermione. The other Gryffindors were staring at him, but he ignored them. He caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall. the old wizard raised his goblet in a small salute. Harry didn't respond. First night, complete, the game had begun. Chapter 3, The Letter and the Clash. The owl arrived during breakfast on July 31st, which Harry thought was either perfect timing or deliberate manipulation, knowing Dumbledore, probably both. Harry was sitting at the kitchen table with Megumi, both of them still sweaty from their morning sparring session. Gojo was attempting to cook eggs again, a monthly ritual that never ended well, when the massive barn owl swooped through the open window and landed directly on Harry's plate. "That's new," Megumi observed. The owl hooted imperiously and stuck out its leg. A thick envelope was attached, sealed with red wax bearing a crest Harry recognized from his research, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Hogwarts. "Happy birthday to me," Harry muttered, untying the letter. Gojo abandoned his smoking pan and came over immediately. "That's it? The wizard school thing?" "Looks like it." Harry broke the seal and pulled out the contents. 2 pieces of parchment, one a formal acceptance letter, the other a supplies list. He scanned them quickly. "They want an answer by owl. And apparently I need to buy a cauldron, a wand, and," he squinted at the list, "dress robes." "Wizards are weird," Megumi said. "Says the guy who summons demon dogs from his shadow. They're Shikigami, boys." Gojo plucked the letter from Harry's hands and read it himself. His expression shifted from curious to calculating to something Harry couldn't quite identify. "So. This is really happening. We knew it would. Knowing and having are different things." Gojo set the letter down carefully. "You sure about this? Because once you go, there's no taking it back. The magical world will know you exist. Dumbledore will have access to you. Everything changes." Harry had thought about this for years. Every scenario, every risk, every possible outcome. He'd run through it with Gojo dozens of times, planned and prepared and trained until the path forward was crystal clear. "I'm sure," he said. "This is how we find the Horcruxes. How we end Voldemort for good." Gojo studied his face for a long moment. Then he nodded once, sharp and decisive. "All right. Then let's do this properly." He grinned, and it was the dangerous grin that usually preceded chaos. "Time to go shopping." They took a flight to London that afternoon. Gojo could have gotten them there faster. His space manipulation made conventional travel almost laughable, but he wanted to give Harry time to prepare mentally. "Plus," he said, "first-class international flights had better snacks." "You're ridiculous," Harry told him, accepting a bag of premium trail mix from the flight attendant. "I'm efficient. There's a difference." They landed at Heathrow in the evening, local time. Gojo had booked a hotel near the Leaky Cauldron, the hidden pub that served as the entrance to Diagon Alley, and they spent the night going over their strategy. "Dumbledore's going to make contact," Gojo said, sprawled across one of the beds. "Probably tomorrow, probably in person. He's been waiting 11 years for this. You think he'll try to take me?" "No. He's too smart for that. He knows I'd destroy anyone who tried." Gojo's tone was matter-of-fact, not boastful. "Just truth. What he will try is manipulation. Guilt trips about your parents. Appeals to your duty. Reminders of everything the wizarding world has lost. So I should expect emotional warfare. From a master of the craft. Dumbledore's been playing political games since before your grandparents were born. Don't underestimate him." Harry nodded slowly. "What's my play?" "Set boundaries. Be polite but firm. Make it clear you're going to Hogwarts on your terms, not his." Gojo sat up, expression serious. "And whatever you do, don't let him isolate you. The moment you're alone with him, he'll have the advantage." "Got it. One more thing." Gojo reached into his bag and pulled out a small wooden box. "Birthday present. Open it." Harry took the box. Inside, nestled in silk, was a ring, simple silver band with a small blue stone set into it. It's a focus, Gojo explained. I had Shoko help me design it. That stone is infused with a trace of my cursed energy. If you're ever in serious danger, life-threatening, no other options, channel your magic through it. I'll feel it instantly, no matter where I am. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly. Thank you, he said quietly. Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen how fast I can cross continents when I'm motivated. Gojo's grin was fierce. Anyone who threatens you is going to learn that the hard way. Diagon Alley was exactly as chaotic as the books described. Harry had read about it extensively. Gojo had acquired magical texts through various channels over the years, but reading and experiencing were different things. The cobblestone streets, the crowded shops, the wizards in flowing robes conducting business like this was all perfectly normal. It was another world, and everyone in it was staring at him. Potter, someone whispered as he passed. Is that the scar? Look at the scar. Harry Potter's really here. Harry kept his expression neutral and his senses sharp. Gojo walked beside him, sunglasses hiding his eyes, looking like an extremely fashionable Muggle tourist. Nobody gave him a second glance. Their first stop was Gringotts, the Goblin Bank. The goblins were fascinating, small, sharp-featured creatures who radiated an energy that Harry's trained senses identified as neither magical nor cursed. Something older. Something different. Mr. Potter, the head goblin said when Harry presented himself. We have been expecting you. Have you? Your account has been dormant for 10 years. We assumed you would eventually claim it. The goblin's smile showed too many teeth. Follow me. The vault was deep underground, accessible only by a cart that moved at speeds Harry suspected were designed to terrify visitors. When they finally arrived, the door opened to reveal a lot of gold. Whoa, Gojo said, stepping into the vault. The Potters weren't messing around. Old money, the goblin explained. Accumulated over generations. This is merely the trust vault. Your main family vault contains considerably more. Harry looked at the piles of galleons, the stacks of silver sickles, the heaps of bronze nuts. More wealth than he could spend in a lifetime, just sitting here gathering dust. What happens to the interest? He asked. The goblin blinked. Pardon? The interest. On this much gold, there must be investment returns, dividends, something. Where does it go? It accumulates. In the main vault. So no one's been managing it. For 10 years. The Potter accounts were marked inactive after your parents' deaths. Without an authorized representative, consider me authorized. Harry met the goblin's eyes steadily. I want a full accounting. Everything the Potter estate owns, everything it's earned, everything it's owed. And I want to talk to someone about proper investment strategies. The goblin's expression shifted from dismissive to calculating. That can be arranged, Mr. Potter. For a consultation fee. Bill me. Gojo was grinning when they left the bank, Harry's pockets heavy with enough gold to cover his school expenses several times over. What? Harry asked. Nothing. Just proud. Gojo ruffled his hair. You walked in there and started treating centuries-old magical bankers like employees. Very Gojo of you. I learned from the best. The shopping itself was straightforward, robes from Madame Malkin's. Books from Flourish and Blotts. Potion supplies from the apothecary. A trunk with expansion charms that Gojo examined with professional interest. The wand was the only complication. Ollivander's shop was dusty and cramped, filled with narrow boxes stacked floor to ceiling. The old wand maker emerged from the shadows like a ghost, pale eyes fixing on Harry immediately. Harry Potter. I've been expecting you. Everyone keeps saying that. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother's was willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Good for charm work. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander stepped closer, studying Harry's face. And I remember the wand that gave you that scar. Harry didn't flinch. Voldemort's wand. Ollivander twitched at the name but recovered quickly. Yuan Phoenix Feather. 13.5 inches. Very powerful. He moved toward the shelves. Let's see what suits you, shall we? The next hour was an exercise in patience. Wand after wand failed. Some refused to spark at all. Others exploded violently enough to shatter display cases. One actually screamed when Harry touched it, a high-pitched wail that brought Gojo running from outside. What the hell was that? Incompatibility, Ollivander said, not seeming particularly concerned. Mr. Potter's magical signature is unusual. Most wands recognize standard magical frequencies. His does not conform. Is that bad? It's interesting. Ollivander vanished into the back of the shop. When he returned, he was holding a dusty box with reverent care. Try this one. Harry opened the box. Inside was a wand, holly wood, 11 inches, with a slight curve to the handle. The moment his fingers touched it, warmth flooded through him. Not like his magic, exactly, but harmonious with it. Compatible. Curious, Ollivander breathed as golden sparks drifted from the wand's tip. Very curious indeed. What's curious? The phoenix whose feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. And that feather is in the wand that gave you your scar. Harry's grip tightened. I'm connected to Voldemort's wand. The wands are brothers, Mr. Potter. What that means? Ollivander's eyes glittered. Only time will tell. Harry paid for the wand and left quickly. Gojo fell into step beside him. You okay? Fine. Harry slipped the wand into his new holster. Just thinking about coincidences. There are no coincidences in magic. Or jujitsu. Everything's connected somehow. Gojo squeezed his shoulder. Don't let it rattle you. A wand is a tool. What matters is the person wielding it. I know. Harry took a breath. Let's get the last thing on the list. The last thing was an animal. Harry didn't really need a pet, he had enough to manage without adding creature care to the mix, but the letter specified that students could bring an owl, cat, or toad, and Gojo thought it might help him blend in. Rich wizard kids all have fancy pets, he explained. Shows status. You walk in with nothing, people start asking questions. Fine. But I'm not getting a toad. The magical menagerie was loud and smelled like too many animals in too small a space. Harry wandered through the aisles, examining owls and cats without much enthusiasm, then something caught his attention. That eye in the back corner, in a cage that seemed too small for it, was a snowy owl. Pure white feathers, amber eyes, absolutely still despite the chaos around it. That it was watching him. Harry approached slowly. The owl tracked his movements with an intensity that felt almost human. Hey, he said softly. You're different, aren't you? The owl hooted once. Low. Almost questioning, Harry reached out and touched the cage bars. The owl leaned forward, pressing its head against his fingers. I'll take this one, Harry said without looking away. Excellent choice. The shop owner bustled over. Female snowy owl, very rare. Bit temperamental, mind you, she's bitten 3 customers this week, but clearly she likes you. Harry opened the cage. The owl hopped onto his arm immediately, settling there like she belonged. Hedwig, he decided. That's your name now. Hedwig clicked her beak approvingly. They were halfway back to the leaky cauldron when Dumbledore appeared, not literally, he didn't apparate in front of them or step out of thin air. But one moment the street ahead was clear, and the next an old wizard with a long silver beard was standing there, smiling benevolently. Harry, Dumbledore said warmly. How wonderful to finally meet you properly. Harry stopped walking. Hedwig ruffled her feathers, somehow sensing the tension. Headmaster. Harry kept his voice neutral. I was wondering when you'd show up. I thought it best to allow you to complete your shopping uninterrupted. This is, after all, a special day, your 11th birthday and your first exposure to our world. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. I hope it has lived up to expectations. It's been educational. Indeed. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Gojo, who had positioned himself slightly behind Harry, protective but not aggressive. And you must be Mr. Gojo. I've heard a great deal about you. Likewise. Gojo's voice was casual, but Harry could feel the power coiled beneath his surface. Ready. Waiting. Nice beard. Very wizardy. Thank you. I've grown rather attached to it over the years. Dumbledore returned his attention to Harry. I wonder if I might have a word with you, Harry. There are matters concerning your parents and your future at Hogwarts that I would very much like to discuss. Whatever you want to say, you can say in front of my father. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Your father. Satoru Gojo. He raised me. He's my family. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. If that's a problem, we can leave right now. The silence stretched, then Dumbledore smiled, smaller than before, more genuine. No, no, of course not. I simply wish to ensure you were comfortable. He gestured toward a nearby tea shop. Perhaps we could all sit down. I find difficult conversations go better with refreshments. The tea shop was quiet at this hour, most of its customers having moved on to afternoon activities. They claimed a corner table, Harry and Gojo on one side, Dumbledore on the other, Hedwig perched on the back of Harry's chair, watching Dumbledore with unblinking eyes. First, Dumbledore began, pouring tea with practiced grace. I want to apologize. Harry blinked. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't that. When I left you with your aunt and uncle 11 years ago, I believed it was the safest option. The blood wards I established would have protected you from any Death Eater who tried to find you. But I failed to consider. He paused, choosing words carefully. I failed to consider that safety from external threats is meaningless if the home itself is hostile. They would have abused him, Gojo said flatly. The aunt especially. I could see it from 50 meters away. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I learned that later, when my investigators finally located Harry and began observing your household. By then, of course, it was far too late. Harry was thriving under your care in ways he never would have at Privet Drive. He looked at Harry directly. I made a mistake. A significant one. And while I cannot undo it, I can acknowledge it. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. He'd spent years preparing to hate Dumbledore. To distrust everything the old wizard said. And here Dumbledore was, admitting fault without excuse or deflection. That it was disarming, which was probably the point. Apology noted, Harry said carefully. What else did you want to discuss? Your education, primarily. Dumbledore set down his teacup. You will be entering Hogwarts with a unique background. Your training in jujitsu sorcery, yes, I am aware of the basics, has given you skills that no other first year will possess. This presents both opportunities and challenges. Challenges? You will be watched. By students, by staff, by ministry officials, by the press. The boy who lived returning to the wizarding world after a decade of mystery, it will be the story of the year. Every action you take will be scrutinized. Every relationship you form will be questioned. I can handle scrutiny. I don't doubt it. But there are also, darker concerns. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Voldemort is not truly dead, Harry. I believe you already know this. Harry glanced at Gojo, who gave a tiny nod. I know about the Horcruxes, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. You, how? Papa destroyed the one in my scar when I was 8. The soul fragment showed him images before it died. 7 pieces. A diary, a ring, a locket, a cup, a snake, and something else. The color had drained from Dumbledore's face. That's more than I knew. The Horcruxes, I've spent years researching them. I only confirmed their existence 2 years ago. Then you're behind. Harry leaned forward. I'm not going to Hogwarts to play chess or fly broomsticks or whatever normal kids do. I'm going because your school has resources. History. Access to information I can't get anywhere else. And I'm going to use it to find those Horcruxes and destroy them before Voldemort comes back. Silence. Dumbledore looked at Gojo. You've raised quite a remarkable young man. I know. Gojo's grin was sharp. And if anyone tries to use him, anyone at all, they'll find out exactly how remarkable his father is too. That was not a threat, Mr. Gojo. Merely an observation. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. If you are truly committed to destroying the Horcruxes, then we share a common goal. I would like to propose an alliance. What kind of alliance? Information sharing. You tell me what you discover through your research at Hogwarts. I tell you what I've learned through my own investigations. Dumbledore spread his hands. I will not attempt to control you, Harry. I learned that lesson 11 years ago. But working together, we stand a far better chance of success than working apart. Harry considered it. Every instinct screamed caution. Dumbledore was manipulative, political, willing to sacrifice individuals for the greater good. Trusting him fully would be stupid, but refusing to work with him at all might be equally stupid. Limited alliance, Harry said finally. We share information relevant to the Horcruxes. Nothing more. You don't interfere with my life at Hogwarts, you don't try to use me for political purposes, you don't make decisions about my future without consulting me. Deal? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You remind me of someone I knew long ago, he said quietly. Someone brilliant and ambitious who refused to be controlled by anyone. A shadow crossed his face. I pray your path leads somewhere different than his. Is that a deal or not? It is a deal. Dumbledore extended his hand. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry Potter. Harry shook it firmly. One more thing, he said. I know you'll have people watching me. Staff members, probably. Maybe even students. I want you to know that I'll find them. I'll identify every single spy you place in my life. And if any of them cross a line, any line, I will handle them myself. Dumbledore's handshake paused. You are very confident for an 11-year-old. I was raised by the strongest sorcerer in the world. Harry smiled, and it was all Gojo. Confidence is the minimum. They left Diagon Alley that evening, returning to their hotel with bags full of supplies and minds full of plans. That went better than expected, Gojo admitted, flopping onto his bed. I thought for sure he'd try something slick. He did. Just not the way we expected. Harry sat down slowly, processing everything. The apology was strategic. It disarmed me, made me more likely to listen to what came after. You caught that? Hard to miss. He admitted exactly enough fault to seem sincere without actually taking responsibility for anything. Harry shook his head. He's good. Really good. But I think the alliance offer was real. He genuinely wants to stop Voldemort, and he knows he can't do it alone. Harry looked at his hands, the ring Gojo had given him glinting on his finger. We just have to make sure he doesn't decide we're acceptable losses along the way. If he tries, I know. But let's hope it doesn't come to that. Harry met Gojo's eyes. I want to do this right, Papa. Find the Horcruxes, destroy Voldemort, protect the people I care about. If working with Dumbledore gets us there faster, it's worth the risk. Gojo was quiet for a moment. When did you get so smart? He finally asked. I learned from you. Nah. I'm not smart. I'm just overpowered. Gojo grinned. But you've got both. That's terrifying. Harry laughed. Thanks. I think. The month before Hogwarts passed in a blur, Harry returned to Tokyo to finish his preparations. More training with Gojo, more sparring with Megumi, more research into the wizarding world and its secrets that he also read through every book on his supplies list, memorizing spells and theories and historical context. If he was going to Hogwarts, he was going to be the best prepared student in the school's history. You're overthinking it, Megumi told him one night. They were on the roof again, watching the stars. Just go, learn stuff, come back. It's not that complicated. Easy for you to say. You're not the one walking into enemy territory. Is it really enemy territory? From what you've said, most wizards are just normal people. With weird clothes. Normal people who've spent 11 years building up myths about me. Normal people who expect me to be their savior. Harry's jaw tightened. I'm going to disappoint a lot of them. Good. Megumi bumped his shoulder. Disappointing people who have stupid expectations isn't your problem. It's theirs. Harry snorted. That's very wise. I have my moments. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. I'm going to miss you, Harry admitted. More than I expected. Same. Megumi's voice was gruff. But you'll be back for holidays. And summers. And I'll keep training so I can kick your ass when you return. Brave words. True words. Megumi stood, stretching. Come on. One last spar before you leave. Winner gets to pick what we eat for dinner. Harry grinned and followed him down that he won. Megumi complained about it all through dinner. September 1st arrived too quickly. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by families saying goodbye, students loading trunks, owls hooting from cages. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, steam billowing from its engine. Gojo stood beside him, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. Last chance to back out, he said. Not happening. Didn't think so. Gojo turned to face him fully. You've got everything. Clothes, books, wand, emergency supplies. All packed. Money? Plenty. Ring? Harry held up his hand. The blue stone glinted. Good. Gojo pulled him into a hug, tight, warm, fierce. Be careful. Be smart. And if anyone gives you trouble, I'll handle it. Damn right you will. Gojo released him, blinking rapidly. Now get going before I change my mind and kidnap you back to Tokyo. Harry laughed, grabbed his trunk, and headed for the train that he paused at the door, looking back one last time. Gojo waved, Harry waved back, then he boarded the Hogwarts Express, found an empty compartment, and began the journey that would change everything. Hermione Granger found him 20 minutes into the trip. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Harry looked up from the book he was reading, a history of Hogwarts he'd already memorized but was reviewing for details. The girl in the doorway was already wearing her robes, bushy brown hair slightly frazzled, expression eager and nervous. Go ahead, he said. She sat down across from him, eyes immediately going to his forehead. Oh. You're Harry Potter. Guilty. I've read all about you. Modern magical history mentions you 17 times, and the rise and fall of the dark arts has an entire chapter, and, she stopped, cheeks flushing. Sorry. I'm babbling. I do that when I'm nervous. It's fine. Harry closed his book. I'm guessing you're Muggleborn. Is it that obvious? Only because you're actually reading about wizarding history instead of taking it for granted. He smiled. That's not a bad thing. Fresh perspective is valuable. Hermione brightened. That's what I thought. Everyone keeps acting like I should already know everything just because I got a letter, but there's so much to learn, there is. And most of the purebloods never bother. Harry leaned forward slightly. What's your name? Hermione Granger. Nice to meet you, Hermione. I think we're going to get along. Ron Weasley showed up an hour later. Everywhere else is full, he said, sticking his head through the door. Mind if I come in? Harry said. Ron's eyes went wide when he saw Harry's face. The staring was getting old, but Harry had learned to wait it out. Eventually they all got past it. Blimey. You're really him. I'm really me, Harry agreed. Sit down. We were just talking about the houses. Oh, I know all about the houses. Ron dropped into the seat next to Hermione, who looked slightly annoyed at the interruption. My whole family's been in Gryffindor. Mum, Dad, all my brothers. Percy's a prefect now, the git. You don't like your brother? Percy's alright, just really annoying about rules. Ron shrugged. What about you? Where do you think you'll end up? Wherever's most useful. Harry saw their confused expressions and elaborated. I'm not here to coast. I'm here to learn, to get stronger, to prepare for what's coming. Whichever house helps me do that best is where I belong. That's very practical, Hermione said slowly. I was raised practically. Harry glanced out the window at the passing countryside. The wizarding world likes to pretend everything's fine now that Voldemort's gone. But he's not really gone. He's just waiting. And when he comes back, I intend to be ready. Silence. Ron looked pale. You know who's coming back. Eventually. The question is whether we're prepared when he does. Harry turned back to them. That's why I'm at Hogwarts. To prepare. To find allies. To gather information. He met their eyes steadily. You two seem smart. Curious. Willing to work hard. I could use people like that. Use us for what? Hermione asked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. For surviving. For winning. Harry smiled. I'm not asking you to follow me blindly. I'm asking if you want to be part of something real. Something that matters. Ron and Hermione exchanged looks. That's a lot to take in, Hermione admitted. I know. You don't have to decide now. Harry pulled out his book again. Just think about it. The train rolled on, other students came and went, some gawking at Harry, others genuinely curious, a few actively hostile. A pale blonde boy named Draco Malfoy made a particularly memorable impression. So it's true, Malfoy said, flanked by two large boys who looked like they'd never had an original thought in their lives. Harry Potter's come to Hogwarts. News travels fast. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you there. Malfoy extended a hand. Draco Malfoy. Harry looked at the hand. At the arrogance behind it. At the assumptions Malfoy was making about how this interaction would go. No thanks, he said. Malfoy's face flushed. Excuse me. I said no thanks. I can figure out which families are worth knowing on my own. Harry's voice was polite but cold. Was there something else? Do you know who my father is? Should I care? The compartment went very still. Malfoy's hand dropped. His expression shifted from surprise to furious to something more dangerous, calculating. You'll regret that, Potter. My family has influence you can't imagine. And I have skills you can't imagine. Harry met his eyes without flinching. Run along, Malfoy. I'm sure there are first years somewhere who are actually impressed by your name. Malfoy left. That was brilliant, Ron breathed. That was risky, Hermione countered. The Malfoys are one of the most powerful families in Britain. I know. And now they know I'm not going to play their games. Harry shrugged. It's better to establish that early. You've really thought about this, haven't you? Hermione was looking at him differently now, less starstruck, more analytical. Everything you're doing is strategic. Welcome to my life. Harry smiled. Still want to be part of something real? Hermione was quiet for a moment, then she smiled back. Yes. I think I do. Night fell. The train slowed. Harry changed into his robes as the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Through the window, he could see lanterns bobbing in the darkness and the massive silhouette of someone calling for first years. First years. First years over here. Hagrid, Harry realized. The half-giant groundskeeper. Gojo had given him a file on all the staff. They disembarked into the cold night air, following Hagrid down a steep path to a lake so still it looked like black glass. Small boats waited at the shore, enchanted to carry students across. No more than 4 to a boat. Hagrid called. Harry climbed into a boat with Hermione, Ron, and a nervous-looking boy named Neville who'd already lost his toad twice. The boats began moving on their own, gliding silently across the water, and then Hogwarts came into view. Harry had seen pictures. Read descriptions. Studied floor plans and architectural analyses. None of it prepared him for the real thing. The castle rose from the cliffs like it had grown there naturally, towers and turrets and glittering windows, ancient stone illuminated by hundreds of floating candles. It was massive and impossible and magical in a way that went beyond mere power. It was beautiful. Whoa, Ron breathed. Indeed, Hermione whispered. Harry said nothing. He just looked, and memorized, and wondered what secrets those ancient walls were hiding. The entrance hall was chaos, hundreds of students milling around, portraits chattering on the walls, ghosts drifting through solid surfaces without a care in the world. Harry catalogued everything: exits, choke points, defensive positions, potential threats, old habits. Professor McGonagall appeared to collect the first years, looking exactly as stern as her file photo suggested. She led them to a small chamber off the main hall and explained the sorting ceremony. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. When the hat announces your house, you will go sit at the appropriate table. Her eyes swept over them. I trust you will all conduct yourselves with dignity. She left. I'm going to be sick, Neville moaned. It's just a hat, Ron said, not sounding entirely convinced. Harry centered himself. Whatever the hat saw in his mind, he would handle it. He was prepared. The doors opened. The great hall was everything the books described: long tables packed with students, floating candles overhead, the enchanted ceiling showing a starlit sky. At the far end, the staff table watched the incoming first years with varying degrees of interest. Harry found Dumbledore immediately. The old wizard gave him a small nod. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah. Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff. Names were called, houses were assigned. Harry watched each sorting carefully, noting which students went where, trying to predict the hat's criteria. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool on shaky legs. The hat dropped over her eyes. A long pause. Gryffindor. Hermione's relief was visible from across the hall. She practically ran to the Gryffindor table, sitting down with a huge smile. More names. Neville went to Gryffindor too, looking shocked. Malfoy went to Slytherin, to no one's surprise. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent, then the whispers started. Did she say Potter? The Harry Potter? The boy who lived. Harry walked to the stool, ignoring the stares. He sat down, and the hat dropped over his eyes. Well, a small voice said in his head. This is unexpected. Harry didn't flinch. I was warned about you. Warned? Ha. Most students are terrified. But you're prepared. That's new. The hat rustled thoughtfully. Let's see what we're working with. Trained in combat from age 7. Defeated a first-grade curse at 8. Hybrid magical abilities that shouldn't exist. And underneath it all, a burning determination to protect the people you love. Is that a problem? Not at all. It's just making the choice difficult. The hat seemed to be enjoying itself. You'd thrive in Slytherin, oh yes, plenty of ambition and cunning. But there's also genuine bravery, a willingness to throw yourself into danger for others. And a hunger for knowledge that would fit Ravenclaw perfectly, put me where I'll be most effective. Everyone says that. They never mean it. The hat paused. But you do. Interesting. Another long moment. Very well. Your path is clear. Better be, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, surrounded by cheering students he didn't know. He sat down next to Hermione, who beamed at him. I knew it, she said. I just knew it. Knew what? That you were one of us. Harry smiled. The sorting continued. Ron joined them at Gryffindor a few minutes later, looking relieved. The last few students were sorted, and then Dumbledore stood to give his start-of-term announcements. Harry listened carefully, filing away information about forbidden corridors and restricted forests and the new defense against the dark arts professor, a nervous-looking man named Quirrell who wore a ridiculous purple turban and flinched at loud noises. Something about Quirrell bothered Harry. His senses were picking up something. A wrongness he couldn't quite identify. He'd investigate later. For now, he had a role to play. The feast was magnificent. Harry ate moderately, staying alert while the others stuffed themselves. He made conversation with his new housemates, the Weasley twins, who were obviously trouble, Percy the prefect, who was obviously insufferable, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who seemed ordinary but friendly. So what's Japan like? Dean asked through a mouthful of pudding. Different. Cleaner. Better food. Better than this? Seamus gestured at the loaded table. This is impressive quantity. Japanese cuisine is about quality. Harry shrugged. Both have their merits. You're really strange, you know that. Ron said. In a good way. I think. I've been called worse. The feast wound down. Dumbledore gave his final warnings. The third-floor corridor was off-limits on pain of death, which immediately made Harry want to investigate it, and then they were dismissed to their dormitories. Percy led the Gryffindor first-years through a maze of moving staircases and talking portraits, finally stopping in front of a large painting of a fat lady in a pink dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis. The portrait swung open, revealing a cozy common room decorated in red and gold. Students were already settling in, claiming armchairs and starting conversations. Boys' dormitory is up the stairs on your left, Percy announced. Girls on the right. Your belongings have already been brought up. Breakfast is at 7. Classes begin at 8. Any questions? Harry had approximately 50 questions, but none of them were for Percy. No. Good. Get some sleep. First day tomorrow. Harry climbed the stairs to the first-year boys' dormitory. 5 beds, each with hangings and a trunk at the foot. His trunk was at the far end, next to a window with a view of the forbidden forest that he unpacked methodically, clothes, books, supplies, emergency kit hidden in a false bottom. The ring stayed on his finger. The wand went under his pillow. You really are prepared for everything, Ron observed, watching from his bed. Is that a first aid kit? Always be ready. That's what my father taught me. Your father, the Japanese sorcerer. Satoru Gojo. Strongest jujitsu sorcerer in the world. Harry smiled at Ron's expression. He's a lot. But he raised me right. Must be nice, Ron said quietly. Having a dad like that. It is. Harry paused, hearing something in Ron's voice. Yours? Oh, Dad's great. Just busy. 7 kids, you know. Not much one-on-one time. Ron shrugged. It's fine. Normal family stuff. Normal's not bad. Normal's actually pretty good. Harry finished unpacking and sat on his bed. Get some sleep, Ron. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Yeah. Ron pulled his blankets up. Hey, Harry. Yeah. I'm glad we're in the same house. Harry smiled. Me too. He didn't sleep. Instead, he waited until the others were breathing deeply, then slipped out of bed and moved to the window. The forbidden forest stretched out below, dark and ancient and full of things that shouldn't exist. Somewhere in this castle were secrets. Information about the Horcruxes. Clues about Voldemort's past, and something was wrong with Professor Quirrell. Harry touched his scar absently. It hadn't hurt since Gojo destroyed the Horcrux, but tonight, during the feast, he'd felt a twinge. Just a moment of discomfort when he looked at the nervous professor. Coincidence? Harry didn't believe in coincidences. That he pulled out a small notebook and began writing. Observations from the day. Questions to investigate. Potential allies and potential threats. The game had begun, and Harry Potter intended to win. Chapter 4. Hogwarts has never seen this. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts started at 5 a.m., not because he had to. The other boys in his dormitory were still dead to the world, Ron's snores echoing off the stone walls like a chainsaw fighting a lawnmower. But Harry's internal clock was set to Tokyo time, and more importantly, he had work to do. That he slipped out of bed silently, pulled on workout clothes he'd packed specifically for this purpose, and made his way down to the common room. Empty. Perfect. The castle was different at this hour. Quieter. The portraits dozed in their frames, the fires burned low, and the only sounds were the distant creaks of ancient stone settling. Harry moved through the corridors with practiced stealth, mapping the layout as he went. Left turn here. Staircase that moved on a 7-minute cycle. Trick step on the third landing. Shortcut behind the tapestry of dancing trolls. By the time the sun started rising, he'd covered most of the first 3 floors and found 2 exits that weren't on any official map. You're up early. Harry spun, hand going to his wand automatically. A ghost floated through the wall beside him, translucent, wearing ancient robes, watching him with curious eyes. Not the fat friar or the grey lady he'd read about. This one looked younger, more alert. Couldn't sleep, Harry said carefully. I'm Harry Potter. I know who you are. Everyone knows who you are. The ghost drifted closer. I'm Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington. Most students call me Nearly Headless Nick. Nearly Headless? Nick sighed and tugged at his collar. His head flopped to the side, hanging on by a thin strip of ghostly skin. Ah. Harry nodded. That's unfortunate. 45 chops with a blunt axe. The executioner was incompetent. Nick pushed his head back into place. But I didn't stop you to complain about my death. I wanted to ask what you're doing wandering the castle at dawn. Exploring. Learning the layout. Harry saw no reason to lie. Ghosts were notorious gossips, but they were also valuable information sources. I like to know my environment. A practical approach. Most first years spend their first week getting hopelessly lost. Nick studied him with something like approval. You're different than I expected, Harry Potter. Different how? The stories paint you as a mythic figure. The boy who lived. Savior of the wizarding world. Nick's expression turned thoughtful. But looking at you now, I see something else. Something harder. More dangerous. Is that a problem? Not for me. I'm already dead. Nick smiled. But it might be a problem for those who expect you to be a symbol rather than a person. Be careful, Harry Potter. Hogwarts has a way of grinding down those who don't fit its mold. He drifted away through the wall. Harry watched him go, adding Ghost Network to his mental list of resources to cultivate. Breakfast was chaos, the great hall filled with students in various states of wakefulness, loading their plates with eggs and sausages and toast while owls swooped overhead delivering mail. Harry sat with Hermione and Ron, eating moderately while observing everything. Your schedule, Percy announced, dropping a sheet of parchment in front of Harry. First years have Transfiguration with McGonagall this morning, then Charms with Flitwick after lunch. Potions with Snape tomorrow. Snape? Ron groaned. Already? Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin House and a master of his craft, Percy said stiffly. You would do well to show him respect. Have you taken his class? Percy's expression flickered. Just, be prepared. He moved on to distribute other schedules. Snape's supposed to be terrible, Ron muttered. Fred and George say he's got it out for Gryffindors especially. Why? Hermione asked. Dunno. House rivalry, probably. Or maybe he's just mean. Harry filed this away. Severus Snape, Potions Master, head of Slytherin, rumored Death Eater who turned spy. His file had been extensive but contradictory. Some sources painted him as a hero, others as a barely reformed villain. He'd form his own opinion. We should get going, Hermione said, checking her watch. I don't want to be late for our first class. It's 20 minutes away. Exactly. What if we get lost? They got lost, the staircases moved. The doors pretended to be walls. A suit of armor gave them wrong directions, and Harry was fairly sure it was laughing as they walked away. They made it to Transfiguration with 2 minutes to spare, sliding into seats near the back just as the clock struck 8. The classroom was empty except for a tabby cat sitting on the teacher's desk. Where's McGonagall? Ron whispered. Maybe she's late. Hermione sounded scandalized by the possibility. Harry watched the cat. It was sitting very still. Too still. And its eyes were tracking the students as they found their seats with an intelligence that seemed distinctly uncat-like. Animagus, he realized. The cat's McGonagall. He said nothing. Better to let this play out. Sure enough, when the last students rushed in 5 minutes late, Seamus and Dean, looking panicked, the cat leaped off the desk and transformed mid-air into Professor McGonagall. That was bloody brilliant, Ron breathed. Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley. McGonagall's voice was dry. Perhaps you could channel that enthusiasm into arriving on time. Ron went red. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall continued, moving to the front of the room. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She turned a desk into a pig and back again. The class was hooked. Now then. Today we will be attempting to turn a match into a needle. The incantation is, excuse me, Professor. Everyone turned to look at Harry. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Yes, Mr. Potter. I've been practicing wandless magic for several years. Would it be acceptable if I attempted the transfiguration without an incantation? Dead silence. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Wandless transfiguration is NEWT level work at minimum, Mr. Potter. Most adult wizards cannot accomplish it reliably. I understand. But I'd like to try. Very well. McGonagall's expression was unreadable. Show me. Harry picked up his match. He'd never done this specific transfiguration before, but the principles were the same as any other transformation: visualize the end state, channel magic through intent, impose your will on reality. Simple. He focused on the match. Saw it in his mind, not as wood and phosphorus but as metal and point. Felt his magic respond, eager as always, flowing through his fingers into the object. The match shimmered, and became a perfect silver needle. McGonagall picked it up carefully, examining it from every angle. Flawless, she murmured. Completely flawless. First try. She looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. 5 points to Gryffindor, she said. And Mr. Potter? Please see me after class. How did you do that? Hermione demanded the moment they were in the corridor. We've only been at school for 1 day and you're already doing NEWT level magic. I told you. I've been training for years. But wandless magic is supposed to be incredibly difficult. The textbooks say, the textbooks are written for people who learned magic the traditional way. Harry kept walking, heading for the next class. I learned differently. My father taught me to channel power through intent, not through tools. Your father isn't a wizard though, is he? Hermione was practically jogging to keep up with his pace. He's a, what did you call it? Jiu-jitsu sorcerer. Different system, same basic principles. Energy manipulation, willpower, focus. Harry shrugged. Magic is magic. The labels don't matter as much as people think. Ron caught up to them, slightly out of breath. McGonagall looked like you'd slapped her with a fish. I don't think she's ever seen a first-year do that. She hasn't. Harry smiled. That's kind of the point. His meeting with McGonagall after class was brief but significant. Mr. Potter. She sat behind her desk, watching him with sharp eyes. I've been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 40 years. In that time, I have seen exactly 3 students demonstrate wandless transfiguration before their 5th year. You are now the 4th, and the youngest by a considerable margin. Thank you, Professor. It wasn't a compliment. It was an observation. She leaned forward slightly. Where did you learn this? My father taught me to access my magic directly. Without intermediaries. Your father being Satoru Gojo. The Japanese sorcerer who took you from Britain as an infant. Yes. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. The headmaster informed me of your unusual upbringing. But I confess I didn't fully appreciate what that meant until today. She picked up the needle, still sitting on her desk. This level of control suggests years of intensive training. Far beyond what any normal childhood would allow. My childhood wasn't normal. Clearly. She set the needle down. I need to ask you something, Mr. Potter, and I need you to answer honestly. Are you here to learn? Or are you here for some other purpose? Harry considered his response carefully. Both, he said finally. I'm here to learn everything Hogwarts can teach me. But I'm also here to prepare for what's coming. And what do you believe is coming? Voldemort. McGonagall flinched at the name, but recovered quickly. He's not really gone, Harry continued. He's waiting. Recovering. And when he comes back, I intend to be ready. He met her eyes steadily. That's why I'm here, Professor. To get stronger. To find allies. To make sure that when the darkness returns, the light is ready to meet it. Silence stretched between them. You sound like your mother, McGonagall said quietly. Lily was the same way. Brilliant, determined, utterly convinced that preparation could overcome any obstacle. Did it work for her? It kept her alive through a war. It gave her the skills to protect you when the moment came. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. She would be proud of you, I think. The person you're becoming. Harry's throat tightened unexpectedly. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet. I'm going to push you harder than any other student in this school. If you're truly as advanced as you appear, the standard curriculum will bore you to tears. We'll need to find alternative arrangements. I'd appreciate that. Good. Now get to your next class. And Mr. Potter? She almost smiled. Try not to show up the older students too badly. House unity is important. Charms was less dramatic but equally revealing. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, started with basic theory. Harry already knew all of it, but he listened politely, taking notes that he didn't need. The practical portion was simple levitation. Harry performed it perfectly on the first try, drawing another round of shocked stares. My word! Flitwick squeaked. That's excellent, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Hermione looked torn between admiration and competitive frustration. Her own feather was only wobbling slightly. Focus on the intent, not the words, Harry murmured to her. The incantation helps, but it's not what actually does the work. She tried again. The feather rose smoothly. You did it. Ron said, sounding surprised. Harry helped. Hermione shot him a grateful look. Thank you. We're going to be working together for 7 years. Might as well start now. The first real test came in potions. Professor Snape's classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, and designed to intimidate. Jars of preserved specimens lined the walls. The students sat in pairs at heavy wooden tables, cauldrons waiting. Snape entered without preamble, robes billowing dramatically. He took roll call, pausing at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. A few Slytherins snickered. Harry said nothing. Tell me, Potter. Snape's black eyes fixed on him with unsettling intensity. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The room went still. This was sixth-year material. Harry only knew it because he'd read ahead extensively. Draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's expression didn't change. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that can neutralize most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite. Silence. Snape stared at him for a long moment, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. It seems fame isn't everything, he said finally. Though I noticed the rest of you didn't open your books before arriving. 1 point from Gryffindor for your collective lack of preparation. But that's not fair. Ron protested. Harry answered everything right. Life isn't fair, Mr. Weasley. Another point for talking back. Snape turned to the blackboard. Today we will be brewing a simple cure for boils. Instructions are on the board. You have 1 hour. Begin. The class scrambled to work. Harry moved through the brewing process methodically, adjusting the instructions slightly based on what he knew about optimal potion making. His version would be more potent than the standard recipe. Snape circled the room, criticizing almost everyone. Neville's potion turned orange. Seamus's started smoking. Ron's was too thick, but when Snape reached Harry's station, he stopped. What is this? Boil cure, sir. Per your instructions. These are not my instructions. Snape pointed at Harry's cauldron. You've altered the stirring pattern. Added an extra clockwise rotation. Used crushed nettles instead of chopped. Yes, sir. The modifications increase efficacy by approximately 15%. And where did you learn these modifications? Independent research. Potion making follows predictable principles once you understand the underlying chemistry. The dungeon was completely silent now. Every student was watching. Snape's expression was hard to read. Anger? Respect? Both? Bottle a sample, he said finally. I'll evaluate it properly. He moved on without another word. That was mental, Ron said as they climbed out of the dungeons. Snape never lets anyone talk back to him like that. I wasn't talking back. I was answering his questions. You corrected his recipe. In front of everyone. The corrections were valid. Harry shrugged. If he grades based on results rather than ego, my potion will score highest. If he doesn't. Another shrug. Then I know something about his character. Hermione was looking at him with that analytical expression again. You're testing the teachers. I'm testing everything. The teachers, the students, the system itself. Harry glanced back toward the dungeons. Information is power. The more I know about how this place actually works, the better I can operate within it. That's very Slytherin of you, Hermione observed. The hat did consider putting me there. Really? Really? But it decided I had too much. How did it put it? genuine bravery, for Slytherin's methods to suit me. Harry smiled. Whatever that means. The first week established patterns. Harry excelled at everything: transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, even history of magic, which was taught by the most boring ghost in existence. His wandless casting became known throughout the school, drawing stares and whispers wherever he went, but he was careful not to dominate completely. He helped Hermione with practical application when her theoretical knowledge fell short. He tutored Ron in basic spell work until the boy's confidence improved. He even assisted Neville, whose anxiety was crippling his obvious potential. "Why do you spend so much time helping others?" Hermione asked one evening in the common room. "You could be studying advanced material instead." "Because strong allies are worth more than personal advancement." Harry looked up from the essay he was writing. "I can't defeat Voldemort alone. I need people I can trust, people who are capable and loyal. Building that kind of network takes time. So we're investments. You're friends. But friends who are also strong, skilled, and reliable. That's not a conflict of interest. It's synergy." Hermione considered this. "I'm not sure whether to be flattered or offended." "Be both. It's more honest." She laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of her. "You're very strange, Harry Potter." "So I keep hearing." Halloween brought the first crisis. The feast was magnificent, pumpkins floating overhead, bats swooping through the rafters, enough candy to put a small army into sugar shock. Harry sat with his growing circle of friends, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and occasionally the Weasley twins, enjoying the celebration despite his constant alertness. Then Quirrell burst through the doors. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeon." He stumbled forward. "Turban Askew. Thought you ought to know." He fainted. Chaos erupted. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Students started moving. Harry stayed seated. "Harry, come on." Ron tugged at his sleeve. "Hermione's not here." Ron froze. "What?" "She left dinner early." "Something about the bathroom." Harry was already standing, mind racing. "The dungeons are near the Slytherin common room. If the troll wanders toward the ground floor bathrooms instead, oh no." They moved. Harry found the troll by following the smell. It was in the girls' bathroom on the first floor, just as he'd feared. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a club the size of a tree trunk. And cornered against the far wall, frozen in terror, was Hermione. "Hermione!" Ron shouted. The troll turned toward the noise. "Distracted," Harry said, already moving. "Keep it focused on you." "How?" "Throw something. Yell. Anything." Ron grabbed a piece of broken pipe and hurled it at the troll's head. "Hey! Ugly! Over here!" The troll roared and swung its club at Ron, who dove aside barely in time. The impact shattered the sinks, sending water spraying everywhere. Harry used the chaos that he sprinted along the wall, using his magic-enhanced speed to close the distance. The troll was slow, stupid, focused on the threat it could see. It didn't notice Harry until he was already airborne. He landed on its back. The troll bellowed, reaching backward, trying to grab him. Harry hung on, channeling magic into his fists the way Gojo had taught him. Not spells, something more direct. Raw force, concentrated and released. He struck the back of the troll's neck. The sound was like a thunderclap in the enclosed space. The troll staggered, dropped its club, and collapsed forward onto its face. It didn't get up. Silence. "Did you just?" Ron's voice was faint. "Did you just knock out a mountain troll with your hands?" Harry slid off the unconscious creature, breathing hard. His fists ached. He'd hit harder than intended, but nothing was broken. "Magic-enhanced strikes," he said. "Same principle as a bludgeoning curse, but more direct." He moved toward Hermione. Are you okay? She was shaking, tears streaming down her face, but she nodded. Why, you saved me. Both of you. We're friends. That's what friends do. The bathroom door burst open. McGonagall rushed in, followed by Snape and Quirrell. What on earth? McGonagall stopped dead, staring at the unconscious troll. Explain. Now. Harry explained. Simply, factually, without embellishment. He didn't mention the magic-enhanced strikes, just said he'd managed to hit the troll in a vulnerable spot while Ron distracted it. McGonagall listened with growing disbelief. You could have been killed, she said finally. All three of you. But we weren't. Harry met her eyes. And Hermione's alive because we didn't wait for the teachers to handle it. Silence. 5 points each, McGonagall said. To Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. For sheer dumb luck and outstanding bravery. She turned to Hermione. And you, Miss Granger. What were you doing here alone? I was upset about something, Hermione whispered. I came here to cry and didn't hear the announcement about the troll. I see. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Get back to your common room. All of you. Now. They got. You could have told her the truth, Hermione said later, in the common room. About the magic-enhanced strikes. Some information is better kept private. Harry flexed his still aching hands. The less people know about what I can really do, the more advantage I have when it matters. That's paranoid. That's survival. Harry looked at her seriously. Tonight wasn't random. Someone let that troll in deliberately. The doors don't open by themselves, and mountain trolls don't wander into schools by accident. Hermione went pale. You think someone's trying to, what? Kill students? Maybe. Or maybe they wanted the teachers distracted while they did something else. Harry had noticed Snape's limp when the potions master arrived at the bathroom. Fresh injury. Recent. I don't have enough information yet. But I'm going to find out. Ron looked between them. This is mental. We're 11. We shouldn't be dealing with this stuff. You're right. We shouldn't. Harry's expression was grim. But we are. So we either deal with it, or we become victims. I know which one I'm choosing. November brought Quidditch. Harry had been recruited for the Gryffindor team within his first week. Apparently there was a rule against first-years playing, but McGonagall had made an exception after seeing him fly during their first flying lesson. You've got natural talent, she'd said. Your father was a Quidditch player too. It's in your blood. Harry didn't care about Quidditch particularly. It was just a sport, useful for building connections with his housemates, but not strategically important. He agreed to play because refusing would draw more attention than accepting. His first match was against Slytherin. The stadium was packed. Green and silver on one side, red and gold on the other. The Weasley twins were beaters. Oliver Wood was keeper. Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet were chasers. Harry was seeker. Nervous? Wood asked before they took the field. Should I be? Slytherin seeker is good. Third year, fast, experienced. You're, well. A first year with something to prove? Harry smiled. Don't worry about me. Focus on your goals. The whistle blew. Harry shot into the air, letting the freedom of flight wash over him. This, at least, was pure, no politics, no manipulation, just wind and speed and the hunt for a tiny golden ball. The Slytherin seeker tried to shadow him. Harry let him, performing lazy circles while he scanned the pitch with enhanced senses. The snitch was small and fast, but his training had honed his perception to superhuman levels. He'd find it, there'd a glint of gold near the Slytherin goalposts. Harry moved, the acceleration was brutal, 0 to maximum in under a second. The crowd gasped. The Slytherin seeker tried to follow and fell behind immediately. Then Harry's broom jerked. Not a normal movement. Something was pulling it, trying to throw him off. Dark magic, he could feel it now, a cold pressure wrapping around the broomstick like invisible hands. Someone was cursing his broom. Harry didn't panic. He analyzed, assessed, adapted. The curse was strong but not precise. Whoever was casting it was far away, probably in the stands. If he could identify them, his eyes swept the crowd while his body fought for control. There, the teacher's section. Two figures with their eyes fixed on him, lips moving, Quirrell and Snape. Interesting. Harry stopped fighting the curse. Instead, he channeled his magic into the broom itself, reinforcing its structure, overwhelming the dark magic with his own power. For a moment, the broom shuddered, then stabilized that he dove. The snitch was 20 meters away. 10. 5. His fingers closed around it. The stadium exploded. Gryffindor wins. Harry landed amidst his cheering teammates, forcing a smile while his mind raced. Someone had tried to kill him in front of hundreds of witnesses. Someone who was supposed to be protecting him, Quirrell. Or Snape. Or both. He needed more information. It was definitely Snape, Ron insisted that night. He was muttering the whole time. Hermione saw it. Quirrell was too, Harry pointed out. They were both focused on me. But Snape hates you. He's been awful since day one. Hating someone and trying to kill them are different things. Harry paced the common room, thinking. Snape was a spy during the last war. He turned against Voldemort, helped bring down Death Eaters. Why would he want me dead now? Maybe he didn't really turn, Hermione suggested. Maybe he's still loyal to you-know-who. Then why save me? When the curse broke, both of them were still chanting. If Snape wanted me dead, he would have kept going. Unless he realized it wasn't working and decided to cut his losses. Maybe. Harry stopped pacing. I need to get closer to both of them. Figure out what they're really after. How? Snape teaches potions. I'm already his best student. I can use that to get extra instruction, more time in his presence. Harry's mind was racing now. Quirrell's harder. Defense against the dark arts is a joke the way he teaches it. But he's hiding something. That turban, the nervousness, the way he flinches whenever I look at him directly. You think he's faking? Hermione asked. I think there's more to him than he shows. And I'm going to find out what. December brought snow and the first real break in the mystery. Harry had stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. Gojo couldn't visit without alerting the magical authorities, and going back to Japan would raise too many questions. Ron stayed too, his parents visiting his brother Charlie in Romania. The castle was nearly empty. Perfect for exploration. The third-floor corridor, Harry said one night, spreading a rough map across his bed. Dumbledore specifically warned us away from it. That means something important is there. Something important or something dangerous, Ron countered. Could be both. Usually is. But Dumbledore wouldn't something valuable in a school unless he wanted it protected by more than just locks and warnings. Harry traced the corridor's location. The teachers are involved somehow. Guards, probably. Each contributing their specialty. So whatever's there is protected by multiple layers of security. That's my guess. Harry rolled up the map. Only one way to find out. They waited until midnight. The third-floor corridor was predictably forbidden-looking, dark, dusty, with a locked door at the end. Harry examined the lock with his enhanced senses. Magical seal. Basic, probably meant to keep out students who try Alohomora. He placed his palm against the door. But I don't need Alohomora. He pushed his magic through the door itself, analyzing its structure. The lock was complex but not impenetrable. With the right application of force. The door swung open, beyond was darkness. And breathing. Lots of breathing. Lumos, Hermione whispered, light flared from her wand. A three-headed dog stared back at them. Run! Ron screamed. They ran, the doors slammed behind them just as massive jaws snapped at the space they'd occupied. Harry heard claws scraping against wood, a frustrated howl that shook the walls. What was that? Ron gasped when they were safely back in Gryffindor Tower. Cerberus, Hermione said, still shaking. A three-headed dog. They're mentioned in Fantastic Beasts. Used for guarding things. Guarding what? Did you see the trapdoor? Harry asked. They both stared at him. Under its feet. There was a trapdoor. The dog standing on top of something. Harry's eyes were bright with discovery. Whatever's hidden in this castle, that's the entrance. Harry. Hermione's voice was serious. We almost died. A giant dog almost ate us. Can we please focus on that for a moment? Focus on what? We escaped. The dog's contained. The only real danger was not knowing it was there. Harry started pacing again. Now we know. Now we can plan. Plan for what? For getting past it. Eventually. Harry smiled at their horrified expressions. Not tonight. But whatever's down there, someone wants it badly enough to curse my broomstick in front of the whole school. That means it's valuable. Important. Maybe even connected to Voldemort somehow. Everything's connected to you-know-who with you, Ron muttered. Because he's the threat. Everything else is secondary. Harry's expression turned serious. I know this is scary. I know it's dangerous. But I can't just ignore it. If there's something in this castle that could help Voldemort return, or something that could help stop him, I need to know. Hermione and Ron exchanged looks. We're in this together, Hermione said finally. Right? Right, Ron agreed reluctantly. But if we die, I'm haunting you forever. Harry grinned. Deal. The spring term brought new challenges. Harry's investigation into Quirrell intensified. He attended every defense class with heightened awareness, watching the professor's every move. The man was definitely hiding something. His nervousness seemed performative, his fear of his own subject absurd for someone who'd supposedly traveled the world studying dark creatures, and there was the turban that smelled wrong. Not literally, though Harry's enhanced senses did pick up something off about it, but energetically. There was something inside it. Something that made Harry's scar twitch whenever he got too close. You've been staring at Quirrell for weeks, Hermione observed one day. Have you learned anything? The turban's hiding something. Something connected to dark magic. Harry kept his voice low. And whenever he looks at me directly, I feel cold. Like something's trying to see through his eyes. That's creepy. That's informative. Whatever's in that turban is aware. Intelligent. And interested in me specifically. The puzzle pieces were coming together. Quirrell was connected to something dark. Something hidden in the castle was valuable enough to kill for. Snape was involved somehow, though Harry still couldn't determine whether as guardian or threat, and underneath it all, the constant presence of Voldemort, weakened but not destroyed, waiting for an opportunity to return. That it was all going to come together eventually. Harry intended to be ready when it did. The final confrontation happened in June. Harry had pieced together most of the puzzle by then. The Philosopher's Stone, an alchemical artifact that could produce the elixir of life, was hidden beneath the trapdoor. Dumbledore had placed it there deliberately, using it as bait for whoever was trying to steal it. The thief was Quirrell. Or rather, the thing inside Quirrell. He's going tonight, Harry said, bursting into the common room where Hermione and Ron were studying. Dumbledore left the castle, I saw him go. Quirrell's going to make his move while the headmaster's away. How do you know? Hermione demanded. Because it's what I would do. Maximum opportunity, minimum risk. Harry was already moving toward the portrait hole. Are you coming or not? They came. The obstacles were challenging but manageable. The three-headed dog fell asleep when Harry hummed. He'd learned from Hagrid that music soothed it. The devil's snare released them when Hermione conjured fire. The flying keys required actual flight skill, which Harry had in abundance. The chess game was the hardest. It's life-sized wizard chess, Ron breathed. We have to play our way across. Then play. Harry stepped aside. You're the chess expert. Ron's face went pale, then determined. He took command of the white pieces, directing them with growing confidence. The black pieces fought back viciously, shattering captured pieces into rubble. It came down to a sacrifice. The only way to win is if I let myself be taken, Ron said quietly. Then Harry can checkmate the king. Ron, no, it's the only way. Ron looked at Harry. Get to the stone. Stop Quirrell. I'll be fine. He made his move. The Black Queen struck him down. Harry wanted to run to his friend, but the game wasn't over yet. He forced himself to focus, to make the final move, to call checkmate. The White King dropped his crown. The door opened. Go, Hermione said, kneeling beside Ron's unconscious form. I'll stay with him. Harry went. The final chamber was circular, filled with purple flames, and contained exactly what Harry expected, the Mirror of Eriste, and Professor Quirrell, standing in front of it without any trace of his usual nervous stammer. Potter. Quirrell turned, and his voice was different now, colder, more controlled. I wondered when you'd arrive. Professor. Harry stopped at the room's entrance, assessing. Or should I call you by another name? Quirrell smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Clever boy. You've figured it out, haven't you? The turban. You've got something hiding in there. Something that's been possessing you all year. Harry's hand was on his wand, magic already gathering. Something that smells like death. Not something. Quirrell began unwrapping his turban. Someone. The turban fell away. The back of Quirrell's head was not emptied. A face protruded from the skull, chalk white, with slits for nostrils and gleaming red eyes. A face Harry had seen in nightmares, in visions, in the darkest corners of his imagination. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet at last. Harry didn't flinch. He'd been preparing for this moment his entire life. You're weaker than I expected, he said. Parasitizing a nervous professor. The Dark Lord reduced to a face on the back of someone's head. Voldemort's eyes blazed. You dare, I dare because you're nothing right now. A ghost. A fragment. Clinging to life through other people's bodies because you destroyed your own soul trying to become immortal. Harry smiled, and it was Gojo's smile, sharp and confident and utterly unafraid. My father destroyed your Horcrux when I was 8 years old. He tore it out of me and crushed it like an insect. You felt that, didn't you? You felt yourself getting smaller. The red eyes flickered with something that might have been fear. You know nothing. I know about the diary. The ring. The locket. The cup. The snake. Harry counted them off on his fingers. 6 pieces of your soul, hidden around the world. I'm going to find them. I'm going to destroy them. And then I'm going to kill whatever's left of you. Silence. Then Voldemort laughed, a horrible, rasping sound. You have spirit, boy. Like your father. Like your mother. The red eyes fixed on Harry with predatory intensity. But you are still a child. And I am Lord Voldemort. The greatest sorcerer the world has ever known. Second greatest, maybe. Harry's stance shifted, ready for combat. You've never met my father. Quirrell lunged. The fight was brutal. Quirrell was faster than expected, Voldemort's possession enhancing his speed and strength beyond normal human limits. He hurled curses that Harry had to dodge, counter, deflect. The chamber filled with light and fire and the sound of magical combat, but Harry had trained for this. That he moved like water, flowing around attacks, striking where Quirrell was weak. His wandless magic let him cast faster than Quirrell could react, overwhelming the possessed professor with sheer volume of fire. Hold still. Quirrell screamed, frustration cracking his composure. Why would I do that? Harry closed the distance in a burst of speed, grabbing Quirrell's face with his bare hand. The effect was immediate. Quirrell screamed. His skin began to blister where Harry touched it, cracking and peeling like paper in a flame. Harry felt it too, a burning sensation in his palm, but he didn't let go. What are you? Get off, my mother's protection, Harry realized. Her sacrifice. It's still in me. He pushed harder. Quirrell's face was dissolving now, crumbling away to ash. And beneath it, Voldemort's spirit was thrashing, trying to escape the vessel before it was destroyed. This isn't over, Potter, the Dark Lord's voice echoed as his host collapsed. I will return. I will have my revenge. I will. His voice faded into nothing. Quirrell's body hit the floor, already turning to dust. Harry stood alone in the chamber, breathing hard, palms still burning with residual energy. That's one problem solved, he said to the empty room. Then his legs gave out and everything went dark. He woke in the hospital wing. Dumbledore was sitting beside his bed, looking older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him. You fought Lord Voldemort, the headmaster said. And you won. I didn't kill him. Just the host. For now, that's enough. Voldemort's spirit has fled, weakened further by the encounter. It will be years before he can attempt possession again. Dumbledore studied Harry's face. You knew about the Horcruxes. You told him you knew. Psychological warfare. He's arrogant, I wanted him rattled. And the protection from your mother? How did you know it would work? I didn't. But I guessed. His Horcrux couldn't survive in me because of her sacrifice. It made sense the same protection would work against his spirit directly. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You are remarkable, Harry Potter. Dangerous, perhaps. But remarkable. He stood slowly. Your friends are fine. Mr. Weasley is recovering from his chest injuries. Miss Granger has been demanding to see you every hour. And the stone? Destroyed. I discussed it with Nicholas Flamel, and we agreed it was best. Too dangerous to keep, even for the sake of immortality. Dumbledore moved toward the door. Rest now. You've earned it. Professor. Dumbledore turned. We're still allies, right? Against Voldemort? Yes, Harry. We are still allies. Something complicated moved behind the old wizard's eyes. Though I suspect our methods will not always align. I can live with that. As long as we're both pointing at the same enemy. On that, we agree. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Welcome to the war, Harry Potter. He left. Harry lay back against his pillows, thinking about everything that had happened. Voldemort driven off. The stone destroyed. First year complete. .1 down. .6 more to go, and then the real fight would begin. The end of year feast was bittersweet. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to the points awarded for defeating a troll and confronting the Dark Lord himself. Harry sat with his friends, accepting congratulations he didn't particularly want. You're famous now, Ron said. Like, actually famous. Everyone knows what you did. Everyone knows a version of what I did. The truth is classified. Harry pushed food around his plate. I'm just glad it's over. For now. For now. Voldemort's still out there. Still planning. This was just round one. Harry looked at his friends, at Hermione with her fierce intelligence, at Ron with his surprising courage, at Neville who tried to stop them from leaving the common room and earned his own points for bravery. We need to be stronger next year. All of us. I thought summer was for relaxing, Ron grumbled. Summer is for training. I'll send you materials. Harry smiled at their expressions. What? You didn't think this was a one-year commitment, did you? Honestly, mate, I don't know what I expected anymore. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with Hermione and Ron, watching the countryside roll past. In a few hours, he'd be back in London. Gojo would be waiting. They'd return to Tokyo, resume training, prepare for whatever came next, but for now, he let himself rest. Same time next year? Hermione asked as the train pulled into King's Cross. Same time next year, Harry confirmed. Stay safe. Stay alert. And practice your spell work. Yes, Professor Potter, Ron said sarcastically. I mean it. This year was easy. Next year might not be. They said their goodbyes on the platform. Harry found Gojo waiting by the barrier, looking exactly as he always did, white hair, blindfold, insufferably confident grin. So? Gojo asked. How was wizard school? Harry thought about trolls and three-headed dogs and chess games and confronting the Dark Lord himself at 11 years old. Educational, he said. Gojo laughed and pulled him into a hug. Let's go home, buddy. We've got training to do. They disappeared into the crowd, father and son, ready for whatever came next. Chapter 5, The Serpent Awakens. The summer after first year was the most intense training period of Harry's life. Gojo had listened to his full debrief, every detail about Quirrell, Voldemort, the stone, the confrontation, without interrupting. When Harry finished, his father was quiet for a long moment, then he said, "You did good. But good isn't enough anymore. Training doubled. Then tripled." Harry's morning started at 4 a.m. with physical conditioning, running, climbing, obstacle courses designed to push his enhanced body to its limits. Afternoons were combat drills with Megumi, who had grown terrifyingly strong in Harry's absence. Evenings were magical theory and practice, pushing his wandless casting to new heights. "You fought Voldemort's spirit and won through luck and your mother's protection," Gojo said during one session. "What happens when those advantages don't apply? What happens when you face something your mother's sacrifice can't touch?" "I adapt. Show me." Gojo came at him without warning, full speed, infinity active, 6 eyes blazing. Harry barely got his shield up in time, and even then the impact sent him skidding backward across the training room floor. Too slow. Again. They went again. And again. And again. By the end of summer, Harry could hold his own against Gojo for almost 30 seconds. It wasn't nearly enough, but it was progress. "Something's different about you," Megumi observed one night. They were on the apartment roof, watching Tokyo glitter beneath them. "Harder. More focused." "I looked Voldemort in the eye." Harry's voice was flat. "Watched his host crumble to ash under my hands. Felt him trying to claw his way into my mind." He turned to look at his brother. "It changes you. Knowing what's out there. What's coming. Are you scared? Terrified?" Harry smiled, and it didn't reach his eyes. "But fear is useful. It keeps you sharp." That sounds like something Gojo would say. He did say it. About 100 times. Harry bumped Megumi's shoulder. "How's your training going?" "I tamed new last month. Working on Max Elephant now." Megumi's shadows rippled around him, eager and alive. "By the time you graduate wizard school, I'll be stronger than you." "That's the plan." "You want me to be stronger?" "I want everyone I care about to be stronger. Strong enough to survive what's coming." Harry looked up at the stars. "Voldemort's just the beginning. There are worse things out there. Older things. We're going to need every advantage we can get." Megumi was quiet for a moment. "You've changed," he said finally. "A lot. I know." Harry's expression was distant. "I'm not sure if it's good or bad yet. It's both. That's how growing up works." Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. "When did you get philosophical?" "I've always been philosophical. You just never listened." "Fair point." Second year started with a warning. Harry was in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. Gojo had dropped him off in London early to handle some shopping, when a house elf appeared in his closet. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. The creature was small, barely 3 feet tall, with enormous green eyes and ears like satellite dishes. It was wearing what appeared to be a dirty pillowcase and wringing its hands with desperate energy. "Who are you?" Harry asked calmly. His wand was already in his hand, though he hadn't raised it. "Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf." The creature's eyes went wider, if that was possible. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Terrible things are planned for Hogwarts this year. Harry Potter must stay away." "What kind of terrible things?" "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby is bound." The elf started hitting himself in the head with a nearby lamp. "Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Stop that." Harry's voice was sharp. "What family do you serve?" Dobby froze mid-swing. "Dobby cannot say, sir. But you're bound by their orders. Which means they know about whatever's being planned." Harry's mind was racing. A pure-blood family. Wealthy enough to have house elves. Connected enough to know about threats to Hogwarts before they happen. Dobby's eyes filled with tears. "Harry Potter is as clever as they say." "The Malfoys?" The elf let out a wail and vanished with a crack. Harry stood in the sudden silence, processing. So Lucius Malfoy was planning something. Something bad enough that even his bound servant was trying to warn people. Something connected to Hogwarts. This year was going to be interesting. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos as usual. Harry found Ron and Hermione quickly. They'd been exchanging letters all summer, coordinating their training. Hermione had worked through the entire second-year curriculum already. Ron had practiced dueling with his older brothers until he could hold his own against Fred and George. "You look different," Hermione said when she saw him. "More intense. Summer training. Papa doesn't believe in vacations." "My mum thinks I need therapy," Ron offered. "Apparently normal 12-year-olds don't wake up at 5 a.m. to practice combat spells." "Your mum might be right." Harry grinned. "But normal 12-year-olds don't have to worry about Dark Lords." They found a compartment and settled in for the long ride north. "Anything interesting happen this summer?" Hermione asked. "Besides the obvious training?" "A house elf named Dobby appeared in my room and warned me not to return to Hogwarts." Silence. "I'm sorry, what?" Harry explained. The warning, the hints about the Malfoys, the implication that something terrible was planned. "And you're still going?" Ron demanded. "After a magical creature literally told you it was dangerous?" "That's exactly why I'm going. If Malfoy's planning something, I need to stop it." Harry's expression was calm. "Besides, whoever's behind this clearly doesn't want me at Hogwarts. That tells me Hogwarts is exactly where I should be." "That logic is insane," Hermione said. "That logic is tactical." Harry smiled. "Welcome to year 2. The feast was normal until Dumbledore's announcements. This year, I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart." A man stood from the teacher's table, beaming with perfect teeth and perfectly styled golden hair. His robes were a shade of turquoise that hurt to look at directly. Harry recognized him immediately. Lockhart's books had been on the required list, 7 of them, all supposedly autobiographical accounts of defeating various dark creatures. Harry had read them all and found approximately 0 useful information in any of them. "He's a fraud," Harry murmured to Hermione. "The accounts in his books don't match any verified records." "I checked." "How can you be sure?" "Because he claims to have defeated a werewolf in Azerbaijan using a spell that doesn't exist, and the village he supposedly saved doesn't appear on any map." Harry watched Lockhart wave to the students like a celebrity. Someone with an ego that big doesn't stay humble about real accomplishments. "Maybe you're wrong." "I'm not." Harry was proven right within the first week. Lockhart's classes were a disaster. He spent most of each period talking about himself, assigning readings from his own books, and staging dramatic reenactments of his supposed adventures using students as props. Today we'll be studying my triumph over the Wagga Wagga werewolf, Lockhart announced during their third lesson. Mr. Potter, would you play the werewolf? Just growl menacingly while I demonstrate the counter-curse. No. The classroom went still. Lockhart's smile faltered. I'm sorry. I said no. I won't participate in a reenactment of an event that never happened. Harry met the professor's eyes steadily. The Wagga Wagga werewolf was defeated by an Armenian warlock named Grigory Koskov in 1987. He lost an arm in the process and spent 3 months recovering in a Bulgarian hospital. His account is in the International Werewolf Registry, which I consulted before term started. Dead silence. That's simply not. Lockhart's composure was cracking. I assure you, Mr. Potter, my accounts are completely accurate, then explain the inconsistencies. Page 47 of Wandering with Werewolves describes using the homorphous charm, which according to every reference I can find doesn't actually exist. Page 112 mentions a village called Kotorgrad, which isn't on any map, magical or muggle. And page 203, that's quite enough. Lockhart's face had gone red. 5 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting a teacher. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm asking for evidence. 10 points. Harry shrugged and sat back. He'd made his point. After class, Hermione caught up to him in the corridor. That was brutal, she said. Accurate, but brutal. He's going to get someone killed with his incompetence. The students deserve to know their defense professor can't actually defend anything. You could have handled it more diplomatically. Diplomacy is for people who have time. We don't. Harry kept walking. Speaking of time, have you noticed anything strange about the castle? Unusual energy patterns, cold spots, anything like that? Now that you mention it. Hermione frowned. There's been a weird draft in the second-floor girls' bathroom. And some of the ghosts seem more agitated than usual. Show me. The bathroom was unremarkable at first glance, cracked mirrors, leaky faucets, a perpetually flooding floor. And in the corner, weeping into a toilet, was a ghost Harry recognized from his research, moaning Myrtle. Hello, Harry said carefully. I'm Harry Potter. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Myrtle looked up, her transparent face streaked with ghostly tears. Nobody ever wants to talk to me. They just come in here to laugh and throw things and, wait. Her expression shifted. You're Harry Potter. The Harry Potter? The only one, as far as I know. Ooh. Myrtle drifted closer, examining him with unsettling intensity. You're cuter than I expected. If I were alive, I'd definitely fancy you. Thank you. I think. Harry gestured at the bathroom. This place feels strange. Different from the rest of the castle. Do you know why? Myrtle's face clouded. This is where I died. Of course it feels strange. Died how? I was hiding in this very stall, crying because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses, and then I heard someone come in. A boy. Speaking a strange language, hissing, sort of. Myrtle's voice went distant. I opened the door to tell him to go away, and then I saw great big yellow eyes. Over there, by that sink. And then I was dead. Harry looked at the sink she indicated, old. Tarnished. With a small snake etched into the tap. When was this? He asked quietly. 1943, June 13th. I remember because it was a Friday. Myrtle sniffled. Nobody's ever asked me about it before. Nobody cares how Myrtle died. I care. Harry walked to the sink, examining the snake carving. This is important, Myrtle. The boy who spoke the strange language, did you see his face? No. Just the eyes. The yellow eyes. Myrtle shuddered. They were so awful. So cold. Harry's mind was racing that a hidden entrance. A creature with deadly eyes. A language that sounded like hissing that he knew what this was. Thank you, Myrtle. You've been extremely helpful. Really? She brightened. Will you come visit me again? Probably. This bathroom is going to be important. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said that night, spreading his research across the common room table. Built by Salazar Slytherin 1,000 years ago, hidden somewhere in the castle, containing a monster that only his heir can control. Ron looked up from his homework. That's a myth. Most myths are based on something real. Harry pointed at a passage in one of his books. Slytherin could speak Parseltongue, the language of snakes. His heir would have the same ability. And the monster he left behind? Let me guess, Hermione said dryly. A snake. A basilisk. King of serpents. Its gaze kills instantly, and it can live for hundreds of years. Harry's expression was grim. Myrtle died seeing yellow eyes. Basilisks have yellow eyes. And the entrance is in that bathroom, hidden behind a sink with a snake carved into it. Okay, but... Ron shook his head. Even if all that's true, what does it have to do with the Malfoys? With whatever Dobby was warning you about. The chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's heir. Someone who speaks Parseltongue. Harry leaned back. The Malfoys are an old pureblood family with connections to dark magic going back centuries. If Lucius Malfoy found a way to open the chamber without being the heir himself, he could unleash the basilisk on Muggleborns, Hermione whispered. That's what Slytherin wanted, wasn't it? To purge the school of those he considered unworthy. Exactly. Harry stood, pacing. We need to find out more about the last time the chamber was opened. Who was blamed, what happened, whether there were any survivors. You said Myrtle died in 1943, Hermione said. That's 50 years ago. There might be records. There are. A student named Hagrid was expelled and accused of opening the chamber. Harry paused. But the attack stopped after he was expelled, which suggests he wasn't actually responsible. Someone else was the real culprit. Hagrid? Ron's jaw dropped. Our Hagrid? The groundskeeper? The same. Which means he might know something, either about what really happened, or about who framed him. So we talked to Hagrid. We talked to Hagrid. Hagrid's hut was warm and cluttered, full of strange objects and the smell of rock cakes that could probably be used as weapons. Harry. Ron. Hermione. Hagrid beamed at them from behind his massive beard. What brings ya down here? We wanted to ask you about the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said directly. Hagrid's smile vanished. Who told ya about that? Research. And the fact that something's happening at Hogwarts again. We think the chamber's been opened. That's not possible. Hagrid's voice shook slightly. The chamber's a myth. A story. Then why were you expelled for opening it 50 years ago? Silence. Hagrid sat down heavily, his massive frame seeming to shrink. I didn't open nothing. I was framed. Everyone thought it was me 'cause of Aragog, but Aragog never hurt no one. Aragog? My pet. An acromantula. Hagrid looked away. I was raising him in the castle. Stupid, I know. But he was just a baby, and I thought, anyway. When that girl died, everyone assumed Aragog was responsible. I tried to explain that acromantulas don't petrify people, but no one listened. Petrify? Harry leaned forward. You said petrify. Not kill. That's what the monster does, isn't it? Turns ya to stone. Hagrid frowned. Though I suppose Myrtle died instead of getting petrified. Never understood why. Direct eye contact, Harry realized. Myrtle looked the basilisk directly in the eyes, so she died. But if someone only saw the reflection, who accused you, Hagrid? Who said you opened the chamber? A prefect. Tom Riddle, his name was. Charming fellow, everyone loved him. Hagrid's expression darkened. Turned out later he wasn't so charming after all. Tom Riddle. Harry's blood went cold. Hagrid. Tom Riddle. What happened to him after Hogwarts? Disappeared for a while. Then came back as someone different. Someone. Hagrid shuddered. Yeah, probably know him by another name. The one everyone's afraid to say. Voldemort. Tom Riddle was Voldemort, and 50 years ago, he'd opened the Chamber of Secrets. Harry processed this information on the walk back to the castle. Voldemort, Tom Riddle, had opened the chamber in 1943. He'd used the basilisk to attack Muggleborns, killed Myrtle when she saw the creature directly, and framed Hagrid to cover his tracks. Now someone was trying to open the chamber again, but Voldemort was still a disembodied spirit, too weak to act directly. Which meant someone else was doing this on his behalf. Someone with access to Slytherin's heir, or to instructions for opening the chamber, the Malfoys. We need to find whatever artifact Malfoy used, Harry said. Something connected to Riddle. Something that could let someone open the chamber without being the heir themselves. How would that even work? Hermione asked. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. The attack started in November. Mrs. Norris first, Filch's cat, found petrified near Myrtle's bathroom. Then Colin Creevey, a first-year Muggleborn who'd been taking photos. Then nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley, found together in a corridor. After each attack, the same message appeared on the walls: the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Panic spread through the school. Muggleborn students traveled in groups, afraid to be caught alone. Teachers patrolled the corridors. Dumbledore called emergency faculty meetings, and through it all, Harry investigated. The attacks are centered around the second floor, he said, showing Hermione and Ron his map. Near the bathroom. Near the entrance. But you haven't been able to open it? Hermione asked. I tried hissing at the snake carving. Nothing happened. Harry's frustration was evident. Either I'm doing it wrong, or there's something else required. Maybe you need to be speaking actual Parseltongue, not just making snake noises, Ron suggested. I don't speak Parseltongue. Are you sure about that? Harry opened his mouth to respond, then stopped. He'd never actually tried. That night, he snuck down to Myrtle's bathroom alone. The ghost was asleep, or whatever ghosts did when they weren't actively haunting. Harry stood in front of the snake-carved sink and focused. The snake symbol seemed to writhe in the torchlight. Harry stared at it, thinking about serpents, about scales and fangs and slithering movement. Open, he said, nothing. That he tried again, focusing harder. Imagining the word not as English but as something else. Something older. Something instinctive. Open, he hissed, and the word came out wrong. Different. Sibilant and strange, sliding off his tongue like something alive. The sink shuddered, then it began to move. The pipe widened, revealing a massive dark opening, a slide leading down into the depths of the castle. Harry stared at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. I'm a Parselmouth, he said to the empty bathroom. How the hell am I a Parselmouth? The answer came to him immediately. The Horcrux. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded and a piece of his soul attached to Harry, it must have transferred some of his abilities too, including the language of snakes. This keeps getting better, Harry muttered. He considered going down the pipe immediately. He was armed, trained, and probably the only person in the school capable of confronting what was down there, but no. Not yet. He needed more information. Needed to know what he was walking into. He closed the entrance and returned to Gryffindor Tower. Christmas brought a breakthrough. Harry stayed at Hogwarts over the holidays. Gojo was handling some situation in Japan that required his attention, and used the empty castle to intensify his investigation. Polyjuice potion, Hermione said, showing him her work. She'd been brewing it in secret for weeks. We can use it to disguise ourselves as Slytherins. Get into their common room. Find out what Malfoy knows. That's actually brilliant. Harry examined the cauldron. How long until it's ready? Tomorrow. The infiltration went smoothly. Harry and Ron took the forms of Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's usual cronies, while Hermione transformed into a Slytherin girl named Millicent Bulstrode. Or tried to. The hair she'd used turned out to be cat hair, and she ended up in the hospital wing for 3 weeks, but Harry and Ron made it into the Slytherin common room. Can you believe Potter thinks he can just walk around like he owns the place? Malfoy was ranting to his actual friends, not recognizing the imposters. Everyone's so obsessed with him. Harry Potter this, Harry Potter that. You think he's the heir? One of the Slytherins asked. Him. Please. Malfoy sneered. Potter's a half-blood. He couldn't be the heir if he tried. Then who is it? I don't know, do I? Father won't tell me anything. Malfoy's voice turned bitter. He just keeps saying to keep my head down and let things play out. Like I'm a child who can't be trusted. Harry filed this away. So Draco didn't know who was opening the chamber. But Lucius did. Which meant the plan was being executed at a level Draco wasn't privy to. The potion wore off before Harry could learn more, but he'd confirmed one thing: the Malfoys were involved, and the artifact, whatever it was already inside the school. The answer came from an unlikely source. Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, a first year, had been acting strange all term. Pale, withdrawn, jumping at shadows. Harry had noticed but hadn't connected the dots until Valentine's Day. She was writing in a diary. A black, leather-bound diary that never seemed to fill up, no matter how much she wrote. Ron, Harry said urgently. Your sister's diary. Where did she get it? Dunno. She's had it since summer, I think. Why? Because I think it's the artifact. The thing that's controlling the attacks. They confronted Ginny that night in the common room. The diary, Harry said, keeping his voice calm. I need to see it. Ginny went white. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. You've been writing in it all year. Telling it your secrets. And it's been writing back, hasn't it? Tears spilled down Ginny's cheeks. I didn't mean to, I couldn't stop, it was so understanding, and I was so lonely, and, it's not your fault. Harry crouched in front of her, voice gentle. The diary belonged to Tom Riddle. Voldemort. It's been using you to open the chamber. What? Ginny's voice cracked. No. No, Tom is my friend. He wouldn't, he's not your friend. He's a monster wearing a friendly face. Harry held out his hand. Give me the diary, Ginny. Let me end this. For a long moment, Ginny just stared at him. Her hand twitched toward her bag, toward the diary, and Harry saw the struggle in her eyes. The artifact had its hooks in deep. Please, he said. Trust me. Ginny's hand trembled, then she pulled out the diary and thrust it at him like it was burning her. Harry took it. The moment his fingers touched the cover, he felt it, a dark presence, cold and ancient, pressing against his mind. Trying to find a way in. He slammed his mental defenses into place and examined the diary with his enhanced senses. Horcrux, the word surfaced from memories of Gojo's debrief. The fragment Voldemort had hidden in Harry's scar. The pieces of soul scattered across the world. This diary was one of them. Everyone out, Harry said quietly. Now. He was alone with the diary. The common room was empty. He'd sent Ginny to the hospital wing with Ron and Hermione, claiming he needed to handle this privately. Which was true, in a way. He opened the diary to a blank page. Words appeared, written in elegant script. Hello. I am Tom Riddle. Who are you? Harry Potter, Harry said aloud, and the words wrote themselves on the page. Harry Potter. I've heard that name. From the girl who wrote in me before. Ginny. You were using her to open the chamber. I was helping her. She was so lonely, so desperate for someone to understand. I gave her what she needed. You were draining her life force to restore yourself. I can feel it. Harry's magic was analyzing the diary constantly, mapping its structure. You're almost strong enough to manifest physically, aren't you? Clever boy. The memory of Tom Riddle, for that's what I am, a memory preserved in enchanted ink, has learned much in 50 years. About power. About patience. About the weakness of those who trust too easily. And about Horcruxes. A pause. Then, what do you know about Horcruxes? I know you made 7. I know your future self put a piece of his soul in my scar by accident. I know my father destroyed it. Harry smiled coldly. I know you're terrified right now, Tom, because I'm the first person you've met who actually understands what you are. The diary's response was slower this time. More careful, you are remarkable, Harry Potter. Perhaps we could work together. I could teach you things. Show you secrets of magic that Hogwarts could never know. Harry closed the diary that he could destroy it now. He had the power, his light-based ability would incinerate the Horcrux just as surely as it had destroyed curses in the past, but there was still a basilisk in the chamber. Still a threat to the school that needed to be dealt with permanently, and for that, he needed bait. The final confrontation happened on a Tuesday. Harry descended into the Chamber of Secrets alone, the diary tucked into his bag. He'd told Dumbledore his plan, a necessary compromise, since he needed someone to know where he was if things went wrong. You're certain about this? Dumbledore had asked. No. But I'm certain about the alternative. If the basilisk isn't killed, it'll keep being used as a weapon. By Voldemort, by his followers, by anyone who can speak Parseltongue. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. This ends today. The slide deposited him in a tunnel deep beneath the castle. Bones crunched under his feet, small animals, mostly, victims of the basilisk over the centuries that he walked. The chamber itself was vast, a long hall lined with serpent-carved pillars, leading to a massive stone face at the far end. Slytherin statue, mouth open wide. And standing in front of it, already manifesting into solid form, was Tom Riddle. You came. Riddle looked almost surprised. I wasn't sure you would. You have something I need. Harry stopped 20 meters away, assessing. The basilisk. Call it out. Why would I do that? Because you want to see what I can do. You've been watching through the diary, analyzing me. You know I'm different from normal wizards. Harry smiled. And you're curious. Riddle studied him for a long moment, then he turned to the statue and spoke in Parseltongue, a hissing command that echoed through the chamber. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened wider, and something massive began to emerge. The basilisk was enormous, 50 feet long, scales like armored plates, fangs dripping venom that sizzled where it hit the stone floor. Its eyes were closed. Harry had planned for this, had prepared a contingency. Fawkes, he called. The phoenix burst into the chamber in a flash of fire, carrying something in its talons. The sorting hat dropped into Harry's hands just as Fawkes dove at the basilisk's face. The bird's claws found the serpent's eyes. The basilisk screamed. No! Riddle shouted. Kill the boy. The blinded serpent thrashed, mouth gaping wide, hunting by sound and smell now. Harry threw himself aside as massive fangs slammed into the floor where he'd been standing. The hat felt heavy in his hands. He reached inside, and pulled out a sword, silver blade, rubies in the hilt, the name Gryffindor engraved along the edge. That's unexpected, Harry admitted that he didn't have time to question it. The basilisk was coming again, tracking his voice. Harry ran, leading it away from Riddle, buying time to plan. The sword was good for close combat. But getting close to a basilisk meant getting into Fong range. One scratch and he was dead, unless, Harry stopped running that he turned to face the charging serpent. And he activated his light, the power exploded from him in a concentrated beam, not the wild burst he produced as a child, but focused, controlled. The light struck the basilisk's open mouth and kept going, burning through scales and muscle and bone. The serpent's death scream shook the chamber. Harry held the beam until he was certain, until the basilisk's head was nothing but ash and its body had stopped twitching. Then he turned to Riddle. "Your turn." Riddle's handsome face twisted with fury. "You dare." "I dare because you're not Voldemort yet. You're a memory. A fragment." Harry advanced, sword in one hand, power gathering in the other. "And I've destroyed fragments before." He struck, the sword pierced the diary where it lay on the floor. He dropped it during the fight with the basilisk. Ink sprayed like blood, dark and viscous. Riddle screamed, his manifesting form flickering, destabilizing. "This isn't over," the memory gasped. "He'll come back. He'll find you. And when he does, I'll be ready." Harry twisted the sword. "Goodbye, Tom." The diary exploded, Riddle vanished, and the Chamber of Secrets fell silent. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore handled most of the explanations, how Harry had discovered the chamber, how he destroyed both the basilisk and the diary, how Ginny Weasley had been an unwitting victim rather than a willing accomplice. Lucius Malfoy was furious when he learned his artifact had been destroyed. He showed up at the school demanding answers, and Harry had the satisfaction of watching Dobby, freed through a clever trick with a sock hidden in the ruined diary, abandon his master forever. "You'll pay for this, Potter," Malfoy snarled. "Add it to my tab." The school year ended with Gryffindor winning the House Cup again, largely due to the points awarded for services to the school. Harry accepted the congratulations with his usual composure, but his mind was already on next year. 1 Horcrux destroyed. 5 to go, and somewhere out there, Voldemort was getting stronger. Third year brought new complications and new allies. The summer training was brutal as always, but Harry noticed something different about Gojo this time. His father seemed distracted, worried about something he wouldn't discuss. "There's been movement in the cursed spirit world," Gojo said finally, 2 weeks before Harry was due to return to Hogwarts. "Something's changing. The barriers between our world and theirs are getting thinner." "Connected to Voldemort?" "I don't know. Maybe. The timing is suspicious." Gojo's expression was unusually serious. "Be careful this year. I have a feeling things are going to accelerate." Harry returned to Hogwarts with that warning echoing in his head. The new defense professor was a pleasant surprise, Remus Lupin, a worn-looking man who actually knew what he was doing. His classes were practical, engaging, and genuinely useful. "He's the best we've had," Hermione admitted after the first week. "Even if he does look like he hasn't slept in a month." Harry agreed, but he'd noticed something else about Lupin. The professor kept watching him with an odd expression, not suspicious exactly, but knowing. Like he was seeing someone else when he looked at Harry. The mystery solved itself in November, when Lupin called Harry to his office after class. "I knew your parents," Lupin said quietly. "James and Lily. We were friends at school." "I know." Harry had done his research. "You were one of the marauders. Along with my father, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black." Lupin's face went pale. "You know about Sirius?" "I know he's supposed to have betrayed my parents to Voldemort. I know he's been in Azkaban for 12 years. I know he escaped last summer." Harry met Lupin's eyes steadily. "And I know the story doesn't add up." "What do you mean?" "Sirius was my father's best friend. Closer than brothers, according to every account I've found. The kind of loyalty that doesn't just evaporate." Harry leaned forward. "So either he was the greatest actor in wizarding history, or something else happened that night. Something the official story doesn't explain." Lupin was quiet for a long moment. "You're too clever for your own good," he said finally. "Just like Lily." "That's not a denial." "No. It's not." Lupin sighed heavily. "The truth is, I don't know. I've never known." Sirius being the traitor never made sense to me either, but Peter was dead and Sirius confessed and I wanted to believe the nightmare was over. And now Sirius has escaped. Coming to Hogwarts, according to the Ministry. Harry stood. If he shows up, I want to talk to him before the Dementors get involved. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous, so is everything else in my life. This is just one more thing. Harry headed for the door. Thanks for the talk, Professor. It was clarifying. Sirius Black appeared in December, not in the castle, he was too smart for that, but in the Shrieking Shack, a supposedly haunted building in Hogsmeade. Harry found him through a combination of research, instinct, and a very helpful map he'd acquired from the Weasley twins. The Marauders map, Fred had said when they gave it to him. Shows everyone in Hogwarts and where they are. We figured you'd put it to better use than we ever did. Harry had put it to excellent use that he went to the Shrieking Shack alone, the man waiting for him barely resembled the handsome young wizard in the old photographs. Sirius Black was gaunt, hollow-eyed, with matted hair and tattered robes. 12 years in Azkaban had left their mark, but his eyes were sharp. Alert. And when he saw Harry, they filled with tears. You look just like James, Sirius whispered. Except the eyes. Lily's eyes. You didn't betray them. It wasn't a question. No. Sirius's voice cracked. It was Peter. Peter Pettigrew. He was the secret keeper, not me. We switched at the last minute, thought it would be clever, throw Voldemort off. But Peter. Peter was the spy all along. Pettigrew's dead. Everyone says so. He's not. He faked his death, cut off his own finger to leave behind, and transformed. Sirius's expression hardened. He's an animagus. A rat. He's been hiding for 12 years. Hiding where? With your friend. The Weasley boy. Pettigrew is his pet rat. Harry's blood went cold, Scabbers. Ron's rat. The ancient, sickly rat that had been in the Weasley family for over a decade. You're sure? I saw him on the front page of the Prophet. A picture of the Weasleys in Egypt. Their rat was on the boy's shoulder. Sirius pulled out a torn newspaper clipping. Look. Missing toe on the front paw. Peter cut off his finger before he transformed. Harry looked that he saw. I believe you, he said. Now here's what we're going to do. The confrontation with Pettigrew happened that same night. Harry brought Ron, Hermione, and Lupin to the Shrieking Shack. Sirius was waiting. And so, unknowingly, was Scabbers, tucked into Ron's pocket as always. Harry, what's going on? Ron demanded. Why are we meeting a mass murderer in a haunted house? Because he's not a mass murderer. That is. Harry pointed at the rat, Lupin cast the spell before anyone could react. The rat squealed, thrashed, and began to expand, growing, changing, becoming something human-shaped. Peter Pettigrew stood before them, small and watery-eyed and trembling. Remus. Sirius. My old friends, don't you dare call us friends, Sirius snarled. You betrayed James and Lily. You let me rot in Azkaban for 12 years. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, he would have killed me, you should have died rather than betray your friends. Lupin's voice was cold with fury. That's what we would have done for you. Pettigrew fell to his knees, crying, begging. Please, Harry, your father wouldn't have wanted them to kill me, my father is dead because of you. Harry's voice was flat. Calm. Terrifying. You don't get to speak for him. He turned to Sirius. We're not killing him. What? Sirius's face contorted. After everything he's done, he's more useful alive. His testimony can clear your name. Get you a trial. Let you walk free in the daylight instead of hiding in shacks. Harry's eyes never left Pettigrew. And when Voldemort returns, we'll need to know everything Pettigrew knows about his inner circle. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. You're nothing like I expected, Harry Potter. I get that a lot. The night went wrong at the last moment. They were escorting Pettigrew to the castle when the full moon emerged from behind the clouds. Lupin, who Harry had deduced was a werewolf weeks ago, began to transform. In the chaos, Pettigrew escaped. No! Sirius screamed, lunging after the rat. Dementors converged. Dozens of them, drawn by the emotional turmoil. Harry felt their cold presence pressing against his mind, trying to drown him in his worst memories. That he fought back. Expecto Patronum. His magic exploded outward, not the formless shield most wizards produced, but something solid. Something bright. A massive stag made of pure white light, charging into the Dementor horde and scattering them like leaves. Sirius stared. That's James's Patronus. No, Harry said quietly. It's mine. The Dementors retreated. Lupin, transformed but somehow docile, slunk away into the forest. And Sirius Black, still a wanted criminal but finally vindicated in the eyes of those who mattered, disappeared into the night. He'll be back, Harry said. When the time is right. How do you know? Hermione asked. Because we're family now. And family doesn't abandon each other. The train ride home was quiet. Ron was still processing the fact that his pet rat had been a murderous traitor. Hermione was reading ahead for next year. And Harry was writing a letter. Dear Papa, 3rd year complete. A lot happened. I'll explain everything when I get home. Short version, we have a new ally. My godfather. He's innocent of the crimes he was accused of, and he's going to help us when the time comes. Also, I discovered I can produce a corporeal Patronus. Apparently it's a stag. Professor Lupin said it was my birth father's form too. Make of that what you will. Training this summer is going to need to be even more intense. Things are accelerating. I can feel it. Voldemort is getting stronger, and we're running out of time. See you soon. Harry he sealed the letter and sent it with Hedwig. Through the window, the English countryside rolled past. Green fields, small towns, a world that had no idea what was coming. Harry watched it all with calm eyes. 3 years down. For to go, and then the real war would begin. Chapter 6, Tournament of Monsters. The letter arrived at breakfast on a Tuesday in late August. Harry was in Tokyo, halfway through his morning training session with Megumi, when Hedwig swooped through the open window and dropped a heavy envelope directly onto his head. Ow! Harry caught the letter before it hit the floor. Thanks, Hedwig. Very graceful. The owl hooted smugly and flew to her perch. The envelope was thick, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. But underneath it was a second seal, the Ministry of Magic emblem, which Harry had never seen on school correspondence before. That looks official, Megumi observed, toweling sweat from his face. Bad news? Probably. Harry broke the seals and scanned the contents. His expression went flat. The Triwizard Tournament is being revived. Hogwarts is hosting. The what? Ancient Magical Competition. 3 schools, 3 champions, 3 deadly tasks. It was discontinued centuries ago because too many contestants died. Harry's voice was grim. Someone decided it would be fun to bring it back. Gojo appeared in the doorway, coffee in hand. Did I hear, deadly tasks? Triwizard Tournament. International Magical Competition at Hogwarts this year. And you're worried because? Because nothing good ever happens to me at that school, and an event specifically designed to produce dramatic near-death experiences seems like exactly the kind of thing that would go wrong. Harry tossed the letter onto the table. There's an age restriction, 17 and up only, but I don't trust it. Smart. Gojo took a long sip of coffee. What's your play? Go anyway. Watch everything. Be ready for whatever manipulation is coming. Harry's jaw tightened. Because someone is going to try something. They always do. The Hogwarts Express was more crowded than usual. Students from Beauxbatons Academy and Durmstrang Institute would be arriving separately, but the excitement had already infected the British magical community. Everyone was talking about the tournament, speculating about potential champions, debating which school would win. Harry sat with Hermione, Ron, and Neville, who had grown considerably more confident over the past 2 years, in their usual compartment. Fred and George are furious about the age restriction, Ron reported. They've been trying to figure out ways around it all summer. They won't succeed. Hermione's voice was certain. Dumbledore's implementing it personally. An age line around the Goblet of Fire. The what now? The Goblet of Fire. It's an ancient artifact that selects the champions. You put your name in, and the goblet chooses one representative from each school. Hermione had clearly done her research. The age line will prevent anyone under 17 from even approaching it. Unless someone else puts your name in, Harry said quietly. The compartment went silent. You think someone's going to enter you? Neville asked. I think I'm Harry Potter, and every year something tries to kill me at that school. Harry's expression was calm, but his eyes were hard. The Triwizard Tournament is basically a legally sanctioned murder attempt. Of course someone's going to try to use it against me. That's paranoid, Hermione said. That's pattern recognition. There's a difference. The arrival of the foreign schools was theatrical. Beauxbatons descended from the sky in a massive powder blue carriage drawn by winged horses the size of elephants. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, was a woman of literally gigantic proportions who moved with surprising grace. Durmstrang emerged from the Black Lake in a ghostly ship, water streaming from its hull as it surfaced like something from a nightmare. Their headmaster was Igor Karkaroff, a name Harry recognized from his research into former Death Eaters. He was one of Voldemort's, Harry murmured to Hermione. Turned informant to avoid Azkaban. Gave up names in exchange for his freedom. You think he's involved in whatever's coming? I think he's exactly the kind of person who would be. The welcome feast was elaborate, featuring foods from all 3 magical traditions. Harry ate little, watching the staff table instead. Karkaroff kept glancing at him. Not with hostility, with fear. Interesting. The Goblet of Fire was unveiled the next morning. It sat in the entrance hall, surrounded by Dumbledore's age line, a golden circle that hummed with power. Students from all 3 schools lined up to submit their names, the blue flames of the goblet dancing higher with each edition. Harry stayed far away from it. You're not even going to look? Ron asked. I know what it looks like. Old cup, blue fire, probably cursed in at least 3 ways. Harry leaned against a pillar, arms crossed. I'm more interested in watching who else approaches it. He catalogued everyone who submitted a name. Victor Krum from Durmstrang, the famous Quidditch player, barely 17, moving with the confidence of someone used to being the best. Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, silver blonde hair, part Vila based on the way male students kept walking into walls around her. Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts, Hufflepuff prefect, popular, genuinely decent, and several people who shouldn't have been able to approach the goblet at all. Someone's testing the age line, Harry said quietly. See that 7th year from Durmstrang? He put in 2 names. Different handwriting. Maybe he was submitting for a friend. Maybe. Or maybe someone's figured out that the line only checks who's physically crossing it, not whose name is on the paper. Hermione's eyes widened. That's a massive loophole. That's exactly what I was afraid of. The champion selection happened at dinner on Halloween, because of course it did. Halloween. The anniversary of his parents' murder. The day Voldemort had first tried to kill him. Harry really hated Halloween. Dumbledore stood before the goblet, which had been moved to the front of the Great Hall. The flames were burning red now, preparing to expel the chosen names. The champion for Durmstrang, Dumbledore announced as a charred piece of parchment shot from the flames, is Victor Krum. Applause. Krum stood, nodded stoically, and walked to the side chamber reserved for champions. The champion for Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour. More applause. The silver-haired girl rose gracefully and followed Crumb. And the champion for Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with cheers. Cedric looked genuinely surprised but pleased as he made his way to the champion's chamber. That's it then, Ron said, sounding relieved. 3 champions. No Harry Potter. Maybe you were wrong. The goblet flared red again. A 4th piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it. His face went pale. Harry Potter. The silence was absolute. Every eye in the great hall turned to Harry, who remained perfectly still in his seat. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look scared. He looked resigned. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was sharper now. Please come to the champion's chamber. Harry stood slowly. He walked through the silent hall, ignoring the stares, the whispers, the accusations already forming on people's lips. At the staff table, Karkaroff was sweating. Snape's expression was unreadable. And Moody, the new defense professor, a grizzled ex-Auror with a magical eye that never stopped moving, was watching Harry with unsettling intensity. Harry filed all of it away and entered the champion's chamber. The argument started immediately. He's too young. He must have cheated. This is completely unacceptable. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff were shouting at Dumbledore, who looked as bewildered as Harry had ever seen him. The other champions stood to the side, Crumb impassive, Fleur annoyed, Cedric confused. I didn't enter my name, Harry said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. Then how did it get in the goblet? Karkaroff demanded. Someone else put it there. Someone who wanted me in this tournament. Harry met the headmaster's eyes steadily. Someone who wants me dead. That's a serious accusation, Madame Maxime said. It's a serious situation. Harry didn't flinch. The age line prevents underage students from approaching the goblet. But it doesn't prevent someone else from submitting a name on their behalf. All you'd need is a piece of parchment with the target's name and a way to confuse the goblet into thinking they represented a 4th school. Silence. That's actually possible, Dumbledore said slowly. Barty, what do you think? Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, looking haggard and ill, shook his head. The goblet's contract is binding. Once a name is selected, the champion must compete. There's no way around it. Convenient, Harry said flatly. I beg your pardon. I said it's convenient. Someone forces me into a deadly competition, and the rules just happen to make it impossible to withdraw. Harry's voice was calm, but there was steel underneath. This was planned. Every detail, from the method of entry to the binding contract. Someone wants me in this tournament, and they've made sure I can't escape. The question, Moody growled from the doorway, is who? Everyone turned to look at the scarred ex-Auror. Takes a powerful wizard to confuse the goblet. Takes a clever one to think of the 4th school trick. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. You've got enemies, Potter. The kind that plan ahead. I'm aware. Good. Stay aware. Stay alive. Moody's grin was not comforting. This tournament's about to get interesting. The news spread through the school like wildfire. By morning, everyone knew that Harry Potter had somehow entered the Triwizard Tournament. Opinions were divided, some thought he'd cheated, others thought he'd been set up, a few actually believed he deserved to compete. Harry didn't care about any of them. That he cared about the message that arrived by express owl during breakfast. Papa, someone entered my name in the Triwizard Tournament. Binding magical contract, can't withdraw. 3 tasks, all designed to be potentially lethal. That I need you here. Harry he sent it with Hedwig and settled in to wait. Gojo arrived that afternoon. The entrance hall of Hogwarts had never seen anything quite like Satoru Gojo. That he strolled through the front doors like he owned the place, white hair gleaming, blindfold in place, grinning at the shocked faces of students and staff alike. Behind him, the massive oak doors swung shut with a boom that echoed through the castle. Nice place, he said cheerfully. Very medieval. I like the floating candles. Professor McGonagall intercepted him before he got 3 steps. Sir, this is a restricted area. Visitors must. I'm not a visitor. I'm Harry's father. Gojo's smile didn't waver. Someone just tried to murder my kid through legal loopholes. I'm here to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Gojo, I assure you, the tournament is perfectly safe. 3 people have died in Triwizard tournaments historically. For if you count the dragon incident of 1792. Gojo's voice was still pleasant, but something in it made McGonagall take a step back. My son is 14. He didn't enter willingly. And I'm not leaving until I know who put his name in that cup. Harry appeared at the top of the stairs. Papa. Hey, buddy. Gojo's expression softened. You okay? Better now. Dumbledore emerged from his office, moving faster than his age suggested. Mr. Gojo. I was hoping we could discuss this situation privately. We can discuss it right here. In front of everyone. Gojo turned to face the headmaster directly. You promised to protect my son. You promised to keep him safe while he was at your school. Explain to me how this, he gestured broadly at the castle, counts as protection. The goblet's selection was unexpected, the goblet was manipulated. By someone inside this castle. Someone who had access to Harry's name, knowledge of the tournament's rules, and enough power to confuse an ancient artifact. Gojo's voice dropped. I can think of exactly 3 people with that combination of resources, and 2 of them are standing in this room. The implication hung in the air. You suspect me? Dumbledore's voice was sharp. I suspect everyone. That's how I keep my kids alive. Gojo stepped closer, and despite being shorter than Dumbledore, he somehow seemed to loom. Here's what's going to happen. I'm staying at Hogwarts for the duration of this tournament. I'm going to watch every task, monitor every judge, investigate every suspicious incident. And if anyone, student, teacher, minister, or ancient artifact, tries to hurt Harry. He smiled that it was not a friendly smile. They're going to find out why I'm called the strongest. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this 3 weeks before the event, through a combination of careful observation and Hagrid's complete inability to keep secrets. Dragons, Gojo said when Harry told him. They're making children fight dragons. For sport. Technically we're just supposed to get past them. Retrieve a golden egg they're guarding. Getting past a dragon requires fighting it. Those things breathe fire, have scales harder than steel, and can fly. Gojo's expression was uncharacteristically serious. How do you want to handle this? Harry had been thinking about it for weeks. I can't use my full power. Not in front of thousands of witnesses. But I can use enough to survive. Walk me through it. Speed and misdirection. Dragons are fast for their size, but I'm faster. I get in, grab the egg, get out before it can react. Harry paused. And if that doesn't work, I've been practicing something new. Show me. They went to an empty classroom that Harry had been using for private training. He closed his eyes, centered himself, and reached for the power that lived at his core. Light gathered in his palm, not the explosive burst he'd used against curses, but something more controlled. Focused. A blade of pure white energy, humming with contained force. Light construct, Harry explained. Same principle as my defensive barriers, but offensive. It should be able to cut through almost anything. Gojo examined the construct with his 6 eyes. Impressive. But dragons have magic resistance. Regular attacks won't. This isn't regular. Harry's expression was calm. This is my mother's protection, weaponized. It burns dark magic. Dragons aren't dark creatures, but their flame is magical. If I can disrupt that, you can neutralize their primary weapon. Gojo nodded slowly. It's risky. If you're wrong about the interaction, then I'll adapt. I always do. The first task took place in a stadium built specifically for the tournament. Thousands of spectators filled the stands, students, staff, ministry officials, journalists. Harry waited in the champion's tent, listening to the roar of the crowd as the other contestants took their turns. Cedric went first. Burns on his face, but he got the egg. Fleur was second. Her robes caught fire, but she got the egg. Crumb was third. Brutal but effective, he got the egg. Then it was Harry's turn. And now, representing Hogwarts as our fourth champion, Harry Potter. He walked into the arena. The Hungarian horntail was waiting. That it was the biggest, meanest, most aggressive dragon species in existence, 60 feet of scales, spikes, and barely contained fury. Its yellow eyes tracked Harry as he entered, tail lashing, flames already building in its throat. Of course I got the worst one, Harry muttered. He moved. The dragon's fire came first, a massive stream of orange-white heat that would have incinerated a normal wizard instantly. Harry was already gone, moving at speeds that made the crowd gasp. He appeared on the dragon's flank, then its back, then behind it entirely. The horntail roared and spun, trying to track its impossibly fast target. Harry reached the nest. The golden egg sat among a clutch of real eggs, glinting in the torchlight. Harry grabbed it. The dragon's tail caught him across the chest. That he flew backward, slamming into the arena wall hard enough to crack stone. The crowd screamed. The dragon advanced, sensing weakness, flames building again. Harry got up, blood dripped from a cut on his forehead. His ribs ached, probably cracked, maybe broken. But he was still standing, and he was done playing nice. Fine, he said quietly. Let's do this properly. Light exploded from his body. The dragon recoiled, blinded by the sudden brilliance. Harry raised his hand, the light construct forming into a blade, longer this time, sharper, pulsing with energy that made the air itself seem to vibrate. He threw it. The blade of light struck the dragon's open mouth just as it prepared to breathe fire. There was a sound like reality tearing, and then, the fire died, not redirected. Not blocked. Completely negated. The dragon's magical flame met Harry's light and simply ceased to exist. The horntail staggered, confused. Its primary weapon had never failed before. It didn't know how to respond. Harry didn't give it time to figure out that he was moving again, across the arena, past the disoriented dragon, toward the exit with the golden egg clutched in his arms. The crowd was still trying to process what they'd seen when he crossed the finish line. Silence, then the stadium exploded with cheers. That was reckless, Gojo said later, examining Harry's injuries in the medical tent. Beautiful, but reckless. It worked. This time. What happens when you face something your light can't neutralize? Then I'll find another way. Harry winced as Gojo probed his ribs. How bad? 2 cracked, 1 bruised. You'll be fine in a week with magical healing. Gojo's expression was complicated. You scared me. For a second there, when the tail hit you, I know. Harry met his father's eyes. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be careful. Gojo pulled him into a gentle hug, mindful of the injuries. I can't lose you, Harry. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. I know that too. Harry hugged back. I'll be more careful. Promise. The Yule Ball was announced in December. A traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, apparently, a formal dance on Christmas night, with champions required to open the festivities with their partners. I have to dance. Harry stared at McGonagall in horror. In front of everyone. It's tradition, Mr. Potter. And tradition must be respected. I'm 14. I don't know how to dance. Then I suggest you learn quickly. Harry learned that he practiced for hours with Gojo, who turned out to be an excellent dancer, because of course he was, until he could move through a waltz without stepping on anyone's feet. Who are you taking? Ron asked one evening. Hermione. Ginny. Someone from another school. I was thinking of asking Hermione, actually. Harry glanced at his friend. If she doesn't already have a date. Hermione looked up from her book. surprised. You want to go with me? You're smart, you're brave, and you won't spend a whole night staring at my scar. Harry shrugged. Plus I trust you. That's rare. Hermione's cheeks went pink. Yes. Okay. I'd like that. Great. It's a date. Ron looked between them with an expression of dawning horror. Wait, are you two? Is this a date? Are you together? We're friends, Harry said calmly. Friends can go to dances together. But, Ron. Hermione's voice was gentle. It's not like that. We're just going as partners. Oh. Ron relaxed visibly. Okay. Good. That's fine then. Harry caught Hermione's eye and saw the slight smile there. They weren't together romantically, they both knew that. But watching Ron's reaction had been entertaining. The ball itself was actually pleasant. Harry and Hermione opened the dancing with a waltz that drew surprised applause. Harry's training had paid off. They moved together smoothly, comfortably, like friends who knew each other well enough to anticipate movements. You're a good dancer, Hermione observed. Papa's a perfectionist. He made me practice until I could do this in my sleep. Your father is something else. Hermione glanced toward the edge of the hall, where Gojo was charming a group of Beauxbatons students with stories that probably weren't appropriate for their ages. Does he always attract that much attention? Always. He's physically incapable of being subtle. After the opening dance, they mingled. Harry talked to Cedric, genuinely nice, trying to figure out who had entered Harry against his will. Victor Crumb, less talkative than expected, but respectful, and Fleur Delacour, sharp underneath the beauty, frustrated at being underestimated. Someone is watching you, Fleur said during their brief conversation. The man with the strange eye. He has not stopped staring since you entered. Harry glanced at Moody, who was indeed watching him from across the hall. I noticed. Do you know why? I have theories. Harry's expression gave nothing away. Thank you for the warning. We are rivals, not enemies. Fleur's smile was sharp. Besides, anyone who can make a dragon stop breathing fire deserves some respect. The second task arrived in February. Harry had solved the golden eggs riddle weeks ago. Mere people, underwater, something precious taken. The lake. 1 hour to retrieve it. They've taken something precious from each champion, Harry told his assembled team, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Gojo. Someone we care about. For me, that's probably one of you. They can't just take people, Ron protested. They can. They're the Ministry. They can do whatever they want and call it tradition. Harry's expression was grim. The question is how I'm going to function underwater for an hour. Gillyweed, Neville said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. It's a plant. Gives you gills and webbed fingers for about an hour. I read about it in Professor Sprout's supplementary materials. Neville shrugged. Should be easy to get from the greenhouses. Harry smiled. Neville, you're a genius. I read a lot. The morning of the task, Harry discovered that Hermione was missing. She's what they took, Ron said, looking shaken. They took Hermione. And my sister, Ginny's gone too. And some girl from Beauxbatons, and a younger boy from Durmstrang. Everyone calm down. Gojo's voice cut through the panic. They're not in danger. The Ministry wouldn't actually let students drown, the backlash would destroy them. This is theater. Scary theater, but theater. That doesn't make it okay, Harry said quietly. No. It doesn't. Gojo's expression was dangerous. But right now, your job is to get Hermione back. My job is to make sure whoever approved this little stunt regrets it. The second task went smoothly. Harry dived into the lake, Gillyweed already transforming his body. He swam through the murky water with supernatural speed, his magical enhancement worked just as well underwater as on land. The Mere People village was at the lake's bottom. 4 figures floated there, suspended in enchanted sleep: Hermione, Ginny, Fleur's little sister, and a young boy Harry didn't recognize. Harry grabbed Hermione first, then he hesitated. Fleur had been attacked by Grindylows on the way down. He'd seen her struggling before she retreated to the surface. She wasn't coming for her sister. Damn it, Harry muttered, bubbles streaming from his gills. That he grabbed the younger Delacour girl too and shot toward the surface. That he emerged first, both girls in his arms, to thunderous applause. The judges were clearly confused. Saving 2 hostages hadn't been part of the plan, but they couldn't exactly penalize him for it. Fleur was sobbing with relief when she saw her sister was safe. "You saved her," she gasped. "You didn't ave to, ze rules, the rules are stupid. Your sister was in danger." Harry handed the girl over carefully. "Some things matter more than points." Fleur looked at him with new eyes. "You are not what I expected, Harry Potter." "I get that a lot." The scores placed Harry second overall after the first 2 tasks, behind Cedric, but ahead of Crumb and Fleur. The other champions had started treating him as a legitimate competitor rather than an unwanted addition, but Harry wasn't focused on the competition. That he was focused on Moody. The defense professor had been watching him all year, not just casually, but with the intense attention of someone cataloging weaknesses. His magical eye tracked Harry through walls, around corners, in ways that went far beyond normal security concerns. "He's not who he says he is," Harry told Gojo one night. "Real Mad-Eye Moody was one of the best Aurors in history. He would never be this obvious about surveillance. This guy wants me to know he's watching. Playing mind games? Or he's not skilled enough to it." Harry frowned. "Either way, something's wrong. I want to know what." They started their own surveillance. Gojo's 6 eyes could see through walls, track magical signatures, detect things that normal senses couldn't. He spent weeks mapping Moody's movements, his habits, his private behaviors. "He drinks from that flask constantly," Gojo reported. "Multiple times per hour. And his magical signature fluctuates, not the way normal aging wizards do, but periodically. Like something's wearing off and being renewed." Polyjuice potion, Harry realized. He's using polyjuice to maintain his appearance. Which means the real Moody is somewhere else. Probably captive. And whoever's impersonating him is the one who put my name in the goblet. The pieces fell into place. The third task was a maze. A massive hedge maze grown on the Quidditch pitch, filled with magical obstacles and creatures. First one to the center wins. The Triwizard Cup awaited whoever reached it first. "It's a trap," Harry said the night before the task. "The cup. It's been modified." Gojo looked up sharply. "You're sure?" "I can feel it. The same wrongness I felt from Quirrell's turban, from Riddle's diary. Dark magic, waiting to be triggered." Harry's expression was grim. "Whoever touches that cup is going somewhere. Somewhere they're not supposed to be. Then don't touch it." "I have to. If I don't, Cedric will. Or Crumb, or Fleur." Harry met his father's eyes. "At least I'm prepared." "They're not." "Harry, I know what I'm doing, Papa. Trust me." Gojo was quiet for a long moment. "If you're not back in 1 hour," he said finally, "I'm coming after you. I don't care if I have to tear reality apart to find you." "I know." Harry smiled. "That's why I'm not worried." The maze was chaos, obstacles everywhere, blast-ended scroots, boggats, sphinxes, a section where gravity worked sideways. Harry moved through it with practiced efficiency, using his enhanced senses to find the shortest path to the center. He encountered Cedric halfway through. "Harry." The Hufflepuff looked relieved to see him. "Something's wrong with Crumb. He attacked Fleur. I think he's been imperioused. Controlled by dark magic. Someone's manipulating the task from outside." Harry made a decision. "Cedric, listen to me. The cup is a trap. I don't know where it goes, but it's not good. When we reach the center, don't touch it. How do you know? I can feel dark magic. It's a skill I developed. Harry's expression was serious. Trust me on this. Please. Cedric hesitated, then nodded. Okay. I trust you. They reached the center together, the Triwizard Cup gleamed on its pedestal, beautiful and deadly. Harry could feel its corruption pulsing like a heartbeat. There it is, Cedric breathed. Don't. Harry grabbed his arm. Let me handle this. But the tournament is a cover. The cup is a port key, it'll transport whoever touches it somewhere else. Harry stepped forward slowly. I'm going to trigger it deliberately. Find out where it leads. That's insane. That's my life. Harry smiled grimly. When I disappear, tell Dumbledore. Tell my father. Tell them I went willingly, and I'll find my way back. Harry, thank you, Cedric. For trusting me. He grabbed the cup, the world dissolved, Harry landed in a graveyard, old headstones, weathered by centuries of wind and rain. A manor house in the distance, dark and crumbling. And ahead of him, standing among the graves, two figures waited, Peter Pettigrew, looking more rat-like than ever, and a bundle of robes containing something that barely resembled a human being. Kill the spare, the bundle whispered. Harry moved before Pettigrew could raise his wand, the light blade formed in his hand, faster than thought, faster than sound. It crossed the distance to Pettigrew's wrist in a fraction of a second, severing the hand that held his wand. Pettigrew screamed and fell. Interesting, the bundle said. Very interesting. Harry turned to face it directly. Inside the robes, curled like a malformed infant, was something that might once have been human. Pale, skeletal, with red eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence. Hello, Tom, Harry said. Voldemort smiled. Harry Potter. We meet again at last. You've grown since our last encounter, Voldemort observed. His voice was weak, barely a whisper, but carried across the graveyard clearly. Stronger. More confident. Almost, threatening. You haven't grown at all. You're still just a parasite, clinging to life through other people's bodies. Harry didn't lower his guard. What's the plan here? Try to possess me again? Use some ritual to restore yourself? The latter. Though your arrival is, earlier than intended. Voldemort's red eyes flicked to Pettigrew, still writhing on the ground. No matter. We can adapt. Can you? Because your servant is currently bleeding out, and I'm not feeling particularly cooperative. You misunderstand the situation. Voldemort's smile widened. I don't need your cooperation. I only need your blood. Harry felt the magic too late. Something grabbed him from behind, ropes materializing from the air, wrapping around his limbs, pulling him toward a massive headstone that bore the name Tom Riddle. He struggled, but the ropes were infused with dark magic. They resisted his light, absorbed his power, held him tight despite his enhanced strength. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for you? Voldemort's voice was almost fond. I've been studying you, Harry Potter. Learning what you can do. The light that burns dark magic. The speed that defies comprehension. The bundle of robes shifted. Impressive abilities. But not unlimited. Pettigrew staggered upright, cradling his severed wrist. Master, my hand, will be replaced. Begin the ritual. Harry watched helplessly as Pettigrew stumbled to a massive cauldron he hadn't noticed before. The servant lit a fire beneath it with shaking fingers, then began adding ingredients, bones from the grave, flesh from his own body, and finally, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Pettigrew whispered, approaching Harry with a silver knife. You will, resurrect, your foe. The knife cut Harry's arm, blood dripped into the cauldron, the liquid inside began to glow. Voldemort's resurrection was horrifying. The dark wizard emerged from the cauldron like a nightmare-given form, tall, skeletally thin, with chalk-white skin and slitted nostrils. His red eyes blazed with power restored, and when he smiled, it was the smile of a predator finally freed from its cage. My body, Voldemort breathed, examining his hands. At last. After 14 years of shadow and weakness. I am whole again. He turned to Harry, still bound to the headstone. Thank you, Harry Potter. Your blood has given me new life. The protection your mother left in you, it now flows through my veins. His smile sharpened. Shall we test it? He raised his wand. Crucio. Pain. Harry had experienced pain before, broken bones, curse wounds, training injuries that pushed his body to its limits. But this was different. This was pain as art form, carefully crafted to cause maximum suffering without killing. That he screamed that he couldn't help it. The Cruciatus curse bypassed defenses, ignored strength, went straight to the nerve endings and burned. Yes, Voldemort whispered. Scream for me, Harry. Let me hear what 14 years of fury sounds like. The curse lifted, Harry sagged against his bonds, gasping, vision blurred with tears. You're weak, he managed. Torturing a bound child. That's the best you've got. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Bold words from someone about to die. Big talk from someone who lost to an infant. The Cruciatus hit him again. The torture went on for what felt like hours but was probably minutes. Voldemort cycled through curses, Cruciatus for pain, cutting hexes for blood, dark magic Harry didn't recognize that left burns across his skin. Through it all, Death Eaters apparat into the graveyard, summoned by the dark mark burned into their arms. My friends, Voldemort said, spreading his arms to the assembled followers. Welcome back. It has been too long. The Death Eaters fell to their knees. Tonight, we celebrate. Our Lord has returned. Our enemy is captured. And soon. Voldemort turned back to Harry, smiling. Soon, the world will remember why they learned to fear the name Voldemort. Harry laughed that it was a broken sound, forced through cracked lips and bruised lungs. But it was real. What amuses you? Voldemort's voice was dangerous. You. Standing there, gloating, while you've forgotten the most important thing. Harry raised his head, meeting those red eyes directly. You never face me alone. Not really. What? The sky cracked, reality folded, and Satoru Gojo stepped into the graveyard. Hey there, Gojo said, blindfold already removed, 6 eyes blazing with power. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was murder. The Death Eaters froze. Voldemort's expression shifted from triumph to confusion. Who are you? Me? I'm nobody important. Gojo's smile was sharp enough to cut. I'm just Harry's father. The one who promised what would happen if anyone hurt his kid. He vanished. Reappeared beside Harry, the ropes disintegrated. Can you stand? Gojo asked, voice suddenly gentle. I think so. Harry's legs were shaking, but he forced them to hold. Papa, I know what he is. I can see it. Gojo's eyes never left Voldemort. A broken soul, pieced together by dark magic and desperation. Powerful by wizard standards. By my standards. His smile returned. Not even close. You dare, Voldemort raised his wand, Gojo raised his hand. Infinite void. The world stopped. Harry watched from outside the effect as Voldemort and his Death Eaters frozen mid-motion. They weren't unconscious, their eyes were moving, their faces contorted with horror, but they couldn't act. Couldn't think. Couldn't process anything except the infinite information being forced into their minds. Domain expansion, Gojo explained calmly. Everyone caught inside experiences everything and nothing simultaneously. The human brain can't handle it. Wizards' brains can't either, apparently. They'll recover. The regular Death Eaters? Maybe. Their master? Gojo's expression hardened. He's already broken. This is just making sure he knows it. He closed his fist, the domain collapsed, Voldemort and his followers fell like puppets with cut strings, they left the graveyard in ruins, Gojo carried Harry, his injuries were too severe for walking, while behind them, the Death Eaters lay scattered across the ground. Some were twitching. Some were still. None of them were getting up any time soon, and Voldemort was screaming, even unconscious, even with his mind shattered by the domain's effects, some part of him was still experiencing infinite void. His body thrashed on the ground, red eyes rolled back, mouth locked in a rictus of terror. He'll recover, Gojo said. Eventually. The brain heals, even from something like this. But it'll take months. Maybe years. We should kill him. We should. But we can't. Gojo's voice was grim. The Horcruxes, remember? Kill the body, and the soul just possesses someone else. We have to destroy all the anchors first. So we've just delayed him. We've bought time. Years of it, if we're lucky. Gojo looked down at Harry, expression softening. Time to heal. Time to prepare. Time to find those Horcruxes and end this properly. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to go back and finish what they'd started, but his body was failing. The torture, the blood loss, the sheer trauma of the night, it was all catching up at once. Rest, Gojo said. I've got you. Harry closed his eyes, and let himself fall. The aftermath was complicated. Harry spent 2 weeks in the hospital wing, recovering from injuries that would have killed a normal person. Gojo stayed by his side constantly, sleeping in a conjured chair when he slept at all. Dumbledore visited on the 3rd day. Mr. Gojo. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him. What you did, facing Voldemort directly, the Ministry will have questions. The Ministry can ask whatever they want. They won't like my answers. Gojo's voice was cold. Their tournament almost got my son killed. Their judges failed to catch a Death Eater impersonating a professor for an entire year. Their champion selection artifact was tampered with under their watch. He stood, towering over Dumbledore despite being shorter. If anyone from the Ministry tries to interfere with my family again, I will demonstrate exactly what happens when you anger a jiu-jitsu sorcerer. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The imposter has been captured, he said finally. Barty Crouch Jr., the son of the man who ran the tournament. He confessed everything under Veritaserum. He entered Harry's name. He guided the tasks. He turned the cup into a portkey. And his father? Dead. Killed by his own son to maintain the cover. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The Ministry is calling it a tragedy. They're trying to suppress the news about Voldemort's return. Of course they are. Harry's voice was hoarse, but present. He'd woken during the conversation. They're scared. Easier to pretend the threat doesn't exist than to face it. Harry. Dumbledore approached the bed carefully. I am sorry. For all of it. The tournament, the tasks, the danger you were forced into. You should have done a lot of things. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. But you didn't. And now we're here. Yes. We are. Dumbledore seemed to deflate. What happens next? Training. Research. Finding the remaining Horcruxes. Harry's expression was hard. The war is coming, Professor. Voldemort will recover eventually. And when he does, I intend to be ready. We all do, Dumbledore said quietly. I hope. The train ride home was subdued. Harry sat with his friends, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Ginny, watching the countryside roll past. Nobody spoke much. The weight of what had happened hung over them all. It's really starting, isn't it? Hermione finally asked. The war. It never stopped, Harry said. The first war just paused. Voldemort was too weak to act openly. Now he's rebuilding. gathering his forces. He looked at each of them in turn. This summer is going to be different. I'm going to push harder than ever. And I need you all to push too. We're with you, Ron said immediately. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, Neville echoed. We're in this together, Hermione agreed. Together, Ginny finished. Harry smiled, the first real smile he'd managed since the graveyard. Then let's get to work. The summer training was brutal. Harry threw himself into it with desperate intensity, hours of combat drills, magical practice, physical conditioning. Megumi matched him step for step, the two of them pushing each other harder than ever before. You fought Voldemort, Megumi said during one late-night session. Actually fought him. I got captured and tortured. Papa did the fighting. You survived. Against the darkest wizard in a century. Megumi's expression was serious. That's not nothing. It's not enough either. Harry's jaw tightened. He's out there, recovering. Building his army. And somewhere, 5 more pieces of his soul are anchoring him to life. He punched the training dummy hard enough to crack it. I need to be stronger. Faster. I need to find those Horcruxes before he's ready to move again. Then let's train harder. They trained until they collapsed. Then they got up and trained some more. By the end of summer, Harry was stronger than he'd ever been. It still didn't feel like enough. On the last night before returning to Hogwarts, Harry found Gojo on the roof of their apartment building. Big day tomorrow, Gojo said, not looking up from the stars. 5th year. OWLS Ministry interference. Whatever fresh hell Voldemort has planned. Harry sat down beside him. Just another year at Hogwarts. You could skip it. Stay here. Train with me full-time. I could. But I won't. Harry followed his father's gaze upward. The Horcruxes are in Britain. The information I need is at Hogwarts. And my friends are there. He smiled slightly. Besides, someone has to keep the wizarding world from falling apart while Voldemort's recovering. You're too responsible for your own good. I learned it from you. Gojo snorted. I am many things. Responsible isn't one of them. You adopted a baby from a doorstep, raised him in a foreign country, trained him to fight monsters, and just walked into a graveyard full of dark wizards to save his life. Harry bumped his shoulder. Sounds pretty responsible to me. Gojo was quiet for a long moment. I'm proud of you, he said finally. I know I don't say it enough. But I am. Every day. I know. Harry leaned against him. I'm proud of you too, Papa. They sat there until the stars faded and the sun began to rise. Then Harry went to pack his trunk. The war was coming, and he intended to be ready. Chapter 7, The War Between Worlds. The summer before 6th year, Harry stopped sleeping, not entirely, his body still needed rest, and Gojo would force him into bed when the exhaustion became dangerous. But the nightmares made real sleep impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he was back in that graveyard. Feeling the cruciatus tear through his nerves. Watching Voldemort rise from the cauldron like death-given form. So he trained instead. 4 a.m. runs through Tokyo's empty streets. Combat drills with Megumi until they were both bleeding. Magical practice until his core ached from overuse. Research into Horcruxes, into Voldemort's history, into anything that might give him an advantage. You're going to burn out, Megumi said one night, watching Harry pound a training dummy with methodical fury. This pace isn't sustainable. Neither is letting Voldemort win. Harry didn't stop hitting. He's out there right now, recovering. Building his army. Every day I rest is a day he gets stronger. And every day you destroy yourself is a day closer to you being useless when it matters. Harry's fist stopped mid-swing. He stood there, breathing hard, sweat dripping down his face. The dummy was cracked in a dozen places, barely holding together. I can't stop, he said quietly. If I stop, I think about it. About what happened. About what's coming. Megumi moved closer. Then don't stop alone. We'll train together. Push each other. But at a pace that doesn't kill us before the war even starts. Harry looked at his brother, really looked. Megumi had grown over the past year. Taller, broader, more confident. His 10 Shadows technique had expanded to include nearly every Shikigami in his arsenal. He wasn't the scared 6-year-old Gojo had rescued from the Zenin clan anymore. He was a weapon, just like Harry. Okay, Harry said finally. Together. The Horcrux hunt began in earnest that July. Dumbledore had been researching Voldemort's past for years, his childhood at the orphanage, his time at Hogwarts, his descent into dark magic. He shared everything with Harry during a series of private meetings, using his pensieve to show memories that painted a picture of the monster Tom Riddle had become. He was brilliant, Dumbledore said during one session. Charming, talented, driven. But underneath it all was a darkness that nothing could touch. A complete inability to love, to connect, to see other people as anything more than tools. Sounds familiar, Harry muttered. Perhaps. But where you use your detachment to protect others, Tom used his to destroy them. Dumbledore's expression was grave. The Horcruxes are hidden in places that mattered to him. Places connected to his identity, his heritage, his sense of self. The diary was at Malfoy Manor. Given to Lucius for safekeeping. Yes. And the ring, another Horcrux, was hidden in the Gaunt family shack. The ancestral home of his mother's bloodline. Dumbledore raised his hand, showing a blackened, withered appendage. I found it last month. Destroyed it. But the protections nearly killed me. Harry stared at the cursed hand. You should have taken backup. I should have. But the curse that protected the ring was designed to tempt, not to fight. Anyone who touched it would be compelled to put it on. Dumbledore smiled grimly. I was not immune to temptation, it seems. What tempted you? The headmaster was quiet for a long moment. The ring contained the resurrection stone, he said finally. One of the Deathly Hallows. A legend, supposedly, but very real. And I wanted to see someone again. Someone I lost long ago. Harry didn't ask who. Some wounds weren't meant to be probed. The other Horcruxes, he said instead. Do you know where they are? I have theories. The locket belonged to Salazar Slytherin, I believe it's hidden somewhere connected to Voldemort's youth. The cup belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, likely entrusted to one of his most loyal followers. The snake, Nagini, stays close to Voldemort himself. And the sixth? You said there were 7 pieces total. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the snake, and me. That's only 6. The 7th is unknown. Something connected to Hogwarts itself, perhaps. Voldemort always considered the school his true home. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. I've been searching for decades, but some secrets remain hidden even from me. Harry filed this away. 7 Horcruxes. 2 destroyed, the diary and the ring. 1 removed from Harry himself years ago. 4 remaining, the locket. The cup. The snake. And something unknown. I'll find them, Harry said. Whatever it takes. I know you will. Dumbledore smiled sadly. That's what worries me. 6th year at Hogwarts was a study in contrasts. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Classes, homework, Quidditch, Harry had declined to rejoin the team, citing other priorities. Students gossiped about relationships and OWL results and who was dating whom, but underneath, the war was already spreading, disappearances in the Muggle world that the Ministry couldn't explain. Attacks on magical families who opposed Voldemort's ideology. Whispers of creatures, giants, werewolves, dementors, aligning with the Dark Lord's cause. He's not recovered enough to move openly, Harry told his inner circle one evening in the room of requirement. But he's testing the waters. Seeing how far he can push before people start pushing back. The circle had expanded over the years. Hermione and Ron, of course. Neville, who had become a formidable fighter in his own right. Ginny, whose raw magical power continued to surprise everyone. Luna Lovegood, whose unconventional thinking often spotted patterns others missed. And the Weasley twins, who had graduated but maintained contact through enchanted mirrors. The ministry's useless, Ron said bitterly. Fudge spent all last year denying Voldemort was back. Now Scrimgeour's in charge and he's more interested in looking tough than actually doing anything. The ministry was always useless, Ginny countered. We can't rely on them. So what do we rely on? Neville asked. Each other. Harry looked at each of them in turn. I've been training you for 5 years. Teaching you everything Gojo taught me, combat, strategy, how to survive when everything goes wrong. This is what it was all for. You're talking about fighting, Hermione said quietly. Actually fighting. In a war. I'm talking about being ready when the fighting comes to us. Harry's expression was grim. Because it will. Voldemort knows who my friends are. He'll target you to get to me. The only way to survive that is to be too strong to take down. Silence. I'm in, Neville said finally. Whatever it takes. Me too, Ron agreed. All of us, Hermione confirmed, Harry nodded. Then let's get to work. The breakthrough came in February. Harry had been researching Voldemort's teenage years obsessively, looking for clues to the remaining Horcruxes. Dumbledore's memories helped, but they were incomplete. Tom Riddle had been careful even as a student, hiding his true nature behind a mask of charm and ambition. Then Harry found the house elf. Creature was ancient, bitter, and absolutely devoted to the memory of his former master, Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother. A Death Eater who had defected at the cost of his life. Master Regulus found the Dark Lord's secret, Creature croaked, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. The locket. Hidden in a cave by the sea. Master Regulus made Creature take him there, made Creature help him drink the potion that protected it. The locket, Harry breathed. Slytherin's locket. Regulus found it. Found it. Took it. Left a fake in its place. Creature's voice broke. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it. But Creature couldn't. Nothing Creature tried would work. The locket just laughed at him. Where is it now? Here. In this house. Creature's eyes went to a cabinet in the corner. Creature has kept it safe. Kept it hidden. Waiting for someone who could finish Master Regulus's work. Harry crossed to the cabinet and opened it. The locket sat on a velvet cushion, golden and gleaming, with an ornate S picked out in emeralds on the front. It radiated wrongness, the same dark presence Harry had felt from Riddle's diary, from Quirrell's turban. A Horcrux. I need to destroy this, Harry said. Do you know what it is? What it contains? A piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Creature's voice was barely a whisper. Master Regulus explained before he died. The Dark Lord split his soul to become immortal. Master Regulus wanted to stop him. And he did. This is the first step. Harry carefully lifted the locket, feeling its corruption pulse against his skin. Thank you, Creature. You've done more than you know. Creature only wants to fulfill Master Regulus's last command. The elf's eyes were wet. Can you destroy it? Harry thought about his light, the power that burned dark magic, that had neutralized a basilisk's fire and incinerated Riddle's diary. Could it destroy a Horcrux? Only one way to find out. The destruction of the locket took place in the room of requirement. Harry had asked Dumbledore to be present. The headmaster's expertise might be needed if something went wrong. Hermione and Ron were there too, refusing to let him face this alone. The diary was destroyed by physical damage, Dumbledore observed, examining the locket. A basilisk fawn, infused with venom. The ring required fiend fire, cursed flames that consume everything they touch. My light should work, Harry said. It's the opposite of dark magic. Pure positive energy. Should. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. But Horcruxes are designed to resist destruction. They fight back. Then I'll fight harder. Harry placed the locket on the floor and stepped back. He centered himself, reaching for the power that lived at his core, the light his mother's sacrifice had kindled, that his training had refined into something sharper and more controlled. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue. The locket's lid flew back, and something emerged, a figure made of shadow and malice, wearing Tom Riddle's handsome face. It rose from the locket like smoke, growing larger, more defined, more present with every passing second. Harry Potter, the shade whispered. I've been waiting for you. Waiting to die, apparently. Harry raised his hand, light already gathering. Goodbye, Tom. Wait. The shade's eyes fixed on Ron. Let me show you something first. Images exploded into the room, Hermione and Harry, embracing. Kissing. Laughing at some shared joke while Ron stood alone, excluded, forgotten. They don't need you, the shade hissed. They never did. You're just the sidekick. The comic relief. The one they tolerate because you're there. Ron's face went pale. Ron, don't listen to it, Hermione said urgently. It's lying. It's trying to, is it lying? The shade's smile was cruel. Can you honestly say you've never wished for someone smarter? Braver? More useful? Ron. Harry's voice cut through the noise. Look at me. Ron tore his gaze from the shade, meeting Harry's eyes. That thing is a piece of Voldemort's soul. It will say anything to survive. And even if what it's showing was true, which it isn't, it wouldn't matter. Harry's expression was fierce. You're my friend. You've stood beside me through everything. That's worth more than any power or talent or skill. But nothing. You matter. To me, to Hermione, to everyone who knows you. Harry raised his hand higher, the light blazing brighter. Now let me show this parasite what happens when it threatens my family. The light exploded. It struck the shade like a hammer, burning through shadow and malice with relentless fury. The shade screamed, Riddle's voice distorted into something inhuman, and tried to retreat, to escape back into the locket. Harry didn't let it. He poured everything he had into the light, amplifying it beyond anything he'd done before. The shade began to dissolve, its form unraveling, its screams becoming weaker. No, it howled. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot. The light consumed it completely. The locket cracked. Silence. Harry stood in the smoking remains, breathing hard, his light slowly fading. The locket lay on the floor, split clean in half, the emeralds that formed its S scattered like broken teeth. 3 down, he said quietly. 4 to go. The cup was harder to find. Dumbledore's research suggested it had been entrusted to Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's most fanatical follower, currently imprisoned in Azkaban. But Bellatrix had hidden the cup before her capture, and even under interrogation, she had refused to reveal its location. Gringotts, Hermione suggested during one of their planning sessions. The Lestranges have a vault. If Bellatrix wanted to something valuable, that's where she'd put it. Breaking into Gringotts is supposed to be impossible, Ron said. So was killing a basilisk. So was surviving the Triwizard Tournament. So was destroying Horcruxes. Harry's expression was thoughtful. Impossible just means no one's done it yet. They spent months planning, Polyjuice Potion to disguise themselves. Detailed research into Gringotts' security measures. Careful observation of the bank's routines and protocols. And when they finally found a way in, through a combination of deception, bribery, and sheer audacity, Harry almost couldn't believe it worked. The Lestrange vault was deep underground, protected by curses and a dragon. Harry handled the dragon. What are you doing? Hermione hissed as Harry approached the massive beast. Being confident. He held up his hand, letting his light shine. Not aggressively, gently. Reassuringly. Hey there. We're not here to hurt you. The dragon, a Ukrainian iron belly, half blind and covered in scars, watched him with wary eyes. It had been abused for years, trained through pain to guard this vault. It expected cruelty, Harry gave it kindness instead. I'm sorry they did this to you, he said softly, moving closer. You deserved better. The dragon's head lowered. It let them pass. Inside the vault, surrounded by cursed objects that burned at the touch, sat Hufflepuff's cup. Harry destroyed it on the spot, his light incinerating the Horcrux before it could fight back. The shade that emerged was weaker than the lockets. Voldemort's soul was fragmenting, each piece diluted further. They escaped Gringotts on the dragon's back. It was the most chaotic, ridiculous, improbable getaway in wizarding history. Harry laughed the entire time. The war exploded into the open that spring. Voldemort, finally recovered enough to act, launched a coordinated assault on the Ministry of Magic. Death Eaters poured through the building, killing and cursing anyone who resisted. By the time the Aurors organized a response, the minister was dead and the government had fallen. He's taken control, Dumbledore reported during an emergency meeting at Hogwarts. Not officially, he's smart enough to rule through proxies. But the ministry is his now. What about the school? McGonagall asked. Still protected by the ancient wards. Voldemort can't attack directly without risking their destruction. Dumbledore's expression was grave. But he's placed his supporters in key positions. The new minister will soon announce reforms to magical education. Reforms that will bring Hogwarts under Death Eater control. So we're under siege, Harry said flatly. Trapped inside while he consolidates power outside. For now. But sieges can be broken from within. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. The remaining Horcruxes must be destroyed. Without them, Voldemort can be killed permanently. That's how we win this war. The snake and the unknown object. Harry had been tracking Nagini's movements through reports and rumors. The snake stays close to Voldemort. We can't get to it without going through him first. Then we find the unknown object. And we prepare for the final confrontation. The unknown Horcrux was at Hogwarts, Harry had suspected for months. Voldemort's obsession with the school, his pride in being its most talented student, his belief that he alone understood its secrets, it all pointed to the castle itself as the hiding place. Something connected to the Founders, Harry mused, pacing his dormitory. The diary was Slytherin's. The locket was Slytherin's. The cup was Hufflepuff's. If Voldemort wanted a complete set, Ravenclaw's diadem, Luna said dreamily from her chair by the window. The lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. It said to enhance wisdom. Everyone stared at her. Lost? Hermione repeated. For how long? Centuries. Rowena's daughter Helena stole it before she died. No one knows where she hid it. Helena. Harry's mind raced. The Grey Lady. Ravenclaw's house ghost. She's Helena Ravenclaw. He found her that night. The Grey Lady was reluctant to speak, haunted by guilt and old grief. But Harry was patient, and persistent. Tom Riddle came to you, he said. Years ago. He charmed you, convinced you to tell him where the diadem was hidden. He was so handsome. So persuasive. The ghost's voice was barely a whisper. I thought he wanted to study it. To learn from its wisdom. I didn't know. Where did you tell him to look? Albania. A forest in Albania. Where I hid it after I stole it from my mother. Helena's form flickered with anguish. He found it. He corrupted it. Turned my mother's legacy into something dark. And then? He brought it back. Here, to Hogwarts. Her eyes met Harry's. He hid it in the place where everything is hidden. The room of requirement. Harry found the diadem buried under centuries of accumulated junk, the room had become a dumping ground for generations of students hiding contraband. It took 3 hours of searching, but finally, there it was, a tarnished tiara that radiated the same dark presence as every other Horcrux that he destroyed it without ceremony. Point 4 down. 2 to go, Dumbledore died on a Tuesday. It wasn't dramatic. There was no great battle, no final confrontation with Voldemort. The curse from the ring had been eating away at him for months, spreading despite every treatment Snape could devise. In the end, he simply stopped. Harry sat beside his bed in the hospital wing, watching the most powerful wizard of the age breathe his last. "I'm sorry," Dumbledore whispered. "I wanted to see it through. To be there at the end. You did enough." Harry's voice was steady, even though his heart was breaking. "More than enough. The snake. You'll need to kill it before you face Voldemort. And Harry." Dumbledore's hand found his, grip weak but determined. "You are not just a weapon. Remember that. When this is over, if you survive, you deserve a life beyond war." "I know. Do you?" The old wizard's eyes searched his face. "You've been fighting since you were 11 years old. Training since you could walk. You've never known anything else. I know what I'm fighting for." Harry squeezed his hand. "That's enough." Dumbledore smiled, sad, proud, resigned. "Your mother would be so proud of you," he said. "And your father. Both of them." He closed his eyes that he didn't open them again. The final battle came 3 days later. Voldemort, sensing Dumbledore's death through some dark connection, launched his assault on Hogwarts. Death Eaters swarmed the grounds, accompanied by giants, dementors, and creatures Harry had only read about in textbooks. The students and staff fought back with everything they had. Harry watched from the astronomy tower as the battle raged below. He could see his friends, Ron and Hermione back to back, cutting down Death Eaters with practiced efficiency. Neville leading a group of fifth years in a defensive formation. Ginny's hexes blazing through the darkness like fireworks, and in the center of it all, Voldemort himself. Surrounded by his inner circle, advancing toward the castle with terrible purpose. "Time to end this," Harry said. "Not alone." Gojo appeared beside him, having arrived through means Harry didn't question. "I've handled the perimeter. Sealed off escape routes. His followers can't run. And the snake? Megumi's handling it. He's been tracking Nagini all night." As if on cue, Harry felt something through the connection he'd developed with his brother, a surge of triumph, followed by the unmistakable sensation of dark magic being destroyed. Nagini was dead, the last external Horcrux, gone. "That just leaves him," Harry said. "Just him." Gojo's expression was unreadable. "Harry, you know this might, I know." Harry turned to face his father. "I know the prophecy. I know what it means. Neither can live while the other survives. One of us has to die tonight. Prophecies are guidelines, not guarantees, maybe. But I'm not going to win this by hoping the universe makes exceptions." Harry smiled, and it was genuine despite everything. "I'm going to win because I'm stronger than him. Because I've trained my entire life for this moment. Because I have people worth fighting for. And if it's not enough, then at least I'll have tried." Harry pulled Gojo into a hug. "Thank you. For everything. For saving me from that doorstep, for raising me, for making me who I am. You're the best father anyone could have asked for. Don't talk like this is goodbye. It might be. We both know that." Harry released him. "If I don't make it, look after the others. Hermione, Ron, Megumi. They'll need someone. You're making it." Gojo's voice was fierce. "You hear me? You're making it back. I refuse to accept any other outcome." Harry laughed. "Then I guess I'll have to survive. Can't disappoint the strongest sorcerer in the world." He turned and walked toward the battle. Gojo watched him go, something wet on his cheeks that he refused to acknowledge. The confrontation happened in the great hall. Harry walked through the massive doors to find Voldemort waiting. The Dark Lord stood among the ruins of the staff table, Dumbledore's chair smoldering behind him, red eyes fixed on his approaching nemesis. The fighting had stopped. Students and Death Eaters alike had pulled back, forming a ring around the two figures who mattered most. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "The boy who lived. Come to die. Tom Riddle. The orphan who couldn't handle rejection." Harry stopped 20 feet away. "I've destroyed your Horcruxes. All of them. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. And Nagini died screaming about 10 minutes ago." Something flickered in Voldemort's eyes. Fear. Lies. The truth. "You can feel it, can't you? The emptiness where your soul anchors used to be." Harry raised his wand. "You're mortal again, Tom. Just like the rest of us. I am Lord Voldemort." The Dark Lord's composure cracked. "I have conquered death itself. I am the greatest sorcerer the world has ever." "You're a scared kid who grew up without love and decided that meant love didn't matter." Harry's voice was calm. Pitying, almost. "You mutilated your own soul trying to live forever. And for what? To rule a world that hates you? To prove you're better than the parents who abandoned you?" Silence. "You could have been something. With your talent, your power, you could have changed the world for the better. Instead you chose cruelty. Chose to hurt everyone who ever showed you kindness." Harry shook his head. "That's the real tragedy here. Not that you became a monster, but that you chose to be one." Voldemort's face contorted with rage. Avada Kedavra. The green light of the killing curse blazed across the hall. Harry didn't dodge. Instead, he reached deep inside himself, past his training, past his power, down to the oldest and most fundamental magic he possessed, his mother's love. The curse struck his chest. Harry felt that he woke in whiteness. No, not whiteness. Somewhere between. A train station that wasn't a train station, filled with mist and silence and a sense of waiting. Harry. He turned. Albus Dumbledore stood before him, looking younger and healthier than Harry had ever seen him. Beside him was a woman with Harry's eyes, green and bright and filled with tears. "Mom." Lily Potter crossed the distance in an instant, pulling him into an embrace. "My boy. My beautiful, brave boy. I'm dead." It wasn't a question. "Not quite." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You're, in between. The killing curse destroyed the last piece of Voldemort's soul that was anchored to you, a fragment even your father missed. But you, my mother's protection. More than that. You've accumulated so much light over the years. So much positive energy. When Voldemort tried to kill you, your soul held on." Dumbledore smiled. "You have a choice, Harry. Move on, or go back." Harry looked at his mother. At the station. At the endless possibility of peace. Then he thought about his friends. About Gojo and Megumi. About the war still raging, the people still fighting, the world that still needed protecting. "I have to go back. I know." Lily's smile was sad but proud. "I've watched you grow, Harry. Every day. Every trial. You've become everything I hoped you would be. I had help. I know that too. The man who raised you, he loves you very much." Lily cupped his face in her hands. "Tell him thank you. From me. For giving you the life I couldn't." "I will." Harry stepped back from his mother's embrace. Looked at Dumbledore one last time. "See you later, Professor. Much later, I hope." Dumbledore raised his hand in farewell. "Go, Harry. Finish it." Harry closed his eyes, and returned to life. That he opened his eyes in the great hall. Voldemort was standing over him, triumphant, wand raised for a finishing blow that he clearly thought was unnecessary. dead, the Dark Lord crowed. Harry Potter is dead. The boy who lived is. Harry moved, his hand caught Voldemort's wrist, twisting the wand away before the curse could form. His other hand slammed into the Dark Lord's chest, light exploding from his palm with force that sent Voldemort flying across the hall. Not dead, Harry said, rising to his feet. Not even close. Voldemort crashed into the far wall, stunned, disbelieving. Impossible. The killing curse didn't work. Again. Harry advanced, power building around him. Your soul fragment is gone now. The last piece of you that lived inside me, destroyed. For the first time since we met, we're facing each other as equals. You are not my equal. Voldemort scrambled upright, firing curses that Harry deflected with casual waves of his hand. I am the greatest wizard, you keep saying that. But you've never beaten me. Harry's voice was relentless. Every time we fought, you've lost. When I was a baby. When I was 11. When I was 14. And now. I will not be defeated by a child. Voldemort raised his wand, the Elder Wand, stolen from Dumbledore's tomb, and channeled everything he had into a final attack. Black fire erupted from the tip, consuming everything in its path, annihilating the floor and walls as it surged toward Harry. Harry met it with light, pure, brilliant, blinding light, the accumulated power of 16 years of training, of his mother's sacrifice, of every moment of love and courage and hope that had defined his life. The two forces collided. For a long moment, they were perfectly balanced. Dark and light, hate and love, death and life. The great hall trembled with the force of their collision, then Harry pushed harder that he thought about everyone he was fighting for. Gojo, who had given him a home. Megumi, who had given him a brother. Hermione and Ron, who had given him friendship. All the people who had believed in him, supported him, loved him despite everything. His light grew brighter. Voldemort's fire began to waver. No, the Dark Lord whispered. No, the light overwhelmed him. It burned through his defenses, his magic, his stolen wand. It burned through the dark enchantments holding his fragmented soul together. It burned through everything Tom Riddle had become and left nothing behind but ash. Voldemort didn't scream at the end. He simply dissolved, and then there was silence. Harry stood in the ruins of the great hall, breathing hard, his light slowly fading. Around him, the surviving witnesses stared in shock. Death Eaters who had been ready to celebrate were frozen in disbelief. Students who had been prepared to die were sobbing with relief. He's dead, someone whispered. Voldemort's dead. Voldemort's dead. The cheers started slowly but built rapidly. Students embraced each other, laughing and crying. Death Eaters tried to flee, only to find Gojo's barriers blocking every exit. Nice work, Gojo said, appearing beside Harry. His voice was casual, but his eyes were wet. Very dramatic. Very you. Learn from the best. Harry swayed slightly. I think I need to sit down. Later. First, Gojo pulled him into a crushing hug. Don't you ever scare me like that again. No promises. I mean it, Harry. I thought, when you fell, I know. Harry hugged back just as tightly. I'm sorry. I had to let him think he'd won. You could have warned me. Would you have let me do it if I had? Gojo didn't answer. Around them, the celebration continued. The war wasn't over, there were still Death Eaters to round up, damage to repair, a society to rebuild. But the worst was done. Voldemort was dead, and Harry Potter was alive. The weeks after the battle blurred together, trials for the captured Death Eaters. Funerals for the fallen. Endless interviews with ministry officials, journalists, and foreign dignitaries who all wanted to know how a 16-year-old had killed the most feared dark wizard in history. Harry answered as few questions as possible. What are you going to do now? Hermione asked one evening. They were sitting by the lake, watching the sun set over water that had been red with blood just days before. You could have anything. Any position, any career. The wizarding world would give you the moon if you asked. I don't want the moon. Harry watched the light play across the water. I want peace, I think. For the first time in my life, I want to just be. That doesn't sound like you. Maybe it's time to become someone new. Harry smiled. I've been a weapon my whole life. A soldier, a champion, a chosen one. Maybe now I can just be Harry. And what would just Harry do? I don't know. That's the exciting part. He turned to look at her. What about you? What do you want? To change things. The way wizards treat magical creatures, the pureblood prejudice, all of it. Hermione's eyes were bright with purpose. Someone has to rebuild this society better than it was. It might as well be me. Minister Granger. Has a nice ring to it. Maybe someday. She bumped his shoulder. But first, I'm finishing school. Properly. With actual grades and everything. Hermione Granger, ever the overachiever. Someone has to be. Harry returned to Japan that summer. Not permanently, he still had commitments in Britain, still wanted to be part of the rebuilding process. But he needed time away from the endless demands and expectations, time to figure out who he was when he wasn't fighting for survival. Gojo was waiting at the airport, as always. Welcome home, buddy. Thanks, Papa. Harry fell into step beside him. Anything interesting happen while I was gone? Megumi mastered Maharaga. Nearly died in the process, but he pulled through. Gojo's tone was casual, but there was pride underneath. Also, some special grade curse tried to level a prefecture. I handled it. Of course you did. They drove through Tokyo, past the familiar streets and buildings that had defined Harry's childhood. It was strange, being back. Everything looked the same, but he was different. I've been thinking, Harry said as they approached the apartment. Dangerous activity. About what comes next. The wizarding world wants me to be their hero forever. Their symbol. Their boy who lived. Harry stared out the window. I don't want to be that. What do you want? To help people. To use what I've learned, both magic and jujitsu, to make things better. But on my own terms. Not because a prophecy says I should, or because a society needs a figurehead. He turned to look at Gojo. I want to be like you. Powerful enough to matter, free enough to choose. Gojo was quiet for a long moment. You know what I've always admired about you, he said finally. You take terrible situations and make them into something good. The doorstep, the tournament, the war, you could have let any of them break you. Instead, you became stronger. I had help. Sure. But the choice was yours. Every step of the way. Gojo pulled into the parking garage. Whatever you decide to do next, Harry. I'll support it. That's what family does. Harry smiled. Thanks, Papa. Don't thank me yet. Megumi's been waiting 3 months to fight you. He's going to be insufferable if you lose. Then I guess I better not lose. The years that followed were the best of Harry's life that he finished his education, both magical and mundane, and began working as a consultant for situations that fell between worlds. Curses that mixed with dark magic. Magical creatures that wandered into jujitsu territory. Problems that required someone who understood both systems. Hermione became the youngest minister for magic in history, and promptly began reforming everything. Ron joined the Aurors, rising quickly through the ranks. Neville became professor of herbology at Hogwarts. Ginny played professional Quidditch until she got bored, then took over the sports section of the Daily Prophet. They stayed friends. Through marriages and children and careers, through triumphs and tragedies, they stayed friends. Megumi eventually equaled Harry in combat, their sparring sessions became legendary, neither one able to claim permanent superiority. They pushed each other constantly, always growing, always improving. You know what I never expected? Megumi said one evening, years later. They were on the roof of the Tokyo apartment, watching the city lights below. This. Just, living. Without constant crises. We still have crises. Minor ones. Nothing like what we grew up with. Megumi shook his head. Sometimes I forget what it was like. The training, the fear, the certainty that death was always one mistake away. I don't forget. Harry's voice was quiet. I think about it every day. About everyone we lost. Everyone we couldn't save. Is that healthy? Probably not. But it keeps me honest. Harry smiled. Reminds me why I keep fighting. Speaking of fighting, rematch tomorrow. You're on. The last conversation happened on a spring morning, 30 years after the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry was sitting in his garden. He had a house now, somewhere between Tokyo and London, accessible by portkey and apparition and a dozen other methods. It was quiet there. Peaceful. Gojo appeared without warning, as he always did. You're getting predictable in your old age, Harry observed. I felt you coming 3 blocks away. Old age? I'm barely 50. For a jujitsu sorcerer, that is old. Harry patted the bench beside him. Sit. I'll make tea. They sat together as the sun rose, drinking tea and watching the garden bloom. I've been thinking about that night, Gojo said eventually. The doorstep. What would have happened if I'd walked on by? Left you with those people? You wouldn't have. I almost did. For about 3 seconds, I almost convinced myself it wasn't my problem. Gojo shook his head. Best 3 seconds of hesitation I ever had. You changed my life. You changed mine too. Gojo turned to look at him, really look, the way he rarely did. Before you, I was hollow, I think. Going through the motions. Being the strongest didn't mean anything because there was no one to be strong for. And now? Now I have a son. A family. A reason. Gojo smiled, genuine, warm, rare. You gave me that, Harry. I'll never be able to repay it. You already have. Every day, for 30 years. Harry reached out and clasped his father's hand. I love you, Papa. You know that, right? I know. Love you too, buddy. Gojo squeezed back. Always will. They sat there until the sun was fully up, father and son, watching the world they'd helped save go about its peaceful morning, the boy who lived on a doorstep, the man who chose to save him, and the future they'd built together.